Okay, if I can have everybody take their seats and call the meeting to order here. Okay, I know Mr. Ivanovich said he has a couple of speakers that are tight on time, so we're going to change things up a bit so that everybody gets a chance to speak on both sides. Who's your speaker, sir?
Adrian and Rich Wiesberg.
Okay.
Chloe's parents.
Okay, we'll proceed.
Are they here in the room,
Yeah,
Rich?
they're right here. And then after that, it'll be Jim Mahan, who's with NCH, Dr. Jim Mahan.
Okay, so we'll have this speaker in person,
He's on
and then,
Zoom.
and then he's on Zoom. So we'll be coming to Jim Mahan on Zoom next. Please go ahead. What was your name, ma'am?
Adrian Weisberg.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me time to speak today. I first want to address a video that was commissioned to depict people with mental health issues as criminals, drug addicts, and feral-like, and that people have suggested that putting the new facility by the jail is the best solution. I, as a mother that had a daughter that struggled with mental health, I have to tell you this is extremely offensive to me and to everyone whose lives have been affected by mental illness. The only person my daughter wanted to harm was herself. She wanted to harm herself because she did not feel worthy. She did not know how to cope with the trauma she suffered of being sexually abused at the age of 6. We didn't find this out until she was a teenager. At this point, she was already self-harming. She was already in therapy, and we had been to numerous therapists. But there was no progress being made. I sought out therapists from all over the country. I even sought people outside the U.S., someplace that could help us, and we always fell short. The irony to this is that what we would soon find out is that everything that we were looking for was right here in our backyard, the David Lawrence Center. Chloe was Baker acted at DLC, and that's when our prayers was answered. She was put in the CAP program, the Community Action Team, where she had a team of professionals that were kind, compassionate, and made it their mission to get our daughter better. This is what we have here. This is the opportunity that we should be giving to everyone in need. Because of the tools and the therapy and the amazing people at DLC, Chloe went on to graduate high school early, and now she's in college at the top of her class, getting ready to graduate in 4 months. She chose a career that will help thousands with the goal in mind of paying it forward. I'm gonna cry. We just had the pleasure of celebrating her 21st birthday, which when you've been on the verge of losing a child, every birthday, every milestone means just a little bit more. She really is the light in the room, and she is a compassionate, amazing human being. And I believe strongly she is still with us today because David Lawrence Center was there to help and protect her when she was so vulnerable. Please allow DLC to move forward today so we as a community can begin helping people in need as soon as possible. And I'm not great at impromptu, but I have to speak to, my daughter was Baker acted twice. The first time she was Baker acted, she slept in a mattress in the crisis unit because they were already over capacity. The second time she was Baker acted, they were gonna move her over to Miami because they didn't have room for her here. And when your child's Baker acted, you only have 2 hours a day to see them. You can't touch them, you can't hold them. DLC was able to keep her here in county and allow me to be with her in a time of need. We have to give this to everyone. We have to move forward with this today. As someone else said, this is going to save lives, and it will impact lives greatly. Thank you.
All right, then, Mr. Chair, we're going to go on Zoom to Jim Mahan. Mr. Mahan, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. I think someone might have said it was Doctor. You're with us, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I hope to only use one of those. Just briefly, I want to give you a quick overview here of our 715 beds at NCH. 600 are occupied, but I'm pleased to report that COVID and flu has steadily been declining for the last 45 days. Most of the folks here are related to heart stroke and folks riding bikes in high traffic areas and folks like myself who should not be on ladders or roofs. With 2.5 years of COVID, we have discovered with our patient loads much higher senses of isolation, stress, fear, and unbalanced behavior. In a healthcare setting, code gray means a patient or a visitor is being violent. We've had a significant spike in code grays the last year. And for the first 67 years of NCH, the only security arming we had was with a smile. We now have tasers and body cameras. So these trends are troubling, and the risk to all of us with untreated, undiagnosed, and medicated correctly patients is significant. I am pleased to report, though, that with our new relationship with Nicholas Children's, we are allocating significantly more resources to mental health for children and adolescents up to 18. So we're going to take an increased ownership over that section of our population. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I was notified of one last person. It's Jason Cooper, who wants to read a letter from General Fred Franks.
Fine.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Jason Cooper. I'm the Assistant Director of Development at Homebase Florida Veteran and Family Care. First, I would like to thank Commissioners Cowell and Commissioner LaCastro for your service to our nation in the military. I myself am a Marine Corps veteran. I served 9 years in the Second Gulf War. I'm also a Naples native, and I think this issue for me is important on two folds. One, being a military veteran and how our community is disproportionately affected by the invisible wounds of our military service. But I also grew up in this community, so these services caring for our home, my hometown, our community are incredibly important to me. I have the distinct honor and pleasure of working with General Fred Franks, and he often will talk about the implied trust that's created between a service member when they raise the right hand and swear to support the Constitution, that we will be there for them when they return home from war. General Franks would be here today, barring a family emergency, and on his behalf, he's asked me to read his letter. Dear Collier County Board of Commissioners, on behalf of Homebase Florida, we want to express our strong support for the Collier County Central Receiving Facility to be built immediately at the Golden Gate location near David Lawrence Centers. The Central Receiving Facility is desperately needed and essential to saving the lives of veterans, service members, and their families experiencing mental health emergencies in Collier County. There are approximately 1.5 million veterans in Florida, and over 27,000 live here in Collier County. It's estimated that 1 in 3 will return home with an invisible wound, to include post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, and co-occurring substance use. If left unaddressed, these invisible wounds can lead to an increased risk of suicide, with nearly 11,000 veteran suicides in Florida since September 11th and over 125,000 across the United States. The need for mental health and support services is critical. According to the Department of Veterans Affairs, 38% of Florida veterans were seen as a patient at a VA healthcare facility last year. And that's 24% in our community. With 1 million veterans not utilizing the VA healthcare system, there's a growing need for public-private partnerships, innovative community-based solutions to get veterans the care they need. In 2022, Homebase partnered with David Lawrence Centers to offer mental health and substance use services for veterans and their families who call Southwest Florida home, all at no cost to them. Veterans receive evidence-based clinical care for a variety of mental health and emotional health needs, including PTS, depression, anxiety, grief, anger, and loss, and transitional challenges. The DLC partnership with Homebase is bringing healing and hope to a region and giving back to those who have selflessly served served our country. It's essential that this facility is built quickly near the David Lawrence Center so veterans in crisis can access the care they need and deserve. Thank you for your leadership and support of the veteran community. General Retired Frederick Franks, Homebase Honorary Director. In Collier County, veterans make up 8% of the population, yet represent 1 in 4 adult suicides. Today, each of you, with a vote yes, has the opportunity to go beyond the simple phrase of gratitude, thank you for your service, and demonstrate your gratitude. Thank you.
Do you have any other speakers that are priority?
No, that's it, and then if you have questions of us, we're available to answer it, or you can move on to.
Okay. I don't see any commissioners lit up, so I think we'll just keep moving.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I've tried to cull through this a little bit and pulled out some duplicates. I think we have approximately about 50 of these left. We'll start with Sheriff Kevin Rambosk, and he will be followed by Dudley Goodlett.
Okay, I'm just going to remind the crowd of a couple things. First off, please silence your cell phone since you came back from lunch. And it goes without saying, we want to be respectful. So if people at the podium are saying something that you disagree with, moans or claps or not claps or not something that adds to anything, as we've been saying here. And also, if you're a speaker that's coming up, you're on deck to speak, and you've already heard something, and you want to just waive your time because you feel like it'll be repetitive. I'm not saying you have to do that. We want everybody to feel like they've been heard. But if you feel like it's just repetitive and it's not adding to anything, then all you have to do is just wave to Mr. Miller here and say, I pass my time to the next person, so the next person can speak, and that'll help us move things along. But certainly not pushing it or anything, just making sure everybody understands they have that option. Having said that,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I was supposed to put Sheriff Rambosk rather at the end of that, and I missed that note. So we're going to start with Dudley Goodlett, and I don't see Dudley, followed by Father Michael Orsi.
okay, keep
All
going.
right, I know I saw him earlier. I will go with Deb Logan. I know Deb is here. Again, I was just speaking. Oh, she's right here. And she'll be followed by April Donahue. I will hold on to those other names to make sure we're not missing people in the hall, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Deb Logan, Executive Director, Blue Zones Project, Southwest Florida. Our project relies heavily on data to inform the decisions and the actions that we take for the well-being of the community. In that spirit, I'd like to focus on data. Thanks to our sponsorship, NCH Healthcare System, our project is able to contract Gallup and Boston University to administer the Community Well-Being Index survey. That's throughout Collier County and also the subgeographies within Collier County. So what that really means is that the analysis provided to us dials down to specific zip codes in Naples, East Naples, Golden Gate, Marco, and Immokalee. We've been collecting this data since 2015, and our most recent analysis was right before the hurricane hit, was the last data collection for 2022. So according to our 22 data, sans the hurricane, 83% of our community reports medium to high stress daily, experiencing medium to high stress daily. Even more concerning than that is that for the first time, we are seeing the percentage of people who are not thriving go up. So approximately 1 in 4 people report as struggling or suffering, and that's new. These indicators are red flags that the resiliency that we all build to weather life's challenges is starting to wear thin. And it's no surprise. We know these are unprecedented times, that the pandemic and the fallout from the mass migration into our area and housing crunch, food issues, food insecurity, inflation, all of those things that are impacting us, as well as hiring challenges for businesses. And grave concerns such as polarization politically. We know that the war on Ukraine, mass shootings, all of these things are additional stressors that pile up, and they keep coming. We keep telling ourselves, I can get through this, and I can get through this, I can get through this, until one day, maybe we don't. Per our data, even the majority of the most well-adapted and fortunate individuals in our community are struggling on some level. Because the recent data does not reflect the hurricane, the blows from the hurricane, we are concerned. Concerned that numerous individuals who have just been holding on are just a heartbeat away from being in crisis. The central receiving facility is more urgent than it's ever been, the need for it. As we delay, it could be one of our family members, our friends, etc., that need this. So I encourage you, please, let's not delay. Thanks so much.
Your next speaker is April Donahue. She'll be followed by Dr. Zubin Pakiori.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I am April Donahue, the Executive Director of Collier County Medical Society, and I have some comments from our physician members that they've asked me to share with you. Collier County is woefully short of emergency mental health receiving facilities. Patients often must be sent to Charlotte County because of the lack of local capacity. Most of those shifted north are old patients, often with dementia and agitation. We need to expand local resources in order to provide suitable emergency services for these patients in need. And next, clearly this is the most logical solution to the situation, and the surrounding neighbors' objection is rooted in the unfounded myth that persons with mental illness are inherently dangerous. I am writing strongly in favor of a new CRF. This type of facility is sorely needed in Collier County, a so-called blue area where patients with mental and behavioral issues are not well cared for. I have had patients, friends, and family who are in need of such services and didn't know where to turn. Calling the police or going to an emergency room in a hospital where psychiatrists or behavioral experts are not available is inefficient and harmful to the individual who's expressing suicidal ideation because of delays. Having one central location that is well publicized, where behavioral experts are present 24/7, is the right way to solve this problem. I fully support the new central receiving facility at the David Lawrence Center. The lack of psychiatric care in this affluent community is abominable. It is shameful that the jail is the largest provider of mental health care in our community. Let's change that. I am strongly in support of this plan. Providing more beds and integrating with the DLC would be of great benefit to the community. We definitely need the beds, and the location makes sense. I agree with the location adjacent to David Lawrence in increase in capacity, as we are greatly understaffed right now to handle mental health issues in Collier County. I strongly support the additional beds proposed for the David Lawrence Center in the Central Receiving Facility. Our patients deserve and strongly need this facility. We need this facility. The architectural plans are very community-friendly, over and above to set barriers from surrounding residential properties. Count me in as a supporter of using the land for the new behavioral health care receiving facility. Then, the Central Receiving Facility would be of great benefit to this county. Our current center is constantly filled and struggles to meet the needs of the county as is. With the closure of the unit at NCH, it's the only Baker Act receiving facility in a huge county. Any delay in the construction of this facility would lead to years of replanning and search for new land to build it. In this process, potentially many lives could be lost related to lack of bed space and resources. We're urging the county to approve this plan. I do have more, but I don't have time. But I just want to say that, we invite the physicians to provide their comments to us because, as you know, they are very unlikely able to make it to a county commission meeting. And Dr. Pachori is unable, in fact, to also, so he would cede his time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Your next speaker is Michael Dalby, and he'll be followed by Stephen Broder.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Michael Dalby. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce. And I'm speaking in support of the location for this mental health central receiving facility. The Chamber of Commerce was the primary advocate on the 1 penny local option sales tax for the infrastructure improvements. We made over 50 presentations on the sales tax. We spoke to groups as small as 15 and other groups that were over 100. Every time we made these presentations, we would explain what were these monies going to be used for. And in every presentation, it explained that the term expand mental health facilities, which was in the ballot, was related to expanding those facilities on the David Lawrence campus. In fact, in 2018, in June of 2018, the Naples Daily News editorial board wrote an editorial comment just on the mental health center and stated that, quote, this receiving facility would be constructed adjacent to the current David Lawrence Center campus near Golden Gate. So there are some statements that are made that said people didn't know what they were voting for. This was clear before the vote. This was clear during all the discussions of the vote. It continues to be clear because it's still on the website about the sales tax vote. So we know that this, from a locational standpoint, I don't think very many people argue about this in terms of is it needed, but the argument tends to be about the location. And we, along with many other agencies, were making it abundantly clear throughout this entire discussion that this was always considered, the first location considered would be co-located with the David Lawrence Center campus. I think that from our standpoint, why does a chamber get involved in this issue? It's because this impacts employers and employees and their families. And that's why we know that it's so important to have this type of service in our community. So I just want to make clear that any claims that, well, I'm not certain that I knew that this was how this was going to all play out or where this was going to be located are unfounded. It was clearly stated multiple times that this would be on the co-located at the David Lawrence Center campus. So I hope that you will consider all the information that's been presented today and vote in support of the location. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Stephen Broder. He's been seated 3 additional minutes by Joe Trachtenberg. And yeah, there's Joe right back there. And Mr. Broder will be followed by Polly Keller.
So, Mr. Miller, if that seating of the minutes would apply to the next 9B?
This is 9A and 9B together, sir. Yeah.
All right. Well, Steve Bruder with St. Matthew's House. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'll be very brief. You've heard so much comment today, and I just want to say that over the decades, St. Matthew's House and David Lawrence Center have partnered to provide essential services to our community, to Collier County. The need for critical behavioral health and mental health services is greater today than it's ever been. You've heard that from many speakers today. So I'm here to just urge you to vote yes for this project. We all say it's needed, but it's needed now. The voices that you won't hear today will be the ones impacted by a delay. So with that, I just urge you to vote yes in favor of the location, and let's get this project moving. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Polly Keller. She will be followed by Jerry Godshaw.
Thank you, commissioners, for all the hard work you put into things like this. My name is Polly Keller, and I am here today as a lifelong advocate for mental health and a long-time volunteer helping the David Lawrence Center become a reality in the expansive quality system of care available to all in need in Collier County. A system of care that reinforces the dignity of the person and help him or her return to society as a contributing citizen. Our entire voting community recognized this dramatically growing need and voted to raise their taxes to enhance this vitally needed behavioral health continuum of care. Treatment for a mentally ill person who, through no fault of his or her own, is struggling should be immediately accessible right in their community. A continuum of care on one site, the site of David Lawrence Centers, allows this immediate accessibility without disruption due to a lack of beds or confusion of having to go to another location, especially as transportation challenges are a major challenge for many in needing care. When my husband architecturally designed the buildings at David Lawrence Center, it was with the neighborhood in mind. Residential type structures that fit in with beautiful landscaping and adding an aspect of serenity gardens throughout, away from the old out of sight, out of mind locations that prevailed in a then stigmatized country. Not so today. Our citizens are educated, understand the need for care, and want this facility, and we want it integrated into our community as it should be. I remember when attending the planning committee for the county way back when we were trying to get our original approval. A lady objected from the audience, afraid of this kind of neighbor, and Paul Frank, a commission member, stated, quote, "Ma'am, you ought to worry about your children standing and waiting for the school bus much more than this facility, which is helping," end quote. Paul's statement still holds true today. Those with mental health challenges are more likely to be the victims of crime than the perpetrators, and David Lawrence Center is helping with our community's health and well-being. In the words of the late Queen Elizabeth, a quote from 1957, quote, "We need courage that can withstand the resistance of the cynics, end quote. Please allow this caring David Lawrence Center to expand for even more care for the community. Thank you for listening.
Your next speaker is Jerry Godshall. He'll be followed by Eileen Connolly Kiesler.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Godshaw. I'm actually an economist with over 40 years of experience in policy analysis at the federal, state, and local level. I don't claim to be an expert in the medical field of mental illness and have limited experiences with individuals who suffer from such maladies. However, I approach this issue from an economic perspective. There's no question, we've heard it time and time again, we need more resources. I'm not going to repeat that. That's been obvious. The proposed facility would still leave Collier County short of what, as you heard, mental health professionals deem adequate for a community our size. More importantly, if someone doesn't go to this facility, they're likely to either go to a hospital someplace far away or another facility far away, or more likely the jail. Not attractive options. From an economic perspective, the cost of directly treating someone with mental illness is far less than the cost of keeping someone in jail or shipping them to a hospital. In fact, a recent study has demonstrated that it costs twice as much to provide mental health care at a hospital than it does at a mental health facility. If this, on a national level, they could save $4 billion if they were treated at a mental health facility. And that's if you don't even factor in some of the indirect benefits of treatment where people become productive members of society. Studies have also shown that the return on investment in mental health treatment can be 800%. That's $8 for every dollar invested in mental health treatment. Think about it. And that includes things that factor in the reduced rate of recidivism, for minor criminal infractions that result in jail time, the reduction in emergency department visits, and reduced law enforcement efforts, as well as the ability to become productive members of society. The economics of locating the facility on the DLC campus are unmatched. The land is free, the required professionals are readily available, and is easily accessible to most county residents. Furthermore, the cost of running the facility is actually going to be borne by David Lawrence. Building elsewhere would cost the county more money, but also the delay in construction would cost lives, if you've heard before. So I urge you to do the right thing, save us the taxpayer money, and help save lives. Approve the receiving facility. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Eileen Connolly Kiesler, followed by Beth Hatch. Eileen had to leave. Beth Hatch. Beth will be followed by Angela Goodner. All right, Angela Goodner is going to waive her time. Lisa Grunlow will follow Beth Hatch.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your leadership today. I represent NAMI Collier, and as NAMI Collier, as a national recognized organization, we are proud to partner with not only with the county, but with David Lawrence to serve the individuals in our community that is increasing daily. We serve at NAMI children starting at 3 years old, all the way to our seniors. And those numbers, again, are significantly changing and not for the better. I thank the Coalition of Healthy Minds for including our participants at NAMI in the planning process. They were involved in that process, and they, as you heard earlier from Mr. Burgess, that this is the place next to DLC that they deserve and that they are comfortable to be at, not as a suggestion near the local jail. Their input was so significant because they live this life, and they are our family members, our brothers, our sisters, and our neighbors. Before joining NAMI, my career was in early learning and early intervention, and we know that any intervention has a direct impact to make a difference and a tremendous return on the community's investment. I also quickly share today as a community member and the last 2.5 months that I have spent with my 90-year-old mom who passed yesterday.
Oh.
2.5 months, my mom was on the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, 5th floor twice. And on every floor at NCH with those hardworking first essential workers, there was someone, mom, dad, brother, sister, neighbor, who were not criminals. They were patients, and they weren't there to cause any trouble. The common word that you heard yelling from their room was, "Help me, help me." And I am blessed to have these past 2.5 months to be with my mom and to be next to her as an advocate. And those people didn't have any. And we need to change how we see our healthcare system. If we have medical care, we go to the hospital and get it. And if we have mental health services that we need, we should get it. I made the tough decision 5 days ago to transition my mom to a vow. And it was the most peaceful setting my mom could have been in her last minutes of her life. And the people that we serve in this community, I asked them, let's help them so that they can have a voice and get the services that they deserve, just as I chose for my mom. Thank you on behalf of everyone. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Lisa Grunlow. She'll be followed by Sarah Ridgway.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Greenlow, a resident, business owner, and community partner of David Lawrence. I work with drug court participants and a number of other ways I serve there. I support a yes vote today for all the reasons that you've heard. We don't want mental health to go down the same road of delays that we've experienced with affordable housing, as an example. We need this now. However, having said that, in the spirit of love, on this Valentine's Day, I want to offer support for residents. And I mean this sincerely. I've been the lead citizen advocate on 2 development projects as board president of my church when Neal Communities was building a new neighborhood next to our beautiful campus, and in Miami more than 20 years ago when Publix was building a whole shopping center right behind my house. These were community assets that were missing and were desperately needed in both of these areas. So me, along with my congregation and board and neighbors, decided not to oppose these projects, but rather become tenacious advocates for ourselves. We worked closely and productively with developers and their attorneys to make sure that our interests were addressed every step of the way in the process, and they truly were in those instances. So, development is hard. It's complex. These are not easy things to do. But my hope is, in this case, that we can experience something like I have experienced with my citizen advocacy in these types of situations, where you can give the green light today to this facility at this location and continue to hold developers to a high standard for listening to residents and proactively and responsibly addressing concerns. And from everything that I have seen and heard, I know David Lawrence. I know David Lawrence and all of their partners are going to do this. They're going to do the right thing. So I, again, ask for your support and thank you.
Your next speaker is Sarah Ridgway. She'll be followed by Melody Streety.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm speaking as an individual. I have been hospitalized twice for depression and being suicidal, and I have lost a son to suicide. I have also watched my brother nearly drink himself to death. So this is an important topic for me. You're hearing plenty about the overwhelming need for access to mental health care in the county. It's all been made worse by the growing population, the pandemic, the hurricane, and the closure of NCH's inpatient unit. I want to briefly address the neighbors' complaints about the expansion. For starters, they have lived next to the existing DLC facility for years without news of serious crime problems. Secondly, the property for the expansion was settled on by the commission a number of years ago, unanimously, after a great deal of study. This was in the news. If there were objections, why are they only coming to light now? To reverse direction now will cost an inordinate amount in time and expense, and the need to find a new property which will be magically free of upset neighbors. Finally, I do not myself know a single family that is free of any mental health or substance abuse problems, my own included. It can happen to anyone of any age or income level. We are not all scary men with criminal records. I can guarantee you that there are people in the neighborhoods around DLC who have been or will be in need of mental health care. They can be neighbors to any one of us here, no matter where we live. We may not be aware because it can be a secret that is very well hidden. Sometimes it festers behind closed doors until something precipitates a crisis. If the neighbors think of DLC clients as those people, they are not us. They are mistaken. They are all of us. It makes zero sense to try to banish people in crisis to some remote area, I guess somewhere where it's okay to send undesirables. It will drastically delay the next step in DLC's mission. It makes all the sense to have all facets of care adjacent to one another so that clients only have to learn one location, one transportation need, and there is integration of care. DLC can instruct discharged clients to respect neighborhoods' property as they should, but I think there is more risk to any of us anywhere from people who have been unable to access care and are experiencing a crisis that might lead to violence because they are untreated. I urge you to please approve without hesitation the existing plan for the expansion. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Melody Streety. She'll be followed by Janet Hoffman.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's great to be with you, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you for receiving my letter about a week ago on this topic, and I want to express my full respect to you, Scott, your leadership, to Jessica, a lot of members of your team, to this community in this room. And the reason that I came today is out of love and out of the condition of the heart and the soul in our community on this subject. I am a patient advocate. I'm a mental health advocate. I'm a pro-life advocate. I'm basically a people advocate. Whatever you have going on with you, I tend to walk with you through it. And I have been through 2 different cases at the end of the spectrum in terms of a young 14-year-old boy speaking out to me during a retreat weekend that he had been a summer camp counselor counseling a 10-year-old boy who had suicide ideation. The 14-year-old boy actually had his own suicide ideation that he had not given full expression to until he told me why he was ideating. He had been exposed to gang violence in the streets of New York since the age of 5 with the 2 gangs. I'm trying to think of their names right now. The Bloods and Crips. Thank you, Chris. And that 14-year-old was put in a position of basically mentoring to and disrupting suicide ideation in the 10-year-old during a camp experience where they were amongst safe adults and safe peers. So that is a model that I would love to encourage our community to think about in the continuum of care as we move from inpatient to outpatient and creating safe community, safe one anothering in the context of caring for each other like our neighbors. The other case was a 31-year-old, fully educated PhD from a family of very high means. They could pay for anything at any time. She was Baker Acted twice. I was with her on one of her Baker Act experiences, and I was her person walking her through NCHER intake and all the way through Park Royal and back home. She has been trained in a ministry certification to be a source of restoration to her peers. And so I want to say to you that there are alternatives that are in the space of the faith community and their interdisciplinary community to be a part of this continuum of care in this type of facility to you. And let me just say that faith and community leaders are typically the first point of contact to a family member who is seeking assistance in the mental health space before they come and check them in or turn them in. And we walk with them. We want wellness for all of them. And I just simply wanted to raise the volume again on the condition of our soul and our heart in the community, and to really not leave our faith leaders, our religious leaders out of these conversations and out of these planning coalitions that you develop for projects like this. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Janet Hoffman. She'll be followed by Jessica Seifer.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, for your leadership. My name is Janet Hoffman. I have been a resident of Collier County for 43 years. I have a family member who was Baker acted 17 years ago, and the David Lawrence Center helped to save his life. Our whole community benefits when mental health care is provided to those who need it. Our community is safer, and as the economist explained, there is less cost. So I won't go into all of that. And as has been said, there has been a dramatic increase in the need for mental health services. Even 17 years ago, the David Lawrence Center waiting room was packed. The crisis unit only has 30 beds, with 40 or more people coming daily. A majority of your constituents voted in 2018 for a surtax that would help pay in part for this new central receiving facility. Mental health and addiction affect our whole community, our housing, schools, businesses, and transportation. This facility is a part of a strategic plan that was developed to improve lives and to improve the quality of life in Collier County. Certainly, a larger facility will provide better care and greater security. So please save lives. Please vote yes for the safety and well-being of our county. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jessica Seifer. She'll be followed by Dr. Courtney Witt.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Seifer. I'm the Marketing and Communications Manager at David Lawrence Center, and I am going to be reading this letter on behalf of Randall L. Holdman, who's the Senior Pastor at Parkway Life Church. I serve as the Senior Pastor of the Parkway Life Church, located at 5975 Golden Gate Parkway, next to the David Lawrence Center. For the past 15 years as the lead pastor, I've had the honor to continue a great relationship with the entire leadership and staff of DLC. Both entities share in the same mission and vision, which is to serve the needs of our growing community. Within these many years of being neighbors, our efforts to help build a stronger community through our services have brought us together sitting at the same table to discuss and consider how we can contribute to the health of our residents. On many occasions, we have partnered and combined our resources to accomplish those tasks. The task at times has been challenging, primarily due to the increased needs of mental, emotional, and spiritual health. Yet our mission to be a positive service to our community remains the #1 driving force of what we both do. I want to reemphasize that again, the mission to be a positive service to our community. I know beyond any doubt that is the mission of the center and those who oversee and lead the work of DLC. I completely understand the concerns regarding the safety and impact that this has in discussion for the past several months regarding the future expansion. I'm also fully confident that as the DLC staff have listened to these concerns, they have been diligent in making sure that those concerns are heard, addressed, and understood, even to the extent of modifying the design of this project to ensure both the safety and the surrounding community as well as the needs of the clients and families who rely on their services. As I mentioned in a previous letter to the county regarding this project that is before our official leaders and community, these services are imperative for our community. In fact, our community is very fortunate to have a place of treatment and support that has provided proven success over the many decades of the DLC existence. Its continued growth not only speaks to the needs that continue to increase, but also to the success of what DLC continues to accomplish through their ever-growing and expanding services. One of the greatest decisions, in my opinion, the residents of Collier County made was when they spoke through the ballot in 2018 to provide expanded mental health services for our community. These services and the center have been recognized as one of the top mental health providers in the nation. Collier County continues to lead the way in addressing the growing need for such support. I can assure you, as an established pastor, I know I speak on behalf of my personal colleagues. We need these services, and this decision the residents anticipate will have a significant impact on making our community and families safer, more productive, and healthier. We are establishing a very valuable asset that will be passed on to our youth and upcoming generations that will be eternally appreciated. My confidence and hope rests in knowing that working together as a community with its neighboring residents and the leadership of DLC will lead to the best decision for all. It is my hope that we will continue to see our community thrive through the present and future plans of David Lawrence Center. Sincerely and laboring together, Randall L. Holdman. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Dr. Courtney Witt. She'll be followed by Amber Crooks.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Courtney Witt. I'm a psychologist in the community, and I'm the Director of Behavioral Health at Healthcare Network. So I'm here today to echo all of the points that have been made so far, and just echo the ask to make this a reality for our community now at this time without further delay. The truth was we needed it yesterdays ago, and this is the next best option to do it now. Just to pinpoint a few, I think, just important points that have been made is just really highlighting the system impact. At every level of the behavioral and medical continuum of care, we're impacted by the significant demands and the capacity concerns within the current receiving facility. And that's within the healthcare sector and beyond, including DCF, the jails, the school system, which has not been mentioned today, all managing a significant amount of risk, which we will do to save one life. It also creates restricted access to others who just have emerging concerns because they're not able to get in or even to get that evaluation that could save their life. The other is, I think, just to highlight the humanity piece. This is not, if you build it, they will come. Mental illness and addiction are alive and well in our community, and it's really about treating the individuals that are there with humanity, making sure that they have a bed, a room, and that they're able to receive the timely access to the life-saving services and compassionate treatment that they provide at DLC, and having their families around. At the same time, there are the unintended consequences of backing up the emergency rooms, making it harder to get other medical care because we're juggling risk and kind of bursting at the seams within our current receiving facility. And just to highlight one further point, again, this is not a them problem, this is not a subpopulation, this is a collective us problem. Anyone here, myself, you, a partner, a friend, a family member, a granddaughter, a son, a neighbor, anyone is not immune and can be impacted by mental health concerns. No patient that I've seen has ever planned on things getting to the place where they needed to go to David Lawrence Center. But that's the nature of mental illness and addiction. And so having a safe, reliable place in our community that has the capacity to serve them as they continue to do is essential. So thank you.
Your next speaker is Amber Crooks. She'll be followed by Julie Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Crooks, and today I'm here as a citizen. Much of what I have prepared has already been spoken about, so I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to share that for me, I want to see my community healthy and thriving, and that means having mental health facilities that everyone agrees are needed in our town, available and accessible. So the current site that's proposed, that's where patients will get the best treatment and more people will be able to be treated. So in my opinion, there is no better location than adjacent to the existing campus, and there's no better time to move forward than now with these life-saving facilities. Please vote to approve. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Julie Gutierrez. She'll be followed by Teresa Pagan.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not used to doing this, but I love my boys more than my fear of public speaking. I used to be a teacher. I can speak in front of a room of kids, but adults, I think I'm going to cry. I'm not opposed to a new behavioral facility at all, but I don't agree with the location. I live across from the David Lawrence Center. I have 3 boys, 2 are back there. I had a friend a while ago in law enforcement. He's retired now, but he would call me and let me know when I should bring the kids inside. This happened numerous times. Helicopters would circle our home frequently. Imagine how the kids would feel when we would have to rush inside and see helicopters circling around. 2 people were arrested on our property in the last year. 2 this last year. I wonder a couple of things. What percentage of the patients want to be there? How many people have broken out of the facility? Not that everyone there is a criminal. I'm amazed by all the things that they've done, but I know that everyone doesn't want to be there. There are 3 schools within 1 block of the facility, 4 within 2 blocks. Able Academy, Kitty Corral, Highlands Cottage School, Bridge Prep. I also wonder how the traffic won't be impacted if it's already at gridlock several times a day. It just doesn't make sense to me. They said it's not going to be impacted. How could it not be impacted? The image they showed of Golden Gate Parkway had 2 cars on it. Has anyone ever been on Golden Gate Parkway? When have you seen 2 cars? I can't imagine how many more stories I would have if you vote to build this facility on Golden Gate Parkway. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Teresa Pagan. She'll be followed by Penelope Hayes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for your service to our community. My name is Teresa Pagan. My husband and I live at 5980 Painted Leaf Lane. Our home is directly behind Life Church, which is adjacent to Lot 66. We both voted for the extra tax to pay for this facility to be built, and we understand the need in our community. We have family members who are dealing with mental health issues, and it is devastating for our family. We and our neighbors do not dispute the need for a new facility. However, we do strongly object to the location. My husband and I are 62 years old. He is a disabled cancer survivor. At our age, we will not be able to recover from the significant financial impact building the new facility on the proposed lot will have on our property value. Our homes are our greatest investment, and you will be taking that away from us, from all of us in our neighborhood. At one of the neighborhood information meetings, David Lawrence Center representatives admitted that they treat sex offenders. We should be able to feel safe and secure in our homes. We have children and grandchildren. Do you really think it is a good idea to expose us to more sexual predators? At the neighborhood information meetings, we were repeatedly told to just call the police if we have a problem. But at that point, it is already too late. Something bad is already happening. Building the new facility on the proposed lot will intensify our exposure to safety issues. The noise disturbances are another problem. The dumpsters at the current David Lawrence Center being emptied at 5:30 on Saturday mornings, and the ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars with their sirens blaring and horns blasting as they're turning onto Bathy Lane are noise disturbances we have to deal with every day. Now, they drive along a rock road which has been created almost at our property line before turning towards the David Lawrence Center. We can see and hear those vehicles in our home. Even though we have impact windows and doors, we can still hear them and, of course, see them. My husband and I implore you to consider the overall intensification of negative impacts building this facility on the proposed lot will have on us and our neighbors. It is not right to sacrifice one person for the benefit of another. In this case, you will be sacrificing an entire neighborhood for the benefit and convenience of the David Lawrence Center. We and our neighbors will have to live with the consequences of your actions. Not you, not Michael Dalby, not Andy Solis, not anyone at the David Lawrence Center, and none of these wonderful people dressed in green. We will. It takes a big person to admit that they made a mistake. Are you big enough to admit that this is not the best location for the new facility? You have several other options in the county to choose from. I hope you do not, but if you do decide to approve this project, please, at a minimum, require that a 10-foot wall be constructed along the eastern and northern property lines, with the northern line extending all the way to the existing David Lawrence Center. This was option 1 presented by Peninsula Engineering at the Planning Commission meeting on November 17, 2022. That will hopefully provide us with some measure of security. I have copies of option 1 for you for your reference. Remember, you should always treat others the way you would like to be treated. Would you like someone to do this to you? Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is now going to be Elizabeth Block. She'll be followed by Kate Balzer. Elizabeth has been seated additional time from 5 other people. I'm going to need these folks to indicate they're present as I read your name. Heather Block. Paul Schenk. Paul Schenk. Okay, Wayne Whidden. All right, I don't see Wayne. Eduardo Moreno. I was told all this. Okay, I'm being told that there's no one upstairs that registered to speak. I will try to re-verify that, but that's what I've been told. Frank and Barbara, is it Burke? I'm Barker? Okay, so I have two people that are present from this list. I know I'm being monitored on the 5th floor right now. I'm sure someone will be down before these 9 minutes are up to let me know if that needs to be adjusted in another direction. But at this point, it would be for 9 minutes. And because that's all the time we have seated present. And then Elizabeth, you know where your folders are right here. Do you know which one you want? I didn't know which one you want to go to first. All right, you have 9 minutes. If these other speakers come in, we will adjust that and add that time on as well.
Can I open both folders at the same time so I can switch between them?
Sure, absolutely. I have one sheet for Frank and Barbara. Are you both here? Okay, we will adjust that to 12 then. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Block. I live across the street, directly across from the 5-acre parcel we're discussing. I want to say, to start off with, not one of us in my neighborhood is against mental health or well-being for the community. We're in alignment with most of what the...
Ma'am, just to remind you, you're addressing us, not the crowd. Okay.
Got it. My neighbors asked me to show you this picture. How do I make this bigger, Troy? Thank you. There are 10 additional properties I didn't have time to put on the map. In 2007, all of these people surrounding David Lawrence Center, including me, did not know that you were creating a sub-district. We were not noticed. I lived there since 1998. Many of my neighbors have been 15 to 30 years on their properties. We were not properly noticed. And at the Planning Commission meeting, the planning commissioners asked staff and David Lawrence Center's representative, Mr. Jovanovich, to present documented proof of who was noticed, and that's not been done. So I would ask you to please take that into consideration. In 2021, when you voted unanimously as a group of BCC to approve this, we were not noticed at that as well. This is the first time since May of this year when we received a neighborhood information meeting notice. First time we were aware that any of this was happening. I'm going to tell you a couple of stories so that you understand the impact that this is having already on us that live near this facility. Because none of the people that represented the other side of this live there. I was 18. Sorry, I'm having issues with going between. I was 18. I went to California to go to college. I was teaching windsurfing a week before school started, and a man came toward me with a knife. There happened to be a Los Angeles sheriff's officer that pulled up behind me. As I walked around him, he got off his motorcycle to save me. He shot the man in the chest here. The man dived on him and killed him with his knife. And for those of you in the Planning Commission meetings that like to discredit us, this is that story from the newspaper in Los Angeles. And here's another piece of it. 5 years ago, 2 of the higher up in the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office interviewed me in Los Angeles about this incident where Officer Edgington was killed. Why did they do that? Because this incident has been used for more than 40 years to train every officer in Los Angeles. I didn't know that. I said, listen, I'm a deputy in Collier County. as a volunteer, an unpaid deputy with the sheriff's office here. Can I show this training video that all of your officers are trained with to Collier County? And they gave me this. I can't show it to you because I was only given permission to share it with deputies being trained by the Collier County Sheriff's Office. But this is real. This was a mental patient that was off of his meds. Are some of these patients dangerous? Yes, some of them are. I've saved 11 lives before I joined the sheriff's office, personally. 2 of them were my mother. I twice intervened in her attempt at suicide, one when I was 6, one when I was 9 years old. I understand mental health differently from people who see it in the community. I've lived through it, and I've advocated and saved lives because of my experiences and the traumas that I've been through. I also raised 5 foster children here in Collier County, all of them receiving services at David Lawrence Center. I intimately know their crisis unit. I know their medication services, I know their doctor's appointment services, and all of that. Here's the next thing I want to show you. When something happens in Collier County, there aren't records kept by the officers. They don't file a record unless this issue is going to go to court or unless they see the person themselves that's come to my house. Here's something, this is my house. These are the calls I've made to the sheriff's office. See where it says suspicious person in yellow, suspicious incident, and trespassing? That's all that's on record with the sheriff's office. So here's what happened. A gentleman, 3 people from David Lawrence Center right out of the crisis unit, after they got released on a Baker's Act, have come to my house. I'm half a mile from the current David Lawrence Center and across Golden Gate Parkway. They've come directly to my house. This guy right here came to my front door, knocked on the front door, told him, couldn't help him, and he left. I left to go to an appointment. When I came back a couple hours later, it was dusk. A pizza box, he'd taken a pizza box. He'd come back to the property, took a pizza box out of my recycling bin, wrote an enormous dissertation on it, and put it at my front door. Scared the hell out of me, because this guy was 300 pounds, 6'2", a lot bigger than I was. So where is he now? Is he still on my property? I don't know, so I called the sheriff's office. A deputy came out. It took us 2 hours to thoroughly search my property because of the outbuildings, the vegetation, the barn. They had the helicopter because by then it was dark. I had to feed my horse. Am I going out to the barn alone with this kind of thing happening on my property? There's no record of any of this with the sheriff's office because the guy wasn't seen by the deputy. It's not required to be reported. They can't report everything that they see. So the deputy told me, this guy's coming back to your property because of what he wrote. He said, he's coming back. When he comes back, get a trespass warning issued. That way, if he comes back again, he'll get automatically arrested. And I thought, good plan. Then I come to find out he was Baker Acted 2 hours before he was at my front door. As an unstable man, I highlighted it in yellow, unstable man, unable to determine for himself whether examination is necessary, substantial likelihood that without care or treatment he would seriously cause bodily harm to himself. 2 hours later, this is the guy that was at my front door. And then he came back and left the pizza box. So this is a few days later. Guess what? He's back at my house. I called the sheriff's office. Deputy wrote a trespass warning for him. Here's a copy of it. Guess what? The deputy never filed it. The Collier County Sheriff's Office does not know that they should arrest this guy if he comes back on my property again. This is what I want you to understand about the way the system works. So when you tell us call the sheriff's office, this is what happens. It's not fast enough. The population that's being treated at David Lawrence Center, I understand the needs of that community that needs mental health support. But this is the wrong location for that. Next one I'm going to show you is my foster son. I had him at 12. At 27, he was dropped off at my house. I'm going to make this quick. I'm going to just run through a lot of it without giving you all of the details. Finally got him Baker Acted. He was hearing voices in his head, lost his sense of reality, substantial likelihood that he would hurt himself or someone else. That was me. He was sitting within 2 feet of me in my office at my house telling me that he could not handle fighting the voices that were telling him to hurt his family. And he'd been telling me for 4 days I was the only family he had anymore. Sorry, I'm trying to work with all this. Does any of what I'm saying to you give you a reason to buy a property where I live, near this potential facility you want to build? Next thing I want to talk about is the Sally Port. Here's the Sally Port. This is what they didn't call it that today in their presentation. Basically, David Lawrence Center wants to build a garage type of a thing for the deputies to drive into to drop off someone at David Lawrence Center who's been Baker acted. Who needs a Sally Port? A jail. You put a Sally Port there to protect deputies, not the public. It's to get the person from their car into the treating facility. If you'll allow me the time, Katie Huff, the vice president of the Golden Gate Civic Association, at 9 o'clock last night, after I'd already written my presentation, asked me to read this to you. Will you allow me to read this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elizabeth, there's a clock in front of you that tells you how much time you have right there on the three.
I don't know what to do.
And the clock is stopped because you were asking questions of them. So I'll start it again when you begin again.
I'm not professional at this.
Ma'am,
I'm just
go
doing
ahead.
the best
We're
I
not going
can.
to we're not going to throw you out. So just read what you want to read. We're listening.
Thank you.
You got time? Okay.
Thank you for taking off the pressure. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
absolutely. Don't worry about it. We'll keep you posted on time.
Here is what she said, the vice president of the Golden Gate Civic Association, with authorization from the Civic Association. The Golden Gate Civic Association is concerned for the safety of all of our residents, and most importantly, those impacted by the David Lawrence Center expansion, several of whom have stated on record that they have had David Lawrence Center patients trespassing on their properties. Shortly before Hurricane Ian, Golden Gate Substation erected a 10-foot chain link fence topped with 4 strands of barbed wire around the south perimeter of their parking lot that fronts on Golden Gate Parkway. I actually have her pictures here that she wanted me to show you. That's the sheriff's substation with the barbed wire. And I think I can, that's what it looks like. When asked the reason for such extreme fencing, I was told that the agency was concerned for the safety of its personnel. Reasons cited included people walking through the parking lot, looking into vehicles and taking photos of laptops, and an incident during which a man with mental health issues was wielding hatchets inside the parking lot of the sheriff's substation. It seems to me that law enforcement, whose officers are armed and protected by bulletproof vests, found it necessary to erect a 10-foot chain link barbed wire fence to protect their personnel from people walking through their parking lot, that these residents who live on rural parcels have a very legitimate concern for their safety as well. Please consider the safety of these residents when making your decision today. It should be noted that the substation has since removed the barbed wire from the top of the fence. Why does the sheriff's office want this location? Convenience and saving time. It's 6.5 miles from here. What's the difference between the deputies and we residents? Well, let's see. A deputy that has somebody in the back of their car has them in handcuffs, in a seatbelt, behind a wire fence, and they are trained and they are armed to protect themselves. Can you say that of me going out to pick up my recycling bin at the road? When you buy a property near something like government center, airport, hospital, you expect to have sirens, noise, a courthouse, criminals, a sheriff's substation. When you buy a state's residential property, we should be protected by the Golden Gate Master Plan, which prevents this kind of commercial growth. Let's talk about an elephant in the room. Why does DLC want the county receiving facility to be on their 5 acres? It's a dirty deal. They want to give us 5 acres. In exchange, they paid $205,000 for it, by the way. In exchange for that, they get a 30-year lease at $1 a year. That's a monopoly, don't you think? If we ever want to get rid of them because the quality of their care is not up to the standards that we live with, and by the way, who negotiates with a monopoly holder? How do we negotiate to increase the quality of care or the price or anything related to it? If we ever want to get rid of David Lawrence Center and replace them with somebody else, they have an automatic right to buy back that property from us. In other words, let's say in 5 years, we want to replace them with a better provider. We believe they're better. We have no county receiving facility and no mental health facilities because we did the dirty deal and we put our county receiving facility on their land. On paper, it may look like our land, but it's not our land if they have the right to buy it back if we want to get rid of them. It's a quid pro quo. What effect would rezoning this property have on the property between it and the existing David Lawrence Center, the Parkway Church property? What does this zoning do to that? Does it give them automatic commercial rights to develop as well? That has to be considered in considering, because this is only about location. This is only about a zoning issue here. And a lot of people have talked about don't delay. I agree, don't delay. But it's been from 2019, you've had 4 years. In 2 years, you could have built a facility. We could have had it open for 2 years already if you'd put it in a proper location and weren't waiting for David Lawrence Center to do this shady deal over that 5 acres. Some of you talked about stakeholders being invited to all of these Board of County Commissioners meetings and things like that. I'm sorry, am I not a stakeholder? Are all of the properties I showed you on that map, are we not all stakeholders? We didn't know about these meetings. We weren't invited to them. And nobody asked for documented proof that we were noticed, because I'm telling you we weren't.
Ma'am, you're a couple of minutes over, but just start to wrap up.
I am starting to wrap it up. Thank you. This location puts the county in a dependent relationship with a provider who has a lifetime monopoly. It puts the facility in an area where there are no supportive services. So when somebody finishes their treatment, whether it's Baker Act or something else at David Lawrence Center, what do they need? Housing, food, social services, health department, medication, and transportation. You know, it takes my foster son's 3 buses to get to that facility for a medication appointment. And if he misses it, it's 7 days before they can get him in again. It's only 2 days before you start to decompensate and you won't get on your medication any longer. It puts us in physical danger. I've told you about some of the trespass on my property, not all of the trespasses I've had. These are not unfounded fears. These are realities that my neighbors and I have experienced. I'm wrapping it up. Please ask for documentation that the proper notices were issued from staff and from David Lawrence Center's attorney. Please, instead of giving David Lawrence Center commercial zoning and carte blanche, put the receiving facility that we need to own on property that we own and control, so there's no future risk of losing mental health facilities.
That's your time, ma'am.
Your next speaker is Kate Balzer. She has been seated 3 additional minutes from Nate Balzer. And I see his hand up back there. And he will be followed by Jason Cooper.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you so much, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to be here today to speak on behalf of our neighbors and myself. I also want to thank you very much for your service to our country. It means a lot. My name's Kate. I am at 5895 Golden Gate Parkway. Our property, as well as my husband, together are on the exact property line of where the new David Lawrence Center is proposed to be built. I did see the renderings today, and I do live there, and I can tell you that those look a little different than how close that is to our property. As you're turning off of the parkway into our driveway, our property line is literally at where that 5-acre forest is. At the previous commission meetings, the commissioners had spoken to us, and I am a realtor. I've been a realtor for almost 20 years, and I did do my homework in regards to purchasing the property. I did see at one time that there was a for sale sign next to our home that had 5 acres. I called the previous real estate agent and had asked, what happened with this property? Why was it withdrawn? Maybe we would consider purchasing it. At that time, the gentleman had explained that there was a lawsuit pending with the current foundation. There was no plans of anything else going on with that. I also went to the county appraiser's office and had asked if anything was changed with any type of zoning, what was going on there. There were some rumors after speaking with that gentleman that had the property listed that David Lawrence was considering doing something. So at that time, I went over to the David Lawrence Center personally myself and had asked if there were any plans for this project to be built, and I was told no, not at this time. So my husband and I proceeded with purchasing the property in 2021, and that would have been June of 2021. We spent almost $1 million on our home, which is a lot of money for us. I'm 41 years old. I've worked really hard. I've had my own set of health issues where all I wanted to do was spend and live my time in Florida. My husband and I have 2 children, ages 14 and 16, who we love dearly. And this location's perfect for us. My son goes to Naples High. My daughter's at Gulfview Middle School. We move in. Everything's great until the incident starts happening. And I also want to preface, we are very, very positive, and we are for the David Lawrence Center and what they offer and the services to the community. But what people don't realize, and the people in green here that are here today, are not our neighbors, because if they were, they would have been invited to my home at our meetings, and I haven't seen any of them. So until you live in my house where I live, or our neighbors in red today live, you really don't know. So we move into the property, and then the instances start occurring. Outside of my front door, I have a gentleman trying to walk in as we're trying to have dinner. Thank God my husband was going out into our garage. There's a gentleman approaching our house that thinks that he's going to the David Lawrence Center, that is in need of serious mental health. That is very scary, if you can just picture yourselves like that. I have gates in front of my house, and this is 70 yards away, and I have gates. Very scary. I immediately, after that, went right over to the David Lawrence Center, which leads me to my next point, that when we were at these meetings and informational meetings, I stood there with Scott Burgess in front of us, pleading that all of our concerns are being fallen on deaf ears. Nobody is listening to us neighbors. This is a problem. Not everyone that needs mental health is necessarily a criminal. Of course not. But there are people that are. They invade our privacy. They invade onto our properties. Our other part of the presentation will explain a little bit more about that. So my whole point to that is we have expressed our concerns to them. They've said to us, okay, we want to hear you out at the meeting. We come to the commission meeting, and he stands up here and says, I've never heard of any neighborhood complaints. This facility's been here for years. We've never heard of any of you neighbors with concerns. We are there. We're begging, we're pleading to you that we have people coming onto our properties. In addition, a week ago, my husband's taking our daughter out to the bus, and we have to worry about things like there's drugs outside. We had to call the police. We had a gentleman fully in need of mental health with a bloodied shirt peering over onto our property. Do you know how scary that is? It's terrifying. My husband can't be home with me all the time. My son can't be there all the time. It's a really very scary experience. And to see that there are articles that have been printed that say that us neighbors have unfounded concerns is completely insulting. I have no reason to make any of these concerns up whatsoever. I also think it's really important. People are saying, okay, they're just worried about their property values. Well, of course we're worried about our property values. This is our number one investment. Whenever I go to people's homes, the first thing they say, they don't want to hear anything about marketing. How much am I going to make on my house? So how am I going to sell my house? I've asked other commissioners, I've asked people at DLC, are you going to buy my house? And every single person says no. So we're just stuck. We're having a property being built that has a 10-foot wall. That is making us feel as though we're in a prison. What about our mental health? What about my mental health? What about my daughter's, my son, my husband's? all of us neighbors that are terrified. You're talking about people that are in crisis that are going to be at these facilities. There's sex offenders at these facilities. What if someone creates this big whole fantasy and comes onto my property? If you vote yes, that is something that I feel as commissioners, that's a responsibility. We need an advocate for us as neighbors and as good people in the community that do respect mental health care. Final thing, I just ask that we're in red today, they're in green. Maybe we need to be on yellow. There are other locations for this facility. And as military members, you know, they say never leave a man behind. I feel like we're being left behind. Why is our mental health as neighbors being pushed aside because, oh, we have to hurry up and put this project? Of course, a project is needed. A facility for David Lawrence needs to be expanded that's bigger, but it doesn't need to be on my driveway or on my neighbors' backyards. We are very nervous. This is a very serious issue, and we just want to make sure that we're being heard. The information that was stated before about we were notified is incorrect. It is false, and I have seen Mr. Burgess stand up and lie right in front of us after we had recorded concerns. So I just appreciate if you please have an open mind and hear us out.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jason Cooper. He's what? Oh, I guess we've already had a Jason Cooper. I had duplicate slips. I thought I caught them all. Pedro Rodriguez. Rodriguez. Kathy McQuarrie. Are you Pedro? Okay. Pedro will be followed by Kathy McQuarrie. Yeah.
Okay, so I will be brief. I too am on the north end of the new expansion, and just want to attest to business owner, family, got my wife and 5 kids, and we moved in the property approximately 10 years ago, and I've been witness of some patients coming through, and in the preserve that you guys have built, it's almost a refuge for hiding, doing drugs, and also there's been cases of people trying to set fire. I am all for what David Lawrence believes in. As a brother-in-law who's took his own life, and a niece that has been in the David Lawrence Center, I can totally attest, and I'm grateful for what you do. However, the security measures and the things that are in place are just not enough. The current facility is a little over a half a mile from us. This new facility will be right in my backyard. Again, as a new and proud grandfather, I'm thinking down the road of what could occur when you build something that's bigger. Again, I know the need is there, and it has to be done. As far as current location, maybe we need to kind of delay it or move it. But again, something that worked and something that's been working is great, but something that happened and founded 50 years ago needs to maybe be changing with more residentials and more people going in these communities. So that's my my testimony, and I appreciate it.
Your next speaker is Kathy McQuarrie.
Troy, how many do you have left in the stack there?
We've got quite a few left, around 25 maybe. Although the number is fluctuating here as we find out duplicates and lose people as well. Kathy McQuarrie, I'll put her aside. Marilyn Varcor. She had to leave. Diane Preston Moore.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Diane Preston Moore, and I'm the president of the League of Women Voters in Collier County. The League of Women Voters supports access to quality mental health and substance abuse services, and we support the central receiving facility location. It's no secret that Collier County has a crisis in mental health and substance abuse, and that crisis has grown dramatically over the past decade. In fact, since 2007, the number of Baker Acts in Collier County has quadrupled, and there's an urgent need for a new facility. Your yes vote would carry out the will of your constituents. The citizens of Collier County showed their support when they voted to tax themselves a 1-cent tax to pay for a mental health center. Your yes vote is fiscally responsible. The taxpayers and the county do not have to pay to purchase this land because David Lawrence Center is donating it. That means that the 1-cent sales tax that has been collected can be used to fund more beds, not to buy property. Your yes vote will carry out the county's long-term vision. The county has long recognized the need for expanded mental health services. In 2007 and again in 2021, the county commissioners unanimously approved this location for the DLC to expand. Your yes vote will address some of the neighboring homeowners' concerns. The David Lawrence Center has been serving this community at its nearby location for about 50 years. We understand that neighboring homeowners expressed concerns about trespassers purportedly from the center on their property. Saying no to this facility will not resolve that issue. Even if the facility is not built on this site, the David Lawrence Center will still operate its Golden Gate Parkway location. Saying yes to the intake center on this site would actually do more to resolve the neighbors' trespass concerns because of improved security. The League cares about mental health, and we believe that each of you care about improving Collier County citizens' access to mental health treatment and substance abuse treatment. Delaying the construction of a mental health facility will cost the taxpayers money and will endanger the lives of our most vulnerable citizens. This facility is needed now, and the League asks you to vote yes to approve the facility. Your yes vote will save lives. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I might make a suggestion, we have 2 more individual speakers, and then the speaker after that's been seated 16 additional speakers for 51 minutes. So maybe these 2 and then the court reporter break.
That's exactly what we're going to do.
Your next speaker is Jim Workin, followed by Michael Ramsey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jim Warnken. I'm the Acting Chief Financial Officer at the David Lawrence Center. I want to set the record straight with something that was said by Ms. Balzer. I, at the time, was serving full-time with the David Lawrence Center as the Chief Planning Officer when I received a phone call from Kate Balzer on May 18th, 2021, and she had indicated that she had been over at the center earlier that day and that she had some questions for me and if I could please call her back. I called her back and she wanted to know about what was going on with the property next door to hers. I explained to her, and at the time as the Chief Planning Officer, I was intimately involved with Scott Burgess, other members of the DLC team, and the county. And we were planning the future central receiving facility that had been decided back in February was going to be located on our property. I explained that to Ms. Balzer, that this was going to be a county-constructed building, but that we were planning to operate that facility. And she had many questions about the fact that she loved the house, she wanted to buy the house, what should she do? And I said, well, I can tell you this. I would be willing to bet my life that the county will do the right thing, have the appropriate setbacks, landscaping, everything else. And in my view, I've been with the David Lawrence Center for 6 years, and we've been good neighbors ever since I've been affiliated with the organization. So made it very clear to her what the plans were for that 5-acre site. So I just wanted to set the record straight as to what I responded to Ms. Balzer when she called me. Thank you very much.
Your final speaker before the break is Michael R. Ramsey.
My name is Michael Ramsey. I am the president of the Golden Gate Estates Area Civic Association. Commissioners, if you ran for this office to help the future of Collier County and not for personal economics, this is the issue. If you ran for this office to protect the quality of life of the residents now and in the future, this is one of those issues. 4 main points. Number one, taxpayers paid for 2 studies done by consultants to find the best location for this property. The current location was not selected in either study. More research needs to be done on that. Number two, it's been made clear in testimony of the Planning Commission. There is an ongoing issue with patient behavior post-release. This is ongoing and current and hasn't been addressed. Number two, it has been made clear that the information, when this has been reported to the Sheriff's Department, when it's reported back, it's not clear as to what was the issue or what was the case with the behavior of the patient post-release. Number three, your decision today should be made based on accurate information collected from reliable sources. Number four, the petitioner has not provided reliable, accurate information about patient post-behavior in the residential community. This needs to be researched further before you make your decision. These points indicate there is a need for a long-term planning solution. The current solution today appears to be half-baked. More research needs to be done in patient post-release activities, a better location, 24/7 support for services both for the residents and the patients post-release. We recommend to not approve this today and study it more for the long-term solution, especially for another location. On another issue for this board, I would like to put on the record today I object to former Commissioner Solis lobbying this board. It is in direct violation of the recent constitutional amendment, Article 2, Section 8F, passed 12/31/22, which says that a county commissioner cannot lobby before his former board for 6 years. I am done.
Okay, we're going to take a break and then return promptly at 3 p.m.
13 minutes. Yeah, Bert was getting ready to run. I remember.
If everybody could take their seats and we'll get started, please take your seats.
Oh, it's just
Thank
you
you.
and I. We could go.
Yep. So I have a motion.
Oh, here they come.
What? I don't know, but.
Thank you. If you take your seats, please. Before we move on to the next speaker, I've asked the county attorney, one of the previous speakers had mentioned something about a law, ordinance, or whatever the official term is, about previous commissioner speaking at the podium. That concerns me greatly, and so I want to separate rumor from fact. Ms. Kladskow, I asked you to research that, and if you would correct the record for us.
Yeah, I knew Commissioner Solis was coming, and we had chatted earlier before that. He's not being compensated for this. He's here as a private individual and giving his opinion, which everybody else who signed up to speak is in the same boat. No difference.
So there's no 6-year, moratorium on speaking as a citizen after you're done serving?
There's no 6-day
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move with the next speaker.
All right, Mr. Chairman, your next speaker is Penelope Hayes. She's been seated time from 16 additional speakers. I'm going to list them off here and try to keep track of this as we go along. Bert Hayes is here. Yossi Cardiso? Yussi? Okay, I'm going to put her as not here. Sally Anderson.
Sally is.
I see Sally back there. John Anderson. He is right here. Alexander Pagan. He is here. Susan Salzman. Here. Kenneth Corner is here. Yeah, thank you. Catherine Schenk. Okay. She is not here. Nancy Kerner. Victor Moreno, or Victoria Moreno, excuse me. Okay, she is not present. William Fawcett. Thank you. Christina Fawcett. Thank you. Sean Balzer. All right.
He's here. Oh, he have to leave?
Marie Peter. She is here. Wallace Peter. He is here. Desiree Hope. She is here. So from my original, we're going to take 4 of those away, so that will be a total of 13 minutes, or
And Debbie. And Lauren.
I have called all of the slips that I was given, sir. If they've either already been attributed to someone else,
No, they haven't.
So wait 1 second. So those of you that are raising your hand, you filled out a slip to speak, but you're not going to speak. You're going to give her your time. So raise your hand, and stand up if you will, say your name, and if he doesn't have your slip here, then your slip evaporated somewhere. So we have to have your slip if you filled it out. Sir, what is your name?
Okay, we believe.
It's okay.
There's 2 more.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I don't have those slips, but obviously these people are here. That takes us back up to 16 speakers for a total of 48 minutes.
And that includes mine, Troy?
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody? Let's try to figure out how slips disappear, but the fact that you're here is what we care about. We're not trying to split hairs. We want to hear from everybody. Penelope, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I am Penelope Hayes, a citizen whose property abuts the proposed site in Golden Gate Estates. I am representing a group of more than 35 households, not individuals, but households, the Save Golden Gate Estates Committee. By way of a video following our comments, we will show why the estates are especially and uniquely vulnerable to the standard operating procedures of David Lawrence Center or any behavioral health central receiving center, and we have the history to prove it. A 64,000 square foot behavioral health central receiving center located in an estate residential neighborhood is a square peg in a round hole. So how do you make a square peg fit in a round hole? You chip away at it over time and pound it in until it fits. unless it doesn't. To say where were you all prior to July 23rd, which we've heard, only shows how little is known of the insidious steps taken to convey this land and how gross the abuse we have taken over this. We do not accept it. Our large group consists of many business owners, a ship captain, a volunteer police deputy, a fire commissioner, a science teacher, a bank manager, a paralegal, a church administrator, 2 real estate brokers, 2 healthcare workers, mothers, fathers, and grandparents. As for me, I am a #1 best-selling author, expert on the Dr. Phil Show, speaking to suicide and social issues, and the new head of TGR TV, a television network broadcast in 25 countries around the world. We are also a neighborhood whose community culture is to be aware of land and changes that could degrade Golden Gate Estates. We are people who have chosen a particular life. We are not a gated community or a development of sameness. We are not condos or starter homes or a place to live for a season of life. Owning acreage is a responsibility, and it takes commitment, stewardship, and lifeblood. It's an investment, and for each of us estate homeowners, it is a lifestyle of peaceful tranquility that we bought and built and nurtured with our savings and effort. We are people who help their neighbors and look out for each other. This community knows exactly what David Lawrence Center, Inc., said Track 66 Unit 30 would be used for. Since 2007, that has always been, quote, to expand their existing center on existing campus and utilize Track 66 for native vegetation and water retention, end quote. In this presentation, we will show through a timeline the fact that our neighborhood had just 2 months as notice of a new stratagem, born from the $25 million in surtax, just 2 months to organize and collect 172 legal declarations, not signatures, but legal declarations of our history of DLC client trespassing, day and night sirens from their operations, and drug needles left on our properties. Just 2 months to consult an attorney on course of action against the county should you move on what will devalue our properties to the extent of being akin to a taking. Just 2 months to learn of the professional report that recommended several other sites above this one, and to meet with you all and many outside this room. Just 2 months, August and September of 2022. From the first neighborhood information meeting on July 26, 2022, to when this item was brought before the Planning Commission on October 6th. Tuesday, October 6th, was the night we were shown the professional rendering of a 64,000 square foot institution with 102 beds, a tremendous capacity load. It is a plan so absurd. I'm just trying to scroll this up here. The rendering even depicts Kate and Nate Balzer's pool and the view they would have changed from forest to involuntary detention center. A plan in any configuration so wildly unreasonable, illogical, and inappropriate when squeezed in next to estate residential homes. It's got to make you feel just a little bit icky. To say that anything like this plan had been longstanding would be untrue and dismissive. Here are the facts chronologically. 2001. $1 million promise is made to the state. No more special uses or subdistricts on Golden Gate Parkway between Livingston and Santa Barbara. In 2001, when the petition for I-75 interchange at Golden Gate Parkway came before the BCC, there was a promise made to the county, by the county, to the Florida Department of Transportation in exchange for $1 million to keep this corridor green with no more proliferation of special uses, subdistricts, or zoning changes. At that time, the Golden Gate Area Master Plan read no more changes to master plan. To follow up on the county's commitment to the FDOT, an ad hoc committee was established by the BCC, and their work resulted in these goals for our area and corridor. Quote, quiet residential living, family and neighborly atmosphere, safe for children, wildlife, a respite from commercial blight, desire to maintain privacy, maintain the existing character, no further enhancements or intrusions, end quote. Just the next year, David Lawrence Center Foundation buys the residential lot, AKA Track 66. Just a few months, on July 29th, 2002, the 5 acres known as Track 66 is bought by the David Lawrence Foundation for $230,000. However, the GGAMP and ad hoc committee only months prior resolved no more changes to zoning. So what was the plan? March 5th, 2007, despite the GGAP and ad hoc committee, a new subdistrict is created. Real estate zoning attorney Richard Jovanovich was on the case on behalf of David Lawrence Center, Inc. And just like that, the first ever iteration of plans for Track 66 emerged, and with the creation of an institutional subdistrict on March 5th, 2007. A comprehensive staff report was prepared, which examined the petition CP-2005-6 and was submitted to the Collier County Planning Commission on March 5th, 2007, for the transmittal hearing. Spoiler alert, the staff report recommended not to transmit. In 2007, they knew it didn't fit, and here's why. Referencing the Golden Gate Area Master Plan, as it was at that time, the report read, resulting from the state's approval to fund and construct I-75 interchange at Golden Gate Parkway, the Board of County Commissioners approved Resolution 2001-56, establishing an ad hoc advisory committee, later the GGAMP Restudy Committee. The Restudy Committee identified areas that were inappropriate for new commercial and conditional use development. One such area identified by the committee was the Golden Gate Parkway corridor between Livingston Road and Santa Barbara Boulevard. In 2003, the Restudy Committee met with I-75 Golden Gate Parkway ad hoc committee members to discuss desired land uses for the area surrounding the interchange. As a result, the Restudy Committee recommended to the BBC provisions that would prohibit new commercial and conditional use development along Golden Gate Parkway in the estates. It further read, this project is not consistent with the policies in the comprehensive plan that prohibit new conditional use development along Golden Gate Parkway between Livingston and Santa Barbara Boulevard. Additionally, a commitment was made by the county to the Florida Department of Transportation in consideration of the approval and construction of I-75 interchange to keep the Golden Gate Parkway corridor green and not allow the proliferation of commercial and conditional uses, end quote. The criteria for conditional use permit reads, quote, the petition should not be injurious to the neighborhood or adjoining properties or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare, end quote. Still, the BBC approved the subdistrict and therefore amended the GGAMP language to read, no more subdistricts except for the institutional subdistrict. Was this when it was made clear that DLC wanted to expand on Track 66? No. For anyone following plans for Track 66, they would have understood from public record that David Lawrence Center's plans for Track 66 was native vegetation and water retention. Mr. David Schimmel, the president of DLC, said so under oath on March 5th, 2007, when asked specifically about plans for Track 66. He said, quote, to retain water, which we can no longer do on our 8 acres, and, quote, what that 5-acre parcel does for us is give us a tremendous amount of native vegetation, end quote. This is what was public. And there is the screenshot from the actual minutes of that meeting. That testimony informed the subdistrict approval, and that was the only plans made public for Track 66 until July 26, 2022. But why was there no opposition from neighbors when the subdistrict was created? How can this be, given the culture of the neighborhood to look out for each other? We'll come back to that. 2018. $25 million in surtax for the county's group care facility. On November 6, 2018, taxpayers voted for the 1-cent sales tax. Along with it, copyrighted 2019, Collier County set up a website, collieronecenttax.com. The David Lawrence Center is assumed to be the provider to occupy the county's coming soon asset. However, public monies, tax funds, cannot be appropriated or used for the purpose of acquiring or improving private property, like DLC-owned land. So while surtax monies began to be collected, a spurious search for potential sites began for the Collier County Group Care Facility. And yet, from 2019, the county's own website read, quote, the county would use revenue to support the David Lawrence Center to build an expanded mental health and addiction treatment facility. I do have to say Michael Daly, president of the Chamber of Commerce, in part made our case for us earlier. Thank you, sir. That testimony pardon me, looking at the screenshot here, this is the screenshot from the county's own website. If anyone is unclear, the site selection shown in this map below on the county's website dated 2019 took place before the engineering study of potential sites, that was 2020, before a request for proposal, RFP, for a service provider, which never happened, before this board voted on the item titled Site Selection, February 23rd, 2021, and before a neighborhood information meeting at last held on July 26, 2021. Here is a screenshot of the project site map. You have to dig and dig on that website, and I did. And you go through the layers, and you'll see the map. What it looks like, this was DLC's $25 million baby from the beginning. (2020), the Jacobs Engineering study of 5 sites. Every professional report and study has not recommended the site in Golden Gate Estates for this purpose. At the end of 2020, Jacobs Engineering delivered to their client, Collier County, their extremely detailed report, the culmination of a full year-long study from December 2019 to November 2020 of 5 potential sites for this project. The Government Center Building W was ranked the #1 site in the formal recommendation. In fact, it scored highest in measurables specifically for a behavioral health center. Scroll this up so you can see this screenshotted from the report. Here's the criteria: form, function, time to build, and overall, plus no zoning issue. Furthermore, the report states, quote, this site does create a tranquil an aesthetically pleasing view overseeing the pond, end quote. Incidentally, at this site, there is no estate residential nearby. Conversely, the 5-acre site in Golden Gate Estates ranked number 4 overall, second last place. The site analysis was specifically for a group care facility, Behavioral Health Central Receiving Center, with the criteria provided by David Lawrence Center and Collier County Sheriff's Office. Let me go back to that because that's this circled in red. Yeah, this is right out of the report. The site analysis, general project scope, reads as follows from page 1 of the report. Review program operational needs provided by DLC and CCSO. Sometimes this is hard to read, and it's important to know that what's called Site 1 is actually site ranked number 4. Andy Solis was correct earlier when he said we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on site studies. This is also from the report, and this is just where you will see the development of site matrix. And I'll read from that. Quote, after reviewing the site suitability matrix, sites 4 and 5 have the highest scores. Site 4 scored the highest at 289 points. Site 4 scored higher than any other site in form, function, and time segments, and scored the most points overall. Site 5 scored the highest score for the economic segment. Here's the map. Sites called 1 and 2, those are in Golden Gate Parkway. Site 1 is the 5-acre wooded lot. The 2 highest ranked sites are on this map, Site 4 and 5 at Government Center. Site 4, the highest ranked, is next to the museum and in front of the pond. February 21st, 2021. Of the 5 potential sites, only 1 was presented to the Board of County Commissioners on February 21st, 2021. The top recommended from that year-long study were not presented to you by County staffer Sean Callahan. Only David Lawrence Center's choice was presented. The higher-ranked sites were not fleshed out. What was not discussed was the number 1 and number 2 ranked sites at the Government Center. What was not discussed that Track 66 would mean cramming a 64,000 square foot 102 client bed commercial building between estate residential family homes. It was not discussed. Sean Callahan presented a very thin overview to this board and pushed DLC's choice. It was a disservice to you and a waste of time and money. What was discussed was how to move forward with what would be presented. What was presented as site number 1, the second to least recommended site. What was touched on is the fact that it is illegal to improve private property with tax funds. The property was owned by David Lawrence Foundation at the time. David Lawrence Center, Inc. was in the middle of a lawsuit against their own charitable foundation to gain the land. Later, DLC, Inc. won that lawsuit. Today, the property is currently owned by David Lawrence Center, Inc. We know there's a contract in place, but it's still currently owned by David Lawrence Center. What was also discussed on February 21st, 2021 was how DLC could, if greenlighted, convey the land to the county. The residential zoning was discussed. The lack of a request for proposal, RFP competitive bid for a service provider was discussed. A vendor contract was discussed. Here are some highlights from the minutes of the BBC. Commissioner Solis said, the lease back to David Lawrence Center that really doesn't accomplish what we have to accomplish in terms of using the surtax money to improve the property. But what I understand today, all we're doing is we're directing staff what property to look at pursuing in terms of building this facility. We're going to go from using the jail as our main mental health facility to something different. The meeting never touched on what's best for the neighborhood in which the treatment, not jail institution would be impregnating. In all the discussion, the words neighborhood, neighbors, or compatibility were not mentioned. There was zero discussion about the residential neighborhood in which this parcel is carved out of. Yet how clients to the facility would feel comfortable in a, quote, neighborhood setting, end quote, that was discussed. Although the actual neighborhood or families within were not discussed. No one even questioned why the neighborhood was not there to oppose, or to witness or comment. There were just 6 public speakers, all for DLC. There was no opposition, not a single neighbor in attendance. How strange. Given our history of trespassing and other unpleasant experiences, even police records of incidences with DLC clients. And so it begs the question, why was there not one representative in attendance from the neighborhood in which the county was planning to squeeze in a completely incompatible 64,000 square foot, 2-story facility for Baker Act, drug rehab, and behavioral health? Because in 2021, in all years prior, there was a loophole in the Code of Ordinance on mailing notices in which the size of the estate properties had been overlooked. I'll expound on this in a moment. With no opposition and not a single member in attendance, and despite all real studies and recommendations against the site selection, the preferred by DLC neighborhood setting was voted on as the selection to pursue. And here we are. May 2021. Neighbor Kate Balzer is told by DLC they have no plans for the lot. She's already spoken to this, and I'm going to leave it at that. I spoke to her in the hallway on the break, and it was 2 separate individuals she spoke at it with at David Lawrence Center. Both told her there was no plans for the land. It is Kate Balzer's testimony that she asked and was deliberately deceived. July 26, 2022, the first duly noticed neighborhood information meeting. Until last year, the County Code of Ordinance, Chapter 8, under mailing notices read, quote, all property owners within 500 feet of the property lines of a subject property, end quote. This screenshot from the Code of Ordinance is how it read prior to 2022. There it is right there. Our property, my husband and I, is 660 feet deep. Our property abuts this property. All of our properties are deeper than 500 feet. This loophole in the ordinance that allowed this site pursuit to get this far was finally closed last year in 2022, and here it is. Here it reads, all property owners within 500 feet of the property lines of the subject property or 1 mile of the property lines of the subject property, if located within the areas designated in the urban Golden Gate Estates sub-element of the Golden Gate Master Plan. Alleluia. When Peninsula Engineering sent out the mailing notice for a May 4th, 2022 NIM, they missed this amendment. Therefore, a second NIM was required by law. That notice did go out to 1 mile, and the neighborhood showed up to the neighborhood information meeting on July 26, 2022 in such large numbers that they had to set up more chairs to fit us in. At the July 26, 2022 NIM, neighbors begged DLC not to do this to us. We cited incident after incident of trespassing, daily noise from sirens, occasional screaming patients, and drug needles left behind from DLC clients, plus strong opposition to the deep devaluation of our real property that would be caused by the intensification of a new and massive client load. September 7th, 2022, just 1 month after the first NIM, the county staff already had their recommendations submitted. This was before the Planning Commission meeting and before neighbors testified for the first time. The county staff already completed and dated September 7th, 2022, their report and recommendation to approve. This recommendation did not factor us. November 17th, 2022, the Planning Commission recommendation, do not recommend. That was unanimous. On November 17th, considering dozens of speakers and hours of testimony, the CCPC voted unanimously to not recommend this site. There are two sides to compatibility, and the Planning Commission factored our existence. Here's the reason why. Chairman Edwin Fryer says it right here in his closing comments. This is why he voted as he did. Now, with the advantage of time of having the full transcript from our October 20th meeting in front of us in our agenda packet today, so I took the liberty of reading carefully through it so that I could remind of exactly what testimony we received from all sides. And I found sworn testimony of trespassing, menacing stares, dirty hypodermic needles and drug paraphernalia, incidents of sheriff helicopters, searching floodlights, law enforcement entering their property, screaming patients in their backyard, sometimes for half an hour, security issues, elopements, and getting recorded messages on their home phone to stay inside and keep their pets inside until the subject was located. All of this can be found in the transcript, end quote. It was a quote from Commissioner Fryer. He actually goes on to state, to me, it's common sense that says that this project would undoubtedly have the effect of increasing the frequency and intensity of these undesirable behaviors. I think that's common sense. And so for those reasons, I will be voting against it, end quote. Today, February 14th, 2023, public comments. From our testimony, the message is 1, do not intensify. 2, no compatibility. 3, the estate's neighborhood is especially vulnerable given our history of DLC clients hiding in our outbuildings and large wooded properties. Scott Burgess stated under oath at the BCC meeting on February 23rd, 2021, found on page 85 of the minutes, quote, we're dealing with a lot of folks that have struggles with paranoia and addiction, end quote. I'm referencing this for compatibility. At a meeting requested by the CCPC to take place between sessions with them, where some neighbors and DLC reps, including Scott Burgess, met on November 10th, DLC was asked by a neighbor if they ever have sex offenders in their care. If you've heard that a couple of times today, you might want to know where it came from. This is where it came from. Here are the minutes. DLC Chief Clinical Officer replied yes. Although that didn't come easy. I'm not going to read all of this. I think you get the point. You can read it there on the screen. The neighbors' comments are not highlighted. DLC's staff replies, comments are in green. It was actually our neighbor Ken Corner that said, on the sex offender basis, maybe you shouldn't take sex offenders, people who are registered sex offenders, into your facility. There are preschools, 2 of them, 0.4 miles from the David Lawrence Center. And the response was, so individuals are everywhere that could potentially be a threat, okay? That's a fact. at the July 26 NIM and at the October and November CCPC meetings, when asked about how to stop the trespassing from their clients and our suggestion that clients be driven elsewhere, perhaps back to their homes or from whence they came, Scott Burgess repeatedly replied, quote, "They have their civil liberties and can walk right out the door," end quote. The use of this facility far exceeds compatibility to be placed with estate residential homes all around. See the facility's project goals as stated on the Collier County website. Increase capacity. This is a link to what I'm not going to play now, but we have the full video from the first and only duly noticed neighborhood information meeting that's at this link. These screenshots are from that video. We've typed up what was said. DLC patients screaming in our backyard at the top of their lungs, sometimes for a half an hour. This is the population that has problems with boundaries. 11 p.m. or 12 midnight police cars and ambulance sirens at the existing DLC. Increasing the intensity puts us all at risk. Trust the system. Today is the first time this board has had public comments from the neighborhood as a direct result of not being duly noticed. To ignore the neighborhood's history of unacceptable and dangerous interactions with DLC clients and move forward on a zoning change from residential to institutional would be a rush to judgment. I'm going to skip that part. David Lawrence Center has already won big time. I mean this with all sincerity. They won the new $25 million facility. They won with the offer of numerous better-ranked sites. They won a lawsuit against their own foundation for the land. They won by being given a service contract with no competition. Yet a recent event is unclear. On January 25th, 2023, this is just a couple of weeks ago, the Catholic Diocese of Venice bought for $5 million the Parkway Life Church next to DLC. Documented here in a trustee deed under Bishop Frank J. Duane. The very same church located in the middle lot of the institutional subdistrict. Did you hear that from anybody else today? Who will benefit from this? Who else would pay $5 million for that church? Is there a hidden plan? Did this site just get even more muddy? And for the record, this is the screenshot. Sale date, January 25th, 2023, $5 million. The agents for DLC have delayed the county's need for this facility by pushing for a site that is incompatible, a site that is muddy. Two things are true. DLC is the winner no matter what happens today. This county facility will be built regardless of location. Those two things are true. Solutions and alternatives. A win-win, not a winner takes all. This project will happen regardless of location. There are alternatives with greater compatibility. This is a county project, not a DLC expansion. Optics matter. This county project should not be located on property well known as owned by the service provider. There is a cleaner path. There is a path where everyone wins. We believe that we've addressed reasonable solutions in that other sites have undergone a lengthy site study. These still exist. Number one, the number one ranked site at Government Center Building W scored highest. Number two ranked site, the Government Center existing street parking lot, scored second best. Further, other potential sites have been identified by some, to name just 2 additional site options. The museum at Government Center, a building of modular units. We went over and investigated it. That could be moved to Tract 66, 5-acre parcel, providing the museum with a lovely forested property teeming with wildlife, including Florida panther and bobcat, and coyote, by the way, that we, my husband and I, observe nightly, moving between our property and the 5-acre wooded lot. And yes, of course, we have cameras. The sites are the same size the museum's website reads. This is the first sentence on the museum's website, nestled on 5 acres. Our neighborhood supports this land swap. We're just trying to give you suggestions. We're not the experts on this. Another suggestion brought to us is the Naples Rug Gallery on Tamiami Trail, adjacent to Government Center. This is a strong suggestion. It should be studied. There are more options still. And we have to believe that if there is care to effort for a site that doesn't harm and intensification, that can be found. What do you think mental health is? On a personal note, I will share that I was homeless at 15 years old. A runaway. In my early 20s, I was attacked while in my home by a man who was hiding in the house when I came home one night. When I tried to reach my phone, this is back in the old days when we had phones with cords on them, he grabbed it from me and wrapped the cord around my neck. Then he grabbed a fistful of my hair, threw me against the wall with the force of a lion, then on the ground and began smashing my head into my kitchen floor while my cat Sabrina looked on. I told her to run because I didn't want him to hurt her next. She did run. The police came because my landlord next door heard my screaming. That man was someone that I had dated but broken up with. He went to jail after that. Later, I found out that he had beaten 2 girlfriends prior to me. But this was the first time he went to jail. Instead, in the past, he had only been counseled. I know that because my uncle was the sheriff. Not only is this story true, told to you under oath, I have written it in one of my books published years ago in 2020. For the next years after that experience, I was afraid of everything. Afraid to go out, afraid to come home. My dad installed bars on my windows and a false housing for a camera conspicuous in the trees facing my front door. Between his court dates, he did it again. He bent the bars and came in through my bedroom window. I had to move after that to an apartment building. I was traumatized and lived in fear for a while. I went into a depression. I even spent 3 weeks in a hospital for post-traumatic stress. I know both sides of this. Today, my husband and I have a beautiful oasis of a home and property. So beautiful that I use the back of our lot, the area abutting the 5-acre parcel, to pray and meditate, to sit peacefully with my dog, Maggie, and sometimes hold group meditation classes, which I also teach at Shy Wolf Sanctuary as a volunteer. It's where we have our bonfires and camp out. I know what mental health is. It's contributing to society and community. It is doing the work, living a productive life, and enjoying home as a peaceful respite. Not because it was handed to us, but because we earned it and nurtured it. This is what on Facebook, Collier Coalition for Healthy Minds. This is lawyer Jovanovic right here. Very recently, in preparation for this meeting, asking everybody to come out and wear green. And he says, the quote from petitioners, that's us, that's me, say, "We love the mission, hate the location." Jovanovic goes on to say, "We lose a bit of our humanity when I hear that, and it bothers me." Wow, I'm so sorry that bothers you. DLC has been in this neighborhood for 48 years, he says, and has been a good neighbor. This project is a vital community asset, we agree. In summary, everyone can win. When we organized our group directly following the July 26 NIM, many neighbors were discouraged to even bother trying. They said, quote, "This is Collier County, our voices don't matter." The little guy never wins. And still we rallied. We are bringing you a problem and a solution. This project will happen regardless of site choice. Bert, can you hand me a Kleenex out of my purse? Thank you. The only holdup is in trying to make a square peg fit in a round hole. We respectfully ask our District Commissioner, Bert Saunders, on behalf of the citizens of your district, to make a motion to research other sites. In closing, to conclude our statement, we leave you with this quote. Quote, "Leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help or concluded you don't care. Either case is a failure of leadership," end quote. Colin Powell. You have the power to inspire this community that everyone can win and that greater solutions are possible when the time is taken to consider all. Thank you, commissioners. We still have a video to play. I'm still available for questions. If Troy can play the video, I'm going to sit down and gather myself. If that's okay, and I can attend the podium again. Thank you.
Is there no audio on this?
There's audio.
That they came from the Lawrence Center, because I know what I heard and I know. We don't need you to confirm it. We know who we're talking to.
As loud as we
If
can.
somebody stands in front of me on my property, 150 feet in from the main road in 2 cases, 300 feet in from the main road in the 3rd case, and tells me they just came from David Lawrence Center, I genuinely don't care if you believe that they came from David Lawrence Center, because I know what I heard and I know what I experienced.
Do you ever have sex offenders in your campus? Known sex offenders, do you ever have them in your campus?
If someone's brought into us involuntary, I guess there's a possibility that someone that's brought into us
Do
involuntary.
you ever have them? Have you ever had them? Have you had sex offenders at your campus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do they get reported to the database?
Yes, we're
To
mandatory.
the sex offender database?
Yes.
I'm
And
not
how do you
seeing what
release
shows
them
up.
to the neighborhood? How are they
How are they reported?
Every case is individual. I can't think of a case right now, but I guess you want to be more specific with what your question is.
Sex offender is pretty.
We've been threatened on our own properties. And I haven't heard you address any of that right now.
On the sex offender basis, maybe you shouldn't take sex offenders, people that are registered sex offenders into your facilities. There is preschool, 2 of them, 0.4 miles from David Lawrence Center.
So individuals are everywhere that could potentially be a threat. Okay, and that's a fact.
That's not the point. The point is you're actually bringing them to our neighborhood.
Right, but we're not talking about bigger outpatient. I think last time we were here, we talked about how probably the people that might be trespassing and whatnot are probably people coming to us for their vacation visit.
And how do you plan to?
And that's an interesting point. We have no civil jurisdiction over those individuals. They are individuals that are not under Baker Act, they're not under any order by the court or anything. What can we do?
This can't be ideal for you guys either, right? I mean, this is the best place, there's no resources nearby. I don't think this is ideal for anyone around.
Well, it's considered to be the evidence-based practice, and this is the way that it's been done in every other central receiving facility in the state of Florida.
How many are in residential neighborhoods that you have?
I just visited 2 in the last 2 months.
Where?
Lakeland and Raventon.
But were the properties like
With
this?
a 4-foot chain link fence, and I could walk right into the neighborhood right next to
Wooded areas?
Wait, what did he say? That was Scott Burgess, the president and CEO of David Lawrence Center. We're not going to take his word for it. We're going to check it out ourselves. So first, let's look at Suncoast. He referred to it as Bradenton, same thing. Here they have a nice main campus. They have some facilities, some parking lots, looks like a tennis court. But then the surrounding area, let's check that out because that's what we're really looking for. Burgess is saying it's the exact same thing as the proposed site in Golden Gate Estates, Naples, Florida, which are estate residential neighborhoods. What we're looking at here is Bradenton, and there are no estate residential near this campus. Let's look at it on Google Maps just to be sure. Get some identification markers here. Again, here's Suncoast, otherwise known as Bradenton. Right directly behind that large building is a Walmart Supercenter with a very large parking lot. Still not a...
Mr. Chair, just want to alert you, that was the 48-minute mark, and there is about 8 minutes left on this, 7 minutes left on this video. Do you want me to conclude the video? I'm sorry, my math's off. 6 minutes left.
I mean, I'd like to see the end of it.
Yes, sir.
Unless anybody objects. I mean, that's what we're
estate
here to do.
residential. Here's a residential area. This is condominiums, luxury condominiums. And again, condominium developments are not the same as estate residential zoning. Here, let's look at Lakeland. That's the other behavioral health center mentioned. That's also in Florida. So here's Lakeland Behavioral Health. Here's their main campus. What is this space here? Could this be a state residential? No, it's a golf course. Okay, so we have wide open spaces. The point we're making with a state residential is places to hide. These are the type of problems we've had. Clients from behavioral health coming and hiding in our sheds, outbuildings, workshops, forested areas on our large residential properties called estate residential. So looking again at what else is around Lakeland, there is some residential. There are some streets of residential. And take note, this is standard residential zoning. In fact, they don't even appear to have trees or sheds. I mean, they don't have anything on their properties. This is a mobile home park, so no trees, no outbuildings, no yards whatsoever. Definitely not the same. Let's look at Golden Gate Estates. This is the area that we're talking about that Scott Burgess said was the same as those ones you just saw. So let's see if it's the same. This is our neighborhood. This is Golden Gate Estates in Naples, Florida. This is the existing David Lawrence Center that you're seeing now. This is the surrounding area. This is what we have been talking about. This is what estate residential zoning looks like. These are all single-family homes on estate residential zoned lots. These are large properties, 2 acres to 8 acres, each one of them. This is the, on the left, you're seeing the 5-acre lot in question that they would like to put yet another DLC. This would be their central receiving center, and they would like to put it in that 5-acre lot. And you'll see residential homes all around the property. The lot, the 5 acres, is literally carved out of an estate residential neighborhood. To be fair, let's look at the whole area. Is there anything else? So Kitty Corral, that's a daycare. Again, these are just homes. This is what estate residential looks like. Let's see it from another angle. So some of these markers that come up are just small businesses that people run and they've attached their home address to them. People who live here build dreams. They have horses and barns and equipment, sometimes for their small businesses. They enjoy the privacy. They plan to stay here for a lifetime. This is not living in a condo for a few years. Estate residential is a very specific lifestyle, and Golden Gate Estates was set up to protect that lifestyle. The Golden Gate Area Master Plan.
This is where we were sitting on our back patio when a K-9 unit came through with his handler looking for somebody who had escaped and went through our shit.
But let's go back to Lakeland and Suncoast Behavioral Health Centers. Okay, so these were referenced by DLC themselves as best practice behavioral health centers that happen to be located near residential. This first headline reads, "A dozen teens involved in Lakeland escape." The article states records obtained by the news leaders show that Monday was not the first escape from Lakeland. Perhaps Bradenton, otherwise known as Suncoast, has a better track record. Let's see, this article is talking about another escape during the intake process at Suncoast Behavioral Health in Bradenton. Now, this is particularly alarming from Suncoast Behavioral Health in Bradenton. This is from OSHA. This is the U.S. Department of Labor's website, and it is talking about a very recent incident in 2021, tracking 2.5 years of cases of 50 attacks. A federal judge finds Bradenton Behavioral Health Care Center exposed workers to more than 50 attacks by residents. The facility operates as Suncoast Behavioral Health Center in Bradenton.
Now that you guys have heard what we've said have happened on our property with your existing location, what do you think is going to happen when you add intensity to it?
Continues tonight for this man who escaped, we're told, from a mental health center and then carjacked a woman in Delray Beach. Authorities say Angelo Callas can be violent and does have a history of mental health issues.
Police say that he actually escaped from a different mental health facility and then tried breaking into a Palm Beach Gardens police car.
Mental health patient who escaped from a local hospital has been found. Now, this is his picture. Harris has been a patient at Alta Point since 2008, according to court documents. It says he was placed under their care after being found not guilty by reason of insanity for stabbing his father, John Harris, to death.
Now to our other top story. Police catch an escaped mental patient as we learned that a mistake by staff and a long-standing security problem allowed him to get away. It also took a day and a half for the public to be notified that the potentially dangerous escapee was on the run.
Patients have rights. They have rights to privacy.
He wasn't supposed to leave this mental health facility in Sanford, but police officers say Samuel Batson did, and then put a woman through terror.
I've never really thought about people escaping before.
I always assumed that they were more protective than that about letting people out. I didn't think it could happen.
Vega escaped custody about 8 this morning while being transferred from the Elgin Mental Health Hospital to the Lake County Courthouse in Waukegan, where he's facing charges for allegedly assaulting his girlfriend, fracturing her skull. He's also the subject of federal warrants. While police warned residents that Vega could be armed and dangerous, he apparently spent some time hiding in this small basement entryway in the neighborhood.
They're in a secure facility and behind locked doors. So
Until the doors are open and then we're out to appreciate their own civil rights while we're being put at risk.
Mr. Chairman, your next speaker is on Zoom. Charles Whittington. Mr. Whittington, you're being prompted to unmute yourself at this time, if you'll do so. Mr. Whittington, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important issue. I'm here on behalf of myself as a resident of Collier County. In order not to be repetitive of those who have spoken before me, I will simply echo that As a resident of Collier County for over 11 years, I support the David Lawrence Center Central Receiving Facility, and I urge you to approve items 9A and B. It is truly the right time and right location. Thank you very much.
And your next speaker is Joe Rego, also on Zoom. Joe, you're being prompted to unmute yourself at this time. If you'll do so. All right, I don't see Joe unmuting. Joe Rego, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, sir. All right, I'll keep an eye on Joe, but our final registered speaker, sir, is Collier County Sheriff Kevin Rambosk.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Not sure I'm really a registered speaker or just request to come and provide you information that many of you have been requesting prior to the meeting. I think there's no question by anyone that has spoken with you today that we continue to need services such as the David Lawrence Center provides. Without them, I believe we are a less safe community. We've made a significant investment over time to train your deputies to recognize those in need of crisis and help, to get them to a facility that can provide that assistance. But one of the questions that I was asked or was posed to me was, well, with violent offenders, does that mean that's who get referred to the David Lawrence Center? And I would tell you, no, that's not. A violent offender and confrontation is arrested for that violence. That's not the type of person we would refer to the David Lawrence Center. Second question, I think, from, and I'm not sure whether it was you individually or collectively, we had several with regard to incidents around the existing David Lawrence Center. The first thing I will tell you is that I've heard comments that have made here that I am going to make a request for our community deputies to follow up on regarding situations that may or may not have been reported. Because one of the things that we did following the presentation to the planning board was to go back, and I actually sat down and we went through what residents raised as far as questions, concerns, and recommendations. We took a look at the requested period was 5 years. I know Ms. Block mentioned a couple of cases that were beyond that time. So what I can tell you is what has been researched thus far for the 5-year period of time relative to the types of calls for service. We looked at 11 different types of calls for service, and it was everything from burglary to trespassing to suspicious incidents, anything that would be relative to the type of call we might receive regarding the David Lawrence Center. We looked at each of those 5-year periods. We looked at it for 11 surrounding streets throughout the community. We also looked at like neighborhoods with the number and types of calls. And I can tell you that when looking at them, they're, at least with the data provided, it was not different than like other neighborhoods in other parts of the community. And some of those were particularly similar locations in the Estates area. So from that perspective, we're not seeing a huge increase in types of calls in that particular neighborhood. We had a question of, well, could we provide more of a service? And particularly that is, Could we do more patrolling of the neighborhoods? Yes, we could. As a matter of fact, we made recommendations to the David Lawrence Center with regard to how to improve safety, security of a facility, which we do with any business that is in our community. We'll even do it at residential homes as well. So when we went and looked back at those, we provided numbers. We went through in that 5-year period 800 calls for service on the 11 streets that I'd be happy to give you, but I'm trying to move forward fairly quickly. But we know the immediate surrounding streets and those to the north of that area. Yes, sir.
I apologize, but don't move quickly.
Okay.
Because to me, there's only one issue here, and that's, are we about to create a hazard in an existing neighborhood or make an existing problem worse? And so, please don't rush through that. I think this is we've been here all day, and I think this is the issue. It's not the issue.
Okay, so then if we take a look at the areas we're talking about, we've looked at Santa Barbara Boulevard, 58th Street, 60th, 62nd, Golden Gate Parkway, German Woods, Bass Point Court, Bathy Lane, Painted Leaf Lane, Copper Leaf Lane, and Starglass Lane. And we pulled all the calls for service. That doesn't mean whether a report was done or a report was not done. This is a CAD report that tells us how many calls and if a call was made from a particular location. We have each one of those calls for service. We've got the 800 printouts with us if we need to identify a particular instance or not. And we are not finding in those reports over that 5-year period of time reported incidents that I've heard today that are causing concern about security in the neighborhood. I'm not going to say, and particularly the residents here who have testified under oath, just like we have to, I believe what they're telling us. I'm telling you that there's no record or report or call for service on many of those instances. There has not been an elopement in those 5 years. So I guess I responded to the questions that we received from you and other members to give you that information, to give you the opportunity to ask us specifically more about what we found.
Commissioner McDaniel, you have a question?
Two questions for you. One, you're probably prepared to answer. I don't know about the second. But what was the radius when you were looking at the similar geographic area with regard to the incidents? What was the radius that was in?
We started with a 1/4 mile area around the center itself, and then we just replicated a 1/4 mile area outside of that location.
And those
just,
predominantly were Golden Gate Estates
yes,
areas?
Yes, north of, and we actually created a map and we applied those calls throughout the map.
And just so I interpreted it, you didn't visibly see an increase by moving that radius to a different locale in the type and number of calls?
No,
okay.
We did not.
My second question is, and forgive me for not knowing this, I didn't look it up. What are we currently spending from a budgetary standpoint on our jail? Do you have that number?
The daily operational cost?
Plus
or,
minus.
oh,
I recall you shared with me.
yeah, daily operational cost goes anywhere from $140 to $180 per day. It depends on the number of inmates that are serviced.
I had 155 in my head per.
You would be right.
Okay.
On average.
And that's per inmate?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And your average occupation at the jail is approximately how many?
725 on average, give or take.
800 is what I had. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sheriff Framboska, I got a question, and it might be sort of redundant, but I just want to get it clear. On comparing these neighborhoods, so you have this neighborhood that lives right next door to the David Lawrence Center, and they have X number of calls on average, like you said, you researched it. And then you looked at like neighborhoods, but they don't have a David Lawrence Center, and they have about the same calls. So what you're saying is your takeaway is whether you have a David Lawrence Center or not, plus or minus, in the algorithm, you don't see an anomaly. So there's not an excessive amount of calls in the neighborhood that has the David Lawrence Center in its backyard compared to other neighborhoods that have no David Lawrence Center, but they have very similar calls with homeless people and vagrants walking around, or they don't, or they have the same absence of calls. I mean, is that what I'm hearing? Whether you have a David Lawrence Center in your backyard or not, if you look at sort of a, apples to apples type of comparison, you don't see a spike in the David Lawrence Center neighborhood. I mean, is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. That's what we were asked to look at. And I would give you an example. Take a restaurant bar in the evening. If it's in a location that draws a lot of problem, we can tell immediately that creates a nuisance. We build a case to stop or remove that. That we didn't see that in the reported information that we had.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Sheriff. I come from the public safety background, and I worked for you before I took on this job. But correct me if I'm wrong. If I remember from our SOP was that if we had a misdemeanor crime of nonviolence and somebody was showing signs of suicidal tendencies and that we were typically, they would go to a David Lawrence Center in our custody and be treated under a Baker Act. And then before they're released, we would be notified to bring them back to the jail to service them for their first appearance and their booking problems. But if it was a felony, regardless if it was a felony crime, regardless if it was violent or not, they did not directly go to David Lawrence Center, even though if they were showing signs of suicidal, conditions, they would go to the jail and be treated there, correct?
That is correct, and we have a MOU with the David Lawrence Center to provide mental health services inside the jail for those individuals who should not be diverted.
And if for the subjects that are there under a nonviolent misdemeanor crime, they're not released. They're only released back to us, correct, or back to you, I should say. Correct. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Saunders.
Just obviously, you've heard a lot of communication this afternoon concerning those types of activities in that neighborhood. If this is approved, what can you do to address the concerns of the folks in that neighborhood concerning the existing problems that are there, but the potential for any enhanced problems?
Well, some of the recommendations that were made throughout the different steps, we can certainly do. I completely agree with trying to return individuals to their home, for example, rather than wandering around. As we have in the jail, we've talked to the David Lawrence Center, who has a checklist of different things that have to be completed. One of those is transportation. And of course, we would want to make sure that people were transported back to their home if possible, or where they were staying. If they don't have a transportation plan, that they notify the sheriff's office, the mental health unit, who can then work with patrol to know that somebody has been released without a transportation plan. We would put together a special patrol that when we dropped off a patient, we would then make it mandatory that the neighborhood was patrolled each and every time, thereby giving more attention to the neighborhood. But I think more importantly, after hearing some of the things that were raised today, I would suggest and recommend to you that you require us to work with the David Lawrence Center to create a security plan, both for the facility itself and the transportation to and from the center, and provide specifics on how that's going to work.
This may be a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway. We had somebody here from the St. Matthew's House talking in support of this and indicating how they work closely with the David Lawrence Center. I don't know if that individual is still here, but the question is, and it may be something for both of you to address, but if you have someone who is Baker acted, or someone who is picked up trespassing, and they have an emotional problem, a mental problem, and they're the type of person that should be treated at a receiving center like this, but let's assume that that person's homeless, doesn't have a transportation plan, has nowhere to go. Is there the potential for taking those people to a facility like St. Matthew's House when they're released, at least for a few days, to get some transition going, as opposed to having someone with nowhere to go, someone that's homeless, being released into the neighborhood?
I think that is absolutely what we do need. We've needed it for some time, some kind of a transition, because without a transition plan, the potential is that we are going to wind up with that individual back into our facility, at least if we had them.
Well, again, the gentleman from St. Matthew's House, maybe he needs to come up for a second. What I'm trying to understand is whether or not, and you heard what I said, obviously, but trying to understand, how do we deal with people that are released from the David Lawrence Center that are not going to be taken back to the jail for further processing, and really have nowhere to go? How do we deal with that?
Well, I'll say, Commissioner, that we cooperate and coordinate with David Lawrence Center every day. They do a psych evaluation many times on people that are referred to David Lawrence Center, and then we take their recommendation for the release. But I will say that the Naples shelter is full and has been full for quite a while, with a wait list every day of about 120 people on that wait list. We are underway to try to increase the number of beds that this board approved a year ago, but it's taken some time to get through that. So hopefully we'll have 46 more beds by summer, but that doesn't resolve the wait list.
Well, this type of facility won't be here for a couple of years if it's approved. So that would give you time to expand, to add your additional beds. So the question then becomes, is there something that you can work out with the sheriff and with David Lawrence Center to take care of that scenario? And I understand you're full right now, but...
Well, and I'll say, too, that every day the sheriff's office transports people to and from the Campbell Lodge, which is the Naples shelter. Some go to the jail, some go to David Lawrence Center. So there is a lot of cooperation and coordination existing.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I guess what I would be looking for, again, if this is approved, not suggesting that it's going to be, but because we'll find out pretty soon about that, but if it is approved, then I want to make sure that there's additional security in the neighborhood, and I want to make sure that people aren't just walked out the door and into that neighborhood. I wouldn't want that in my neighborhood. I wouldn't want it down the street from my neighborhood. So there's got to be some way, if we're going to go down this path, that those people are moved somewhere where they can get some additional services or at least get a place to sleep.
I would agree with that completely.
All right. I'm not sure how we work that into a document, but at least it's something for us to talk about.
I got a couple questions, and then Commissioner McDaniel's on deck. Steve, before you sit down, but just correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to give a misconception here. I mean, I work closely with your organization, as do other commissioners here, but especially through the Wounded Warriors of Collier County. And you guys can't be the catch-all for everybody that gets discharged from the David Lawrence Center. Correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody's, when we find homeless people in the woods during just as we recently did, when I was part of the Wounded Warriors, homeless count, some of those people don't make the cut for even if you had the beds, right? If they fail a drug test, if they're drug addicts, and I mean some of the people that are discharged from David Lawrence Center, if they don't have a home, I mean it's not as easy as just saying like even if you had the beds, you'd take them, right? I mean you all have a filter, and there's certain folks that you won't take that do get discharged from DLC, but they fall through the crack because you're not, even if you had the beds, right? I mean you're not a wide open door, correct?
That's true. We call our shelter a high barrier shelter. So we have an intake procedure, which is quite rigorous. We don't take sex offenders. We have drug tests and breathalyzer nightly. So, and rules that people must follow. So you're right, Commissioner, not everybody can enter because they don't agree to the rules and won't pass a breathalyzer or a drug test.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, just for
Yes, sir.
For clarification, what I was inquiring is what to do with someone that first day when they are released from David Lawrence Center. Right now, it looks like they can just walk into the neighborhood, and they have to be transported out of that neighborhood. That's all I'm saying is not looking for a long-term solution for someone that's homeless, but at least a solution where someone's not released into a neighborhood.
But where do you release them?
That's
why everything's a neighborhood.
That's why I asked him to come forward and the sheriff. There's got to be a better way to do that than to just let somebody walk out the front door that might be a hazard in the neighborhood. And I don't know what that way would be.
I mean, part of that solution, Sheriff, is, as you said, if they have an address or a home, that maybe a more aggressive approach would be to get them back to that. But those that don't, St. Matthew's House isn't the automatic catch-all. Steve will confirm that. So, I mean, this is an issue that maybe we're not going to resolve it here, but this is a loose end. And what's happening is the ones that don't have an address and they're not going to make the cut for St. Matthew's House can actually walk right out the door of David Lawrence Center. Now, added to that, though, I'll say the sheriff earlier just said, hey, when we look at the Golden Gate Estates neighborhood that has the David Lawrence Center in their backyard, they have about the same number of calls as a whole bunch of other neighborhoods that don't have a DLC in their backyard. So, I mean, maybe, we're trying to find correlations here, but I don't see any big giant smoking gun, but I also don't see a big answer. But I'll just table that for a second. That one's definitely worth discussing. I mean, I see a couple things here. Voting on the lot, is this the right location or not? That's one thing, but a lot of great information has come up that even if we weren't voting on the lot, David Lawrence Center still exists in this neighborhood, and people have raised concerns. Sheriff, one of the things I was going to ask is, when I hear citizens say, wow, ambulances and sheriff vehicles are, rolling into David Lawrence Center at midnight with their sirens blasting, why can't that be a policy that when they're, if the suspect is in the back of the vehicle and is being detained and is safe and everything, why do the sirens have to stay on, all the way to the front door of, it might seem like a little thing, but not if you live, 50 feet away. Is that something that could be looked at, or is it a policy or a procedure for protection purposes?
Well, it's not in our policy and procedure. In fact, it's just the opposite, because that's what most of clients and families of those with mental health crisis, they don't want lights and sirens.
Right. Yeah.
They actually would like it better to have it dealt more quietly, de-escalated. And we do everything we can to de-escalate before we do anything to transport anywhere. I mean, that was the whole import of going to the Memphis Model 40-hour CIT training course so that you wouldn't fill up the jail unnecessarily with people that needed mental health services or who could be de-escalated till they could get to their own doctor or get the help that they need.
So regardless of our vote on the lot, that's something that you can check into, that maybe there's been a drop of procedure by a few deputies that they, but as you said, and, with a little bit of my background in healthcare, even ambulances that would come to Physicians Regional at times would, they'd use the sirens to get through dangerous traffic, but as they got close to the hospital, if they had a patient in the back that was skittish, they wouldn't. So would that be maybe something to check if the residents are saying they're hearing sirens all night?
Regardless of where you go today, that's one of the items on my list because that should never happen.
Okay, all right.
Not with a transport. If there is some type of a medical emergency,
right,
obviously you're going to get sirens.
I mean, going down Golden Gate, there could be an ambulance at midnight responding to a heart attack 5 miles away, and it's not a David Lawrence Center, call. But so I'll just leave you with that, and obviously you already have that on your list. Lastly, I became a commissioner at the end of 2020, so I think it was my first meeting or maybe second meeting when we voted on the site and we got all of the engineering details from Jacobs. I believe I remember you being here, a representative from the sheriff's office, and all correct information was presented here, but I remember questioning the Jacobs engineering representative quite deeply. I think we all did. And what the takeaway that I got is their priority list had zero to do with their healthcare knowledge, which was zero. It had zero to do with their mental health knowledge, which was zero. They were looking at if we had to build a widget, and here's the 5 different locations that we could do it, which one would be easier to zone, which one would be able to shoehorn in, could we put this square peg in this round hole? And, I remember the representative from Jacobs, when we were talking about this particular lot compared to the government center, he quickly sort of backed up and said, we just looked at it from an engineering standpoint. And I do believe it was your testimony. Am I correct that, do you remember sort of being here on 2021 when we had that discussion?
I know when the discussion was held, because I was asked, did we need to have the facility immediately adjacent to the jail,
right,
for services that we needed to have provided? And I have been on the record from that point saying, no, it doesn't need to be there for our operation.
I mean, I'll go as far, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, and you're certainly not on the spot, but we're just trying to sort of peel back the onion. I recall hearing from you that it would be a negative, actually, having it right across from the jail and the courthouse, and that if people were walking from the jail to the new, and we're not expanding the David Lawrence Center. This is a county facility, so some people are sort of misspeaking, but if we had this county facility in this footprint of the government center, that you and others came to the podium as well saying maybe engineering-wise it fit, but there was a bunch of negatives. I mean, I'm looking for you to sort of repeat your recommendation that I remember hearing that you didn't seem like you were as supportive of it being in the government center. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I thought I remember you echoed what a lot of other people said, that there was a lot of advantage to having the cohesion of this county facility on the same footprint of the David Lawrence Center, and that there hasn't been an overabundance of sheriff response calls and things like that. I was just wondering if you could summarize maybe what you might recall saying back in 2021.
Yeah, I don't recall making that statement,
okay,
but I can tell you the discussions that have been had and the information provided to me was that having this type of a facility on a government complex is not the best location. That's what I was told. And ergo, that's what I have believed till this point.
Sir. Okay, Commissioner McDaniel, and then Commissioner Hall, you're on deck.
In my recollection of that was correct. We were all told that not having the facility on campus was more conducive for an expansion of the facility. I didn't agree with that, but that's what we were told. And your response was correct. It was you were asked whether or not it was a benefit to you or not, and it was a neutral answer. No matter how this goes today, come to us at our workshop next week for our strategic plan, come to us and staff with the budget amendment to enhance the security around David Lawrence Center today. No matter what goes on with this expansion of this facility at this location or not, we've heard enough from the residents and the neighbors that are there to at least give query to the thought that that security plan needs to be enhanced. And you said it early in your statements here, but I have that as a note. So, and it takes money. And we'll appropriate the budget funding to be able to assist with that. So come to us with that, please.
Yeah, I agree. I think regardless of the lot decision, and even if comparing like neighborhoods, there really wasn't an anomaly, they do have the David Lawrence Center in their backyard, so it only takes one or two tries. So I think we want to make sure that we're meeting or exceeding, and you would, I know you agree, sir, we are meeting or exceeding every possible safety precaution, for this particular neighborhood with the current facility. Here's what we're going to do. Commissioner Hall is lit up. We're going to hear from Commissioner Hall. We have one other person on Zoom. We're going to hear from that.
Oh, we were done with the public hearing.
Well, we got a person that we couldn't connect with, and I want to make sure everybody's heard. I'll tell you what, if you've got that person queued up.
Yeah, we can try it right
let's hear
now.
them, and then Commissioner Hall, and then we'll break.
Mr. Rego, hopefully you've resolved your issues. You're being prompted to unmute. He's unmuted and he's ready. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Rigo. I am the Director of Construction for the Diocese of Venice. The diocese purchased Tract 59 last month from the Parkway Community Church of God. We were not notified of this hearing, nor Parkway Community Church of God's involvement with the DLC in any fashion. As we just learned of this matter over the weekend, we simply have not had sufficient time to fully understand the implications for our property with this application. And lastly, the record should be corrected to reflect Frank J. Duane as Bishop of the Diocese of Venice, a corporation sole, as property owner, and to clarify, is not a part of this or any other application pertaining to Tract 59. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes. One of the things I'd written down are in listening to the neighbors, it's their neighborhood. And so what can be done about security enhancements? The security plan, I thought was a brilliant idea. I would love to see what a good plan would be. The next question I have is maybe the fence will help. Maybe, is it possible for the David Lawrence Center to put cameras in the back and for those cameras to be used as evidence for trespassing? So if in the case where the officer never did see somebody individually, maybe can that be evidence? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, we're supposed to make the direct observation. However, we can take sworn statements, and the video would be a part of the case.
Okay.
So I would submit it as a case, yes.
All right. That can be part of the plan. Another question I had written down was, what's the possibility of private security 24/7 at the David Lawrence Center? Whatever we can do to make these people feel comfortable, even existing, whether the rezone happens or whether it doesn't, it's still there. And so, and the issues have been there without the rezone. So
I would absolutely agree with you. Nobody should be roaming around neighborhoods, period, unless you live there. That's it.
Yeah.
So I agree with everything that's been said relative to that. We will develop a plan on how we can address that and do it correctly and professionally.
Thank you.
Regardless of where you go.
Okay, we're going to take a break now until, I'm going to say 4:50. It might seem like a few extra minutes too long, but everybody's lining up for bathrooms. I'm getting reports that we still have a very large room. So we'll come back here at 4:50 promptly, and I think we're going to have questions. We are going to call people forward now that we're done with public comment. See you back at 4:50.
Yeah.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay, everybody, if you can take your seats, please, we can get started or continue. So, Mr. Miller, we have no more public speakers, correct?
That is correct, sir. We've exhausted them.
Okay. Yeah, they've exhausted us.
Even though.
Okay, so I think what I mean, I'll just take the lead here and see what my colleagues think, but I'd like to bring back Mr. Jovanovic and David Lawrence Center experts, because a lot's been said, and everybody's going to get a chance to, we're not going to sit here and have this big, gigantic debate back and forth, but both sides deserve the right to clarify some things and to help us make the right decision, because there's a lot of details that have been sort of flying around here. So, Mr. Jovanovic, if you're the speaking representative for David Lawrence Center, which you are, I mean, the floor is yours. I just want to give you, without being over expansive, comment on the things that you heard that maybe you have a rebuttal to or clarification or whatever would help us.
Just a couple of clarifications. One, the uses that we're requesting are already allowed under the subdistrict. The only change was to go from getting it approved by the conditional use process or through the plan unit development process. So we're not asking for any new uses on the property through this process. So the speaker who said we're asking for new uses probably doesn't understand the difference between the growth management plan and the rezone. I just want to clarify that for the record. The notices in 2007 were all properly noticed when we were doing the sub-district in the first place. If you all recall, you would do a mailed notice to all properties within 500 feet. So if you touched the property, you're within 500 feet, you would have gotten a mailed notice. Also do an ad in the newspaper. And you also put on the property those big plywood, they're like 5x8 signs that you drive by every day. If you live anywhere near Golden Gate Parkway, you would have seen those signs on the property. So, and that would have been both at the transmittal and the adoption hearing for the growth management plan. Now, a couple of you haven't heard yet from your planning staff, which they've obviously recommended approval and determined that our use was compatible. And even at the planning commission, they said with the changes that we did, because the neighbors asked us to do a little taller wall, they said it was even more compatible. And the changes that we made were good enhancements at the planning commission. Let's talk a little bit about security, because I think that was a major issue that happened at the planning commission and as well as what was discussed today. A lot of the discussion at the planning commission really didn't have to do with the people who were there who were Baker acted. It really had to do with people who were coming there on a routinely daily basis for their, follow-up visits, and we've made some significant changes on how we address people who are leaving the center as far as making sure they have a place to go and the like. So that was another thing that came up. County staff said that they would have their own security because it's their building. You have security that routinely goes by and checks out the property. So those were already commitments made as part of the security process. We have absolutely no objection to working with Sheriff Rambosk on a security plan. We're happy to work with him, and whatever he suggests we should do to make sure it's run better, we're happy to do those things. We're happy to do the 24-hour, 7 days a week security that came up as part of this discussion. We already have cameras. We'll put more cameras. If you want us to put more cameras out there to protect the perimeter and catch whoever may be allegedly jumping over what will now be a 10-foot wall, we'll have cameras. We'll have cameras there, and that we'll keep that for the sheriff if he needs it for anything. Frankly, I think it helps us to show that it's not our people that we're treating that are going back into the neighborhood and doing things that shouldn't be done in any neighborhood. I think what was brought out by the sheriff is, unlike those horrible incidents that were shown to you in that video, those types of people are not coming to the David Lawrence Center. So the fear that somehow that horrible person who's a really bad person is going to somehow get released from the David Lawrence Center into the neighborhood is not a fear that's factually driven and based. I wanted to hit on those major security-related points and kind of the process and what we're asking for. The David Lawrence Center has been here and a partner for this community in dealing with mental health issues for a long time. They'll be here for a lot longer period of time. The uses that are occurring on that site will continue to occur, whether this building is located there or not. I think it would be a mistake to not move forward with the building today on that site, because I think that it's been proven to be a safe operation and not any different in this neighborhood than any other neighborhood. And with the enhancements we just talked about related to security, I think would be even better to hopefully put people's concerns at ease. And with that, we're here to answer any specific questions you may have. I don't want to get into a kind of a tit for tat. I just wanted to talk about the major themes. And
I have a couple, and it concerns the video, and I'm not here to critique it. It's very informative, and I already told Ms. Hayes I thought she gave a great overview and represented her side, very well. It was, chronologically, and we've met before, so I think we all sort of knew the details, but to hear it all together. But I also like to separate rumor from fact. I mean, the same way that earlier when an accusation was made against a former commissioner, we immediately debunked that because it wasn't true, and it was actually pretty, disrespectful. And that wasn't the case in the video, but I do want to give, and maybe this is a chance for Mr. Scott Burgess to come forward. When he compared David Lawrence Center to facilities at Bradenton and Sarasota, in the video made it look like it was sort of apples and oranges. I mean, I just want to be honest. My takeaway was I did see the similarities, because I think the similarity, and there are some dissimilarities, didn't have the woods, I get all that. And I don't want to put words in his mouth, but my takeaway of the similarity was, wow, there's a residential community right across the street, and they may not have trees to hide behind, but they all have buildings and garages, and they have, so I mean, it might not be apples to apples, but it's apples to oranges, and they're both fruit. I mean, my takeaway was, I think you weren't lying, but, I want to hear you not necessarily defend yourself, but I mean, that was a bold statement. But when I watched the video, I thought the takeaway was, these centers aren't buried out in the Sahara Desert, wrapped around redwood trees. I mean, they're in areas where there's communities, regardless of who's got trees and who has a golf course. Could you expand upon what you meant by that bit?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. I think you summarized my thought process pretty exactly there when we were in the NIM meeting, and the question came up as to whether or not central receiving facilities are in residential areas compared to other types of areas. My mindset was, a residential area is an area, a neighborhood in which there are residences. And I wasn't thinking about necessarily estate woods. I was thinking about where there are neighbors. And quite frankly, I was thinking quite a bit about where's the density of neighbors? Where would this have the most impact on the most potential neighbors? And I knew many of the central receiving facilities, as the video depicted, are in really high density types of areas as well. That will affect or potentially impact a tremendous amount of neighbors. So when I was speaking specifically to facilities being embedded within neighborhoods that had residents that were nearby. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Commissioner McDaniel.
But Mr. Burgess, before you go away, do you have an approximate amount of what Collier County contributes to David Lawrence Center on an annual basis to support your operations?
Yeah, the amount is somewhere in the neighborhood of about $3 million, which includes, though, ARP dollars, which are federal dollars. But it comes through the county.
Okay, so, okay.
So it's federal dollars, $3 million a year. That comes federal to county, and then we pass it on to DLC.
A portion of that is county general revenue, and a portion of that is federal pass-through.
Your comments about the residential communities, I mean, I don't want to replow ground, but one of the reasons why in one of my first meetings, I didn't think the government center was a perfect choices. There's plenty of residential areas around here. I mean, I think all 5 options we looked at, none of them were out in the desert. They were all going to be near something. And, at times I'm sure Steve Broder can say, he probably hears from, 1 or 2 citizens that they don't love that the St. Matthew's house is right down the street and we have apartment complexes and houses everywhere. So that's why I wanted you to clarify your point that, that it might not have been an exact match to what David Lawrence Center has around it in the way of woods and things like that, but it was residents.
And we've investigated all of the 10 central receiving facilities in the state of Florida, and they are all by residential homes.
I don't know if the commissioners have questions for anybody before we bring up the county staff, Mike Bosey, and probably a couple of others.
One more quick question.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes, sir.
One more. Do you have, because I haven't seen the O&M for the new facility, the budget for that.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been one done yet?
Yeah, we've been working on an operating budget, and we literally have just kind of completed that. So, and it runs out about 3 years with a ramp up.
If I might, just real quickly regarding apples to oranges comparison, what is on the visualizer is a central receiving facility in Bradenton. And that is one of the, if you look at that neighborhood, it's pretty densely treed, if you will. So it is similar to, there are other areas where it's not just lots that don't have any foliage on them, but so.
Is the red square the central receiving facility? Is that what I'm looking at? I should pull it up here if I could see it a little bit.
No, it's the
whole
blue,
box.
the
entire blue
the
box?
blue box is the central receiving facility. So they run the gamut of where they're located with similarities, is what I just wanted to point out.
Well, we can always bring you all back unless the commissioners have a question. Mr. Bosey, do you want to come forward? And I know that we're going to have some questions from the staff to just hear why you recommend approval, have other ideas, have other options. I mean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. As the speaker had indicated, we had arrived upon a recommendation of approval going into the Planning Commission. That is traditionally how we provide a recommendation. We within our staff report, provide our staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission based upon the specific design enhancements that were contained within the PUD. And I will state that the only change to the GMP, or to this case, the Golden Gate Area Master Plan, is the allowance of this facility to be developed through a PUD and not a conditional use. A conditional use, you don't have as much flexibility within deviations from some of our LDC standards. The height of a wall is a very good example. They wanted a little bit higher wall to be a little bit more of a deterrence. So the design, the preserve at the rear of the property, provided additional buffering, the attention that they've had to how the security system was going to be enhanced with their drop-off comparatively to their existing operations. We felt that there was compatibility built in within that. At the Planning Commission didn't find the same recommendation, but the applicant did, and the staff within your executive summary was supporting some additional measures of compatibility, and they were specifically offered transportation for every person discharged. And I think that was part of the discussion that the board has had as one of your main concerns. Best reasonable effort to prevent persons from being discharged unless transported to a place of abode for the night. Again, the discharge of the patients. The facility was putting additional attention. What I heard today was even further additional attentions in terms of coordination with the Sheriff's Department, coordination with St. Matthew's House in terms of how that discharge goes away. And I also would say that the offer to not only have the 10-foot wall on the eastern and northern property lines, but potentially extending them to the church property as well as the existing David Lawrence facility adds further enhancement to maybe some of the issues that has been experienced in the past regarding some of the trespass issues that have been stated by the neighborhood. So for those reasons and some of the additional considerations, staff is still maintaining its recommendation of approval. I will say that the uses that were adopted in 2007 were clearly identified by the growth management plan, and 3 of them were specific facilities for David Lawrence facility. And it is consistent with the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. It is a small sub-district of institutional uses. And if you look, there's, and I'll show you the specific. So if you look on the visualizer, there's 4 lots that were included within the institutional sub-district, and the lot that we're talking about is 66. When they came in 2007, all of these lots, 43, 58, and 59, or I believe it's 59, were developed. So this was the last of the parcels that weren't officially developed. And it was designated as the institutional subdistrict. So within this corridor, the growth management plan has always anticipated that non-residential land uses were what was appropriate per the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. And the evidence of that, I think, is also suggested by that these aren't the only institutional the only institutional uses that have been developed. There's a bridge center that's to the east that's non-residential. There's churches outside of this institutional subdistrict that have been developed that are non-residential. And there are daycare facilities and schools that have been developed along this parkway. Now, this isn't to detract away from the residents in the residential perspective, but that's a 6-lane divided highway. There's a reason why so many institutional uses have been developed there. Because most people would say a 6-lane divided highway is not the most ideal for residential use. You can make it compatible with some frontage roads, which we have done on the southern side, but there is some challenges. And the land use pattern does not suggest one of all residential land uses. It's an eclectic mix of institution and residential land uses. And from a compatibility standpoint, the design standards that were proposed within the proposed PUD, enhanced by the suggestions at the Planning Commission, and further advanced by the Board of County Commissioners, staff could find a recommendation and maintains its recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for approval and compatibility.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, just a quick, it was represented that, and I think, you know, the representation probably came because of the deficiencies that existed in the Golden Gate Master Plan for a millennia. Even when I became the commissioner, 500 feet wouldn't touch but 3 or 4 people, 10 people in this particular instance, 10 residences. And the representation of a not properly noticed back in 2007, when it was actually, when the sub-district was created, it was said that we didn't do the proper notice. It was done per the existing LDC at that time.
Correct. It was done per the existing LDC. It has been augmented to a mile for everything, for all land use petitions except variances. We've made a clarification on that. Variances don't require a mile. But that can be the case, and I'm sure that has a reason to do with why the statement that they feel like the notification was inadequate. Compared to today's standard, it's a much reduced distribution.
I have no more questions of him. I have
Commissioner Saunders?
Just a quick question in terms of if the petition is approved today. We've talked about different security measures that may or may not be incorporated in a document because we don't know what those security measures would be. So I'd like for you to, in the next several minutes, come up with some language that would provide that there's a condition for enhanced security that the board will be approving at a later date. That would be a condition of this. or somehow, some way to give us that flexibility if we're going to move forward with it.
Can I ask you a question? Obviously, some of those things we can put in today, 24/7 security, the fencing's already in there, things like that. Obviously, a condition that we work with the sheriff to come up with a security plan. I think we could put that in there, and I don't think it would be objectionable to report back to the board what that plan is. Does the board want to usurp the sheriff's recommendations as to what would be an appropriate security plan to bring it back for approval, or should we provide just?
We may want to enhance whatever he comes back with. I mean, I think that we'd want to have a look at it.
Okay.
I don't think the sheriff would object to us looking at it and,
Sure.
and commenting on it.
And I don't think we would have an issue with working with the sheriff and bringing back the plan.
Oh.
And we could put that in the PUD.
I would need some language that gives us that ability
And we'll,
so that your client would have to comply with whatever it is that we.
My client is, in this case, it would be the county and our client working together because it's the county's building. But I think Commissioner Saunders does the language that requires that a security plan be reviewed and approved by the sheriff and brought back to the Board of County Commissioners for approval, be appropriate language.
Something that.
Or do you really want us to write it out right now, or is that concept good enough to
It's a
work?
motion, and it looks like it's going to be approved, or if it's going to be approved, I just want language that gives us that ability to make sure that we have an adequate security plan in there.
Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Cole, you're on deck.
Is your question for zoning and planning? I'm going over into senior staff.
I just wanted to address the attorney, Rich, for a second. Going off what Commissioner Saunders said, and I think, I feel, because this is going to be a different level of what we're doing here. The building's going to have our name on it,
Right.
not David Lawrence. It's going to say Collier right on the front of it, and I saw it in the artist rendition. So, but David Lawrence is going to have the responsibility to operate it if this does go through, or if we get to that point. And I do agree that we definitely need something, or at minimum, when the sheriff does his survey and you guys get together with this, it's important that we are protected, and the patients that are protected, and the people that are under our care and custody that happen to be, arrested and brought there under a Baker Act, because they are a responsibility. They're the county's responsibility, their safe being. So, and I would almost go a step further and say that you would have some liaison on site that oversees this SOP or security operation that, that can answer for.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. We talked about, we'll designate a David Lawrence Center employee to be that, I'll call it the security liaison with the sheriff, if that's the right language. I think that's the concept you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I asked the chairman if I could make just a little bit of a clarification. I understand that this is a county building, and your client is both of us, but I'm talking about for the overall David Lawrence Center operation, not just for what comes out of this. The sheriff's going to be working with you and David Lawrence Center to come up with a security plan, not just for this building, but for the overall operations of David Lawrence Center to improve the conditions in the neighborhood. And that's what I want to make sure we can.
I'm with you.
look onto this.
I understand. I understand what you're saying now. I was focused on the building.
Yeah, I would echo that. We heard from concerned citizens that regardless of what we decide on the lot, there's some definite things that need some tightening. Even something as easy as, it might sound like no big deal, but when I was talking about the sirens, I know if I lived in the States and they were bringing somebody there at midnight and the sirens were blasting, and even by the sheriff's own admission, he said that's not normally our policy. So obviously he wrote down a couple of homework assignments. I want to see if my colleagues had I'm gonna throw something out here. I want to get your comment. So, a phone call that did catch my attention was the new owners of the church call in, and they say, "Wow, we just bought a church and we didn't know anything about anything that was happening here." And one of the things we sort of usually say on this side of the aisle is, ignorance really isn't a defense. Initially when I heard that call, I thought, "Wow, that's another landowner there that is impacted." But as I sort of thought about it during the break. Wow, you bought a church, and this is the biggest thing in the news, and you're acting like you didn't know anything about it. Maybe maybe, Commissioner Saunders, I don't know if you have more detail than us since it's your district, but I just was curious if anybody, what you all thought about that phone call, because his last statement was, wow, we'd need some time to sort of digest this. It was something towards that effect. But then when I thought about it during the break, I thought, you buy a church and you have a David Lawrence Center in the backyard, and you don't know that there's something going on today, and maybe not. But does anybody have comment on that?
Him first and then me.
I don't have any additional information or anything, but my reaction to that was they bought a church. With this ongoing, they should have known, and I don't think that really impacts our decision.
Yeah.
I wouldn't delay things because.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to hear with you. I thought the same thing after I thought about it for a bit.
I feel the same way. I mean, the church is new news. I certainly wasn't aware. I certainly wasn't aware of it. And if there is a dispute, it's a civil action that the Diaz has with the seller of that church for coming up with the information they should have known.
Okay. I didn't want it to be sort of hidden. It was
Chair?
We don't call on we're done with the public comment.
Yeah.
I
No
did,
disrespect.
under the direction of Ed Finn yesterday, I did reach out to Peter Vasti. He's an attorney. He represents the Diocese of Venice. I explained to him what was happening and clarified to him that this was a use that was already established within the institutional subdistrict of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan. They were simply allowing it to go forward as a PUD. That's what the GMP amendment was for. He took that under advisement, said he would talk to his client, and if they had any comments, they would provide it. And obviously, that was what they provided, that they still, were kind of undecided. But just wanted to let you know, we did reach out to them under the direction of the county manager's office yesterday to inform them of, the hearing and invited them to participate as well.
I have a question.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, Ed, I'm good on the zoning thing when Mr. Finn is ready.
Yes, sir. Edward Finn, Deputy
Yeah,
County Manager.
You had a presentation early on, and you flashed up a screen that talked about different pricing and expenses associated with this project.
Yes, sir.
In total.
Relative to the site that we've been discussing here for the most of the day, the construction cost estimate right now with 30% design is about $29 million.
About $29 million.
For that site. The other scenarios that I provided for you, or for the board, excuse me one second. There was two scenarios that we had provided in addition. One scenario dealt with the concept of moving it here on campus to the Building W site. And what I pointed out is that was likely to add 39 months to the schedule with a total estimated cost of about $60 million. And that's substantially more in large part because the operations in Building W are going to need to be relocated somewhere. So that's built into the cost, as is a slightly larger building in order to be able to achieve the same goals without the co-location benefit of being adjacent to the David Lawrence Center. The other alternative that I provided for you was more of a greenfield site where we went out and we acquired a piece of land and moved forward under that scenario. And the number that I provided, truly it's just an estimate, was about $41 million.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
What else? Anything else? Have a motion?
Well,
Combination of things?
I have a couple of statements.
Commissioner McDaniel, go ahead, sir.
Yes, first of all, for those who thought that I was voting in support of this project, you have to read the whole transcript, not just how I voted. When we voted in February last year to move forward on this site, we had a long dialogue on this dais, and I actually have the transcript here about questions. Sean Callahan talked to us about a prenup with the operator and had to be solidified. We talked about operating expenses. talked about TPC, total project cost, talked about a myriad of things, data, information. Commissioner Solis had been bequeathed by the board to speak with other municipalities. And I guess maybe that's a question of staff about whether or not the other municipalities that are participatory in the sales tax money are going to contribute to the expansion of a mental health facility in Collier County. I don't feel like I've received enough information to support this at this time. I don't think that the data that I've received can make. I don't feel comfortable in moving forward with this particular site. I didn't really concur with the thought process that having it on the government site, where I have public facilities for transportation, where I have public facilities for a health department, where I have public facilities for our court systems, everything that revolves around the care of those that are suffering from substance abuse or mental illness is located right here on this piece of property. And I mean, Mr. Burgess, I didn't mean to call you out, but I mean, you've said that you do have an operating budget, but we haven't seen it. And I did go back in the May vote and read the transcript where those same questions were asked, and we discussed then about having that information. And we did move into a lease agreement, and that agreement has been consummated. And the operating agreement's very loose knit. It just says that David Lawrence is going to be responsible for that. But to what extent is the county going to be obligated to offset those operating expenses? It said it in that transcript that there was an estimate of somewhere between $2 and $3 million. So, having said that, I'm still not happy with this particular site.
Commissioner Saunders.
Just a question. I think this would be for Mr. Bosey and maybe for someone else from the manager's office. I had heard, and this may just be me making up stuff because that happens from time to time, that there are other funding sources for the operations of this type of receiving facility, and that if the facility is not in the right type of a neighborhood, that there wouldn't be state funding available for that. I need to understand if, number one, did I just dream that? And number two, what are the implications of that if that's correct?
Can I address that?
Sure.
Yeah, one of the speakers that you heard early on from the state who kind of manages all of this, she provided testimony that should you co-locate that facility at this campus, you would not be eligible for state grants for operation of the facility. So that you didn't make it up. That's in fact was testified to. And yes, you would not be eligible for certain financing.
What would be the impact?
Funding.
If we decided to move it over here to the government center, what would be the impact of that?
She said it would be millions. She didn't give a specific number, but it would be multiple millions of lack of funding.
Who was that?
She spoke. What was her exact name? Yeah. I'll have Mr. Burgess give you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So that was Linda McKinnon. She spoke from Central Florida Behavioral Health Network. She represents the managing entity, which is the agent of the Department of Children and Family Services. So she is the one that has indicated in testimony here at the Board of County Commissioners that they would not support providing grant funding for a location that would be next to a jail or close to a jail because of the stigma and because of what they're trying to combat.
So what would that impact be on your budget to operate this facility?
Currently, be about a $1.7 million impact, and when we it's in non-recurring, and we're working on getting that into recurring right now. And as the bed capacity would expand, that grant, we're going to be pushing to get that grant to expand. Ones that are of similar types of size, some of them receive $3 million or more annually.
Commissioner McDaniel, I don't know if that changes your thinking process at all, but I thought that was a point that needed to be brought up.
I'm going to say a couple things. I know we're not voting on the government center, but I do recall exactly the brain cells I was burning when I didn't love the government center. And Commissioner McDaniel brought up some points about, well, everything's here. Well, we can always increase. We also own bus service, so if we want more bus service out to David Lawrence Center, it's a 30-second meeting. We change bus routes all the time. But one of the reasons why I didn't like it, and maybe a little bit of that is, being the former COO of Physicians Regional and having dealt with some mental health issues, one of the things you're trying to do is transition people out of the courthouse, away from the jail. You're trying to get them off of this footprint. And one of the things I liked, and I'm not saying it made this location, that remains to be seen, but one of the things that made the courthouse fall out for me quickly was the expert testimony of the people who also agreed with that, but then also my own knowledge of, wow, I think I like every other option except for the courthouse or the government, footprint, because everything is a stone's throw. And so the conveniences that maybe could be beefed up by the David Lawrence Center are all things we control. Like you say, well, you got healthcare here. Well, that's one of the reasons why the David Lawrence Center lot was favorable to me, is because the healthcare we're trying to get them is right there. And I do remember the conversation about bus service and other things, but I also remember the negative conversation that, you got people looking out the window of the jail, and then your health facility that's supposed to help them get better is, across the street. And, the experts that came here weren't saying that this lot was optimum, but, it was more of, and some did, but I definitely agreed with them that the government center fell out quickly for me, that maybe from an engineering standpoint, the square peg fit in that round hole, but from a healing standpoint and all the other things, to me, this was the worst location, and the things that the other locations were missing could be beefed up a bit more. So, that was, and then also too, I do recall the question about if you put it here, what are the pros and the cons? And I remember there was a financial impact. I couldn't remember the number, but I remember it was more than $20. I mean, and not that we make the decision, just, it's all a dollar figure type thing. People will point fingers really quickly and just say, but part of the budget, and to help people, it costs money. So, I can't do it for free. Commissioner McDaniel, and then Commissioner Hall, you're on deck.
Just as a point of clarification. It's, we got elected, I got elected, and Commissioner Saunders and I got elected in 2016. The need to enhance our mental health facilities existed prior to us. We didn't have a mental health plan back in 2016 when we got elected. Commissioner Solis grabbed onto that deficit in our community and brought together the leaders of the community in the support for mental issues, and developed the mental health plan, and I supported that mental health plan wholeheartedly. It delineated multiple locations for an expansion of the facility. It delineated the need for our community and the size of our community. It's really important for folks to understand that this doesn't have to do with David Lawrence Center and or their capacities or what they do for us. They've been an asset to our community for as long as I've been here, in excess of 40 years. Again, I'm sticking with the neighborhood with regard to the compatibility and the residential uses in that area, and I'm not gonna support the move.
Commissioner Hall.
I understand that the need for mental health is now. The need for safety is now. And so, based on an effective, enhanced security plan that's approved, I'll make a motion to approve the rezoning.
There are two items on the agenda.
And the growth amendment plan.
So we can combining these, or we're going to vote separately on each, on 9A and 9B?
Combine them. They're both the same.
Okay. I mean, County Manager, you have a comment on, make sure we're doing this right? So we have a motion, but motions to accept the rezoning, and then as Commissioner Hall clarified, based on several homework assignments being done is what I'm sort of summarizing that we've said. County Manager or County
I'm looking at
Attorney?
County Attorney.
We've customarily did the motion on both items.
Okay, so would that motion cover both?
Yes.
Am I saying that? Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
I got a motion for the rezone?
Mr. Chairman, could I make
Absolutely.
a comment on the motion? We have, and I know that there's going to be some people in this room that are going to be very unhappy, regardless of how this turns out. Every now and then, we have a decision to make that is difficult. And I will tell you, this is probably the most difficult decision I've been involved in several years. And I am concerned about the neighborhood. But I think that the right decision is to move forward with this project at that location, as long as we get the security plan that gives everybody a little bit more comfort. It's not going to eliminate the problem. We have people that meander through all the neighborhoods in the county. And so it's not going to eliminate the problem. But I think we can take measures to make sure that it's not a David Lawrence Center or a Collier County receiving facility problem. And so I'm going to support the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
It passes 4-1. Okay, County Commissioner, or County Manager, we now will clear the room for the folks that were here for this issue, and we will move to,
We're going to item 9C. While we're clearing the room, there are a number of public speakers on this item as well. I believe most of them remain here.
let's just stand by until we
Okay.
we get the room cleared.
Yep.
And
Excuse me, Commissioner Hall.
Just don't call me late for supper. I'll answer you.
Amen. This was not an easy one at all.
I ask if you were here for this last vote, please clear the room. We still have a lot of business to get to. So if you're wearing a green or red shirt and you're done with this one, please exit. Thank you very much. Okay, County Manager, let's move to 9C.
Item 9C is a recommendation that the board consider enacting an ordinance banning the establishment or location of medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities within unincorporated Collier County. This is at the board's direction and has been advertised based on board direction from the last meeting. This is County Attorney has prepared this item, and we do have public speakers.
Mr. Miller?
So sorry, sir. I did not hear what you were requesting. Are you ready for speakers?
We are.
Number of public speakers, Troy, please.
We have 17.
Okay, big issue. Okay. Well,
I'm told they're not all here.
okay, well, let's get started with the first person who is here.
Harold J. Minch. Mr. Minch.
Harold's not here.
All right. Kathy Flowers.
Oh.
And Kathy's been seated 3 additional minutes from Maggie. There's no one upstairs, ma'am.
Oh.
They're not up there now.
I think Harold left and he was going to come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
And
Floor
wait,
is
you had 3 additional minutes, correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And the person that seated them, Maggie, yeah, she's here. Okay,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Some of you know me from Southwest Florida Christian, which is a coalition of Catholic and Protestants who work on elections, and our main goal is to keep our area family friendly. Some of you know me from Preserve Paradise, which is a group of doctors, mental health advocates, and those who work in addiction recovery. And we also want to keep Collier low drug. So I want to thank you for proposing a ban on these pot shops. You have the best of both worlds compromise. People get it at their home if they want to use it. And just a point of correction, they don't get it mailed to them. They get it through courier, okay? Because you can't mail it through the mail. So, but they all get it within 24 hours right to their doorstep. And also, we keep the pot shops out because studies show that youth will increase when there's pot shops and billboards in an area. I will say that I'm a mom of 3 teens and 3 kids in their early 20s, and this to them is what big alcohol and big tobacco was to our generation. So big marijuana is a multi-billion-dollar business that has targeted our youth. And their business model is to get everybody on the high THC. So a lot of baby boomers especially think we're talking about the 1 to 3% THC that was available when they were younger. But now we're up to 100% THC. I have gone undercover, and so has a lot of us in the drug-free community, to these marijuana shops, and they sell all the up to 100% THC joints and vapes that are 80%, and all kinds of dab, crumble, shatter, all that was sold on the street. So I was born in Florida, but I did live through it in California. In 1996, George Soros had the first medical marijuana ballot initiative, and he has supported everyone since. That is the loose ones, and he's supported the Florida one also. Financially. And what they do is they bring in these pot shops, they sell the drug dealer pot up to 100% THC. You don't get it, because it's illegal federally, there is not a prescription, it's a card. That's basically, you get a card to go shopping with. And then next, they legalize it, saying you have to regulate it like alcohol, but as they saw in California in the summer, they couldn't even put warning labels, and we've had this since 1996 in California. We have massive homelessness that resulted, and 90% of all the pot grown and sold in California is now done by the cartels. Same with Massachusetts and other states that were early legalizers in one form or another, because that is the model. The medical marijuana kind of gets the customers for them, then the cartels take over. And what we have seen is just Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, they're cesspools now. And we don't want that here. We don't want the visible drug culture here. And, you know, I'm a Christian, and Jesus said, look at the fruit of something. You have to look and examine these areas that have had this and what it results in, okay? And I have no personal animus against Nick Garlay, the pot lobbyist who's sitting over there with his staff. But the point is, you guys have to protect our quality of life versus the profiteers. We are the citizens. The people are getting it at their house anyway. There's no reason to put those pot shops here. And, you know, they are going to say we want the same rights as pharmacies. First of all, it's illegal federally. Second of all, their product, by peer-reviewed studies, shows a very serious link to suicide, psychosis, etc. There's a lot of death associated with that. Yes, you can't sit there and overdose probably on THC. It's very hard. But the death comes through other ways. Just like with cigarettes for the prior generations, the death came through other ways. And so we don't want this here. And I would just say that we have record mental illness, record psychosis, record suicide. We don't want to be guinea pigs in this massive social experiment. And the biggest reason is you don't have local control over these shops, okay? And local control is how you maintain the culture of your county. Because you can't control the number of them, you can't control the products they sell. And all these people are profiteers, they want to push this product out. And in California, we have more pot shops than all the fast foods combined. They're everywhere, okay? And has things gotten better there? No, they were worse. So people move here because it's low crime and it's low drugs. It's family friendly. And that's why I moved here. I remember coming here from California saying to my husband, there's no pot shops, there's no drug symbols everywhere. It's so amazing. It's like a land lost in time. It's like small town culture. I love it. And that's why we came here. So many families feel like I do. So I just want to thank you for doing that and appreciate that. Thanks.
Your next speaker is Leroy Chamas. He will be followed by Kendra Fox.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you. The following data is from the National Institute of Drug Abuse website. The National Institute of Drug Abuse is a federal research initiative institute and the world's largest funder of biomedical research on drug abuse and addiction. It is one of the 27 institutes and centers that comprise the National Institute of Health and is a part of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And listed on their website are these adverse consequences from marijuana use. The first consequences are called acute, present during intoxication. Impaired short-term memory, impaired attention, judgment, and other cognitive functions, impaired coordination and balance, increased heart rate, anxiety and paranoia, psychosis, though uncommon, it can occur. After that are listed the persistent or lasting longer than intoxication, but may not be permanent, impaired learning and coordination, and sleep problems. Finally, it lists long-term problems, cumulative effects of repeated use, potential for marijuana addiction, impairments in learning and memory, and potential loss of IQ among individuals with persistent marijuana use disorder who began using heavily during adolescence, increased risk of chronic cough and bronchitis, increased risk of other drug and alcohol use disorders, increased risks of schizophrenia in people with genetic vulnerability. These are often reported co-occurring symptoms, disorders with chronic marijuana use. However, research has not yet determined whether marijuana is causal or just associated with these mental problems. One of the basic principles of economics is that what you incentivize and make more available, you get more of it produced and purchased and consumed in society. If you approve this request for marijuana distribution, you will get more of it on the streets and more of it consumed. Right along with it, you will get an increase in the problems listed above. I implore you to vote no on this proposal and to allow the easy sale and not allow the easy sale and distribution of this harmful substance in Collier County. Today, we sat through a long discussion of how to increase mental health benefits. If we approve this, you would get a lot more people needing that kind of care because that is one of the effects of long-term marijuana use. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Kendra Fox. She'll be followed by Diane Van Paris. I don't see Kendra. Diane, I think I see you. Yes, I did see you behind her. Followed by Stephen Broder.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner LaCastro and all the commissioners. I am here representing Preserve Paradise, and I want to thank you for the ban that you have established that you are going to be voting on today. The main thing is that you have said you want to preserve the health, safety, and welfare of all citizens of Collier County, and this ban will do that. I want to give you some statistics because it's important to know. First of all, I have compassion, and we all have compassion for any one of the 32,000 plus card-carrying members of medical marijuana in Collier County. We have almost 800,000 card-carrying members in the state of Florida. And we have compassion for that, and as we've clarified earlier, and we continue to clarify, delivery is available to every single household card-carrying member, whether it's a caregiver to receive it or the individual patient to receive it. Delivery is available. And the delivery training is actually more encompassing than the physician training of 2 hours, of which we have over 40 medical doctors in Collier County that can issue the cards. And so that training is covered. The way that the medical marijuana is dispensed in a trunk through a certain case. All of that is clarified, and the state of Florida has complete control over that in terms of the rules. The other thing I wanted to mention is the Department of Health has the official marijuana medical use, and they do a weekly report on the medical marijuana. And I'm going to get to that in 1 second. Let me just find it. All right. They do a weekly report, and I can tell you right now, with our 800,000 card-carrying members, the usage of milligrams of medical marijuana averages out to 326 MSGs per week, per person that has a card. So it's quite a lot. And it's also controlled in terms of on the report every single week. Anybody that has a card can see how much they've used. If police are going to pull over, they have access to that, and they're able to do it. So we have compassion for those that use it, and we want the ban to stay in Florida, in Collier County, to preserve paradise and for the safety, welfare, and benefit of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Stephen Broder, followed by Eric Wyman.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's been a long day. I'll be brief and try not to repeat anything. Again, I'm Steve Bruder with St. Matthew's House. And I'm here today to express our opposition to lifting the ban on marijuana dispensaries. The DEA, as you probably know, classifies marijuana as a Schedule I drug. That's the same as heroin, LSD, ecstasy, and the DEA says it's likely to be abused and is lacking in medical value. The FDA has only approved marijuana for treatment of 2 rare and severe forms of epilepsy. The use of marijuana for other conditions is not yet proven. And it's important to note that the FDA does not oversee medical marijuana like it does other prescription drugs. It's my understanding that if a Florida county allows marijuana dispensaries, they lose control. That means that you lose control over the amount of THC in the product. You lose control over the number of outlets that wouldn't be capped. You lose control of the marketing and advertising. And from firsthand testimonies, the marijuana purchaser is not asked about any medical condition. There's no blood tests or other medical inquiry. It's the THC in marijuana that produces the feeling that people, when they smoke or consume marijuana, get. THC acts on specific brain receptors. Marijuana overactivates the parts of the brain that contain the highest number of these receptors. Today, the average content of THC sold in marijuana is being dispensed is 14 to 16%. Years ago, decades ago, it was 2 or 3%. And we've seen some products containing 30%, as much as 80%. Some vaping, edibles, gummies, wax can contain 100% THC. Consuming high levels of THC put people at higher risk of triggering psychotic episodes and becoming addicted, and you heard the previous speaker talk about that. Along with an addiction, cannabis use disorder is a real thing. There's many side effects, including the altered states, psychosis, impaired memory, and so on. St. Matthew's House operates the only long-term residential recovery program in Collier County, and we see in our intake process about 80% of the people that come to our program for drug recovery report using marijuana. That's the gateway drug. Research shows that children living near marijuana dispensaries, I want to make sure I pointed this out, are more likely to use marijuana and drugs, and the density of these shops and the delivery services was positively correlated with the frequency of child abuse and neglect. So with that, I again want to just urge you to not lift the ban on these marijuana dispensaries. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Eric Wyman. He'll be followed by, I'm sorry, it's either Joy or Joe Maines. John, okay, it's either Joy or Joe or John Maines.
Hi, my name's Eric Weeman. I want to thank you guys for passing this ban on the marijuana dispensaries. This will greatly help, in my opinion, the important work that Matthews House does. And I would like to quote a few statistics. Child deaths. Marijuana is the #1 substance found in caregivers involving the death of a child, per state health records in Florida, Texas, and Arizona. Far more than alcohol. Statistic number 2, suicide. Suicide is the #1 cause of death for youths in age 10 to 18 in Colorado. The #1 substance found in their toxicology reports are THC, not alcohol. In 2017, the National Academy of Medicine issued a 468-page research report entitled The Health Effects of Cannabis and Cannabinoids. Their report is the gold standard of scientific research and medical practice in the United States. The reports are peer-reviewed. The committee examined thousands of studies and papers, careful not to overstate the evidence in either direction. To produce the cannabis report, 16 professors and doctors worked with a staff of over 13 for more than a year. The key of finding, I will quote, "There is substantial evidence of a statistical association between cannabis use and the development of schizophrenia and other psychosis, with the highest risk among the most frequent users." The current Colorado governor in 2021 signed a marijuana bill, House Bill 1317. The key provision in the bill was to fund studies on the research of marijuana's impact on mental health, specifically to increase the understanding on how high potency, which is what we're talking about here, high THC products impacting the developing brains. An interesting factoid, even though 65% of the counties in Colorado opted out of this, there's more dispensaries than there are Starbucks, McDonald's, and 7-Eleven combined. Lastly, in 1979, Keith Stroup, prominent marijuana advocate, head of the National Organization for Reform of Marijuana Laws, in 1979, he said, quote, medical marijuana is the red herring to help usher in legalized marijuana. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is John Maines. He'll be followed by Kathy Maines.
Before I get started, Sheriff Rambos caught me out in the hall and asked, he said he submitted a letter. Oh. Can I read it without using my time? Or can somebody from
Why don't
over
you
there
just
read it?
submit the letter to the county manager or to, and we can make copies of that and give it to all the commissioners so we can have the original. We haven't seen it. Yeah. What? Yeah.
My name's John Maines. I'm a Collier County resident of 34 years. I'm a retired Naples Police Lieutenant. And I wanted to give a shout out to Sheriff Rambos, Colonel Bloom, for the great job their team has done making Collier County one of the safest, if not the safest, county in the United States to live in. And from there, I'll go to the city of Seattle. Viera Little, I think, sent all of you in a podcast or a documentary called Seattle is Dying. I'm going to summarize that real quickly and add a couple of other comments and I'll finish up. Seattle passed medical use marijuana in 1998, along with the dispensaries, or state of Washington, I should say. From 1998 to 2012, law enforcement took a gradually more hands-off approach with enforcement of marijuana laws, just for a variety of reasons, but the first one that pops into my mind is because they probably couldn't differentiate who had the right to it, who didn't have a right to it. In 2012, the state of Washington passed recreational use marijuana. From 2012 to 2016, their homeless population shot up to 10,614 people, according to this documentary. And 100% of those people that are living on the streets of Seattle in tents, laying in amongst hypodermic needles, human waste, 100% of them are addicted to drugs. The city of Seattle spends roughly $1 billion a year dealing with homelessness and drug addiction. So today it was very appropriate listening to the planning that you're looking at doing with the David Lawrence Center and where you're going to wrestle to put it. And we were talking 25 million. Imagine if you had to budget $1 billion, because I can tell you, Naples, as you know, is a lot warmer in January, February, and March than Seattle, living on the street. We're going to get all the people from Atlanta, Chicago, this side of the Mississippi coming down to Florida, and a lot of them will come to Naples. From there, I would just share this, the amount of resources that's going to be needed to deal with if we pass recreational use here in a couple of years is going to be, we're not going to be able to handle it. We're going to be just like Seattle. And I was a police officer for over 20 years, and I can tell you the city of Naples used to be, I don't know if it still is, divided into 5 geographic areas. If you had a call of a homeless person who was on drugs up at, say, the Fresh Market in Park Shore, it would take 2 officers in the northern part of the city to handle that. Meanwhile, if somebody's having a baby's choking, somebody's having a heart attack or a stroke, there's nobody to send except a guy that's a lot further away, and there's a good chance that the outcome isn't going to be good for that. So I would just end on this saying, let's not snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory here. We've got a great place to live. We don't need 10,000 people being homeless on our streets, and if we do, you're going to need 103 of those David Lawrence centers. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Kathy Maines. She'll be followed by Leonard Rutkowski. I hope I'm saying that right.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Kathy Maines. I've been a pharmacist for over 30 years here in Collier County. How fitting it was today that the challenge of mental health was discussed. One of the speakers for the newly proposed facility stated that mental health needs have quadrupled. Wow, that's amazing. But we do not need any increase in marijuana availability to add to this problem in our area. I actually wanted to come today because I wanted to thank you and express my gratitude to the board for the proposed ordinance for banning the medical marijuana dispensaries. On behalf of myself and Viora Little, who could not be here, I know she spoke in front of you before. She's a certified registered nurse anesthetist. It is our mission to always act in the best interest of public health, safety, and the welfare of our community. We feel strongly that this vote against the medical marijuana dispensaries will keep Collier County beautiful and a desired vacation destination. Again, thank you for preserving paradise.
Your next speaker is Leonard Rutkowski. He'll be followed by Josephine Canella Krell.
3 minutes short, but good evening. I'm Leonard Rutkowski. I'm an MD. My position here is as a retired neurosurgeon who has an active DEA license for over 50 years. With that information, it gives me a significant volume of experience and expertise. The combination therefore allows me a unique perspective. My whole career was aimed at reducing pain and suffering. There are facts and a reality that I will bring to the forum, all the comments that will be defendable and verifiable with the medical literature and published verified statistics. 1, there is essentially no doctor-patient relationship. A paid incentivized doctor answers a phone call and gets essentially minimal information. This starts the process to get a medical marijuana card. There is no review of systems, which is a questioning of medical information like cardiac, pulmonary, gastrointestinal history, along with a surgical and allergy history, all important information necessary to safely administer treatment. Without getting such information would be considered malpractice across the whole country. These so-called doctors have sold their ethics for a few Roman silver and gold coins. Calls were denied, I suspect, that they would not have a job the next day. With Delta 8 now being sold in the Collier County, there's a direct approach to circumvent the situation and provide THC-type treatment or product to the public. This provides evidence that the major motivation is money and greed. This product has a potential to be more dangerous than true THC. We now have the information here from the addiction group. I have no qualms about CBD, but THC has now significantly higher potency is potentially, if not already, a dark path untested by legitimate researchers. Common misconceptions fostered by the marijuana cabal about seizures, which has been addressed, I won't address that anymore. Marijuana is not a gateway drug, another absolutely false statement. Next, marijuana is innocuous. Teenage psychosis, again related by previous testifiers. Marijuana has not killed anyone by virtue of an overdose. True statement. Indirectly, though, car accidents in combination with other drugs, cocaine, heroin, alcohol, etc., has been associated with deaths, period. The fact that marijuana can treat cancer, HIV, AIDS, Crohn's, and whatever, no such medical studies that I have ever seen prove that. Only anecdotal reports. Anecdotal reports are not medical evidence. Corruption of the scientific community, including physicians, along with the media, not only doing their due diligence and a significant influence of millions of dollars in individuals whose main goal is to generate money and ignore the overall greater good for society, has led to this point. Okay, I just had one more sentence. My major motivation is to protect my grandchildren and to make aware to society the pitfalls of false and exaggerated statements from individuals who say they are concerned about patients' well-being, but in fact are falsely compassionate. I have no financial interest in marijuana at all. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Josephine Canella Krell. She is not here. Joe Alger? Yeah, okay. Nick Garrelay. And Nick had some time seated. Jade Chips? She's there. Joanna Taylor? She had to leave. So, Nick, you'll have a total of 6 minutes.
Where's the monitor?
The visualizer, you want to put your iPad under that, is that correct, sir? Yes.
Deep breaths. My name is Nick Garrelay, founder and CEO of My Florida Green. I've been established in the medical marijuana space since November of 2016 when marijuana first passed. So I've been in it since the beginning. I stood here and spoke before a couple of you back in 17 and listened to Dr. Who was the head of NCH at the time, said that marijuana has absolutely no medicinal benefits whatsoever. Boy, have we evolved since then. We have 35,000 patients on our platform, which is what I'm showing you here. And in order to become certified, at least with My Florida Green, you need to fill out a medical application. The doctor needs to approve it, and you need to schedule. So we document everything, and I do it on purpose for this type of meeting. I'm hoping that I can actually, okay, here we go. So we document all the drugs, the prescription drugs that people are taking when they come in, and then we document all the prescription drugs that people are able to reduce the need for, okay? And we also track patient retention, and we also track patients' satisfaction. We also track the age and demographic. Our most prominent referral is other physicians. Physicians refer their patients to us. Even the physicians that are practicing medical marijuana here in Naples actually refer their patients to us because they want to make sure that they're properly educated. Education is a very big thing for us. By the way, debunking a couple of things, there's no such thing as 100% THC products. That's absolutely nonsense. They're not 100% at all. THC is a psychotropic part of the plant, and yes, it does create a psychotropic effect, but there's also other cannabinoids to the plant that are extremely medicinal. CBD is the most medicinal cannabinoid of the plant. I heard a couple of things, and I'm going to try to talk fast so I can get it all in, which was a little disturbing. We've talked about how Collier County is one in control. It's already out of control, ladies and gentlemen. Every vape store, head shop, gas station, liquor store, and kava bar are already selling THC-infused products.
Hey.
Wow, that was a little disrespectful.
Ma'am.
Wow, that's wow. Okay. Well, hopefully I could get a couple more seconds added.
Stop for 1 second. Ma'am, you do that again, we're going to have you escorted out of here. We're trying to keep it professional, okay?
Yeah, the clock was paused.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Wow. So, yeah, my 15-year-old went into a kava bar here in Naples a couple of months ago and actually bought a THC-infused product, 2 drinks, THC-infused lixirs, and came home and he was baked out of his mind. I actually filed a police report with the Collier County Sheriffs. I heard nothing about it. I totally roasted them on social media and got a ton of blowback and negative reviews,
Mr.
which is
Garland,
actually...
you speak like I do fast, and Terry, it's getting towards the end of the day here, so we've had a lot of speakers. Just slow down, and we want to hear
I'm sorry.
you out,
I'm just
so.
trying to get it all in, so I apologize.
And we're going to let you get in. Just,
Okay, all right,
we
cool.
wanna get
Thank
on
you.
record,
Sorry.
slow down a little.
So the cannabis products are completely out of control right now. People are selling non-lab tested products. With medical dispensaries opening in Naples, what would happen is they would sell lab tested medical products for patients who are suffering from debilitating conditions. And yes, I do sell products at my place. I sell products that I formulate personally, and they're manufactured in a GMP lab. They are lab tested, and they are specifically formulated for specific products. The number one product is caters to sleep. I'm not sure if any of you sleep well in this room, but I know there's many that don't. So a couple more things I want to show you here.
I think we have a microphone, don't we?
Do we?
There's a wireless microphone.
Ooh. Testing.
Got to turn it on, sir.
All right. Cool.
Take your time.
Yeah, let me while you're finding your spot there. Let me just ask you a question, just for
Testing.
clarification. I mean, I've been to your business, and spent several hours there watching the operation. What's the difference between So we don't have dispensaries in Collier County except for one in my district, which is on Marco, and the Marco City Council passed that. But since we have a ban on dispensaries here, what's the difference between your product and what's in Lee County across the line in an actual dispensary?
Derived from hemp, sir. So hemp is a plant similar to cannabis, but it yields higher CBD and lower THC, where cannabis will yield higher THC and lower CBD. Hemp is actually Trump signed the bill into law in 2018, making all parts of the plant legal, which actually creates a little bit of a loophole, and why you have all these little shops, pot shops per se, that are already open in Collier, but there's selling chemically modified THC products that are modified from hemp.
So none of your products in your store are derived from the actual marijuana leaf.
No, sir, that would be
derived
illegal.
From hemp, but it still has a THC component that comes out of hemp.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Which is legal to sell.
I mean, the reason I'm asking that is, I spent time in your store, so I remember those answers, but we're getting sort of conflicting.
Absolutely,
things, so I want to give you a chance to clarify.
What I also find interesting is we're comparing the blue states, the poorly run blue states who passed recreational marijuana. Look, we have 35,000 patients on our platform. I do not support recreational marijuana. I want nothing to do with recreational marijuana. I have documented incredible miracles on a daily basis. The data I'm going to show you right here, out of 35,000 patients, the one in blue, okay, this one doesn't really work. Okay, here we go. The one in blue out to the left, out of 35,000 patients, almost 20,000 patients have gotten off of prescription medications using our product. Okay, that's 65%. I put Xanax in here as an example. I built a drug database on my platform. In the last 7 months, 1,944 patients have gotten off of Xanax using our platform. All right, we're changing the world. We're changing this community for the better. We're getting people off of prescription drugs. 45% of our patients get off of alcohol. All right, anybody ever made a good decision drunk? I know I haven't. Right? Maybe you don't make a decision stoned, but at least it wasn't a bad one. All right. How many people are? And I don't want a show of hands. And yes, I'll talk to you guys. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to the room. But how many people are taking medications that they want to get off of? How many people are taking medications with side effects that they don't welcome? Right? This is a natural alternative that's never killed anyone in history. We've established that. All right, we've established this. This has never killed anyone in history. All right, something else I want to show y'all. Sorry if I'm a little agitated. I've been sitting here since 8:30 in the morning, as you all have too. So, all right. 85% of our patients have a successful outcome by incorporating cannabis into their everyday life. You can't stand up here and show me any data from a drug that can yield that kind of result. In the past,
let me just ask you a question for clarification.
Sure.
So you said 85% of your patients have had a positive result of cannabis to treat
their debilitating condition.
So what you're saying is they haven't all the stats that show the success isn't from the non-marijuana product you sell.
Correct.
You give them sort of an alternative that's local here, but
Because
a large portion of your customer base crosses the county line or goes to Marco, and you measure
Most of them,
and
yes.
you add that to your
No. All this data I'm showing you. Sorry.
Okay. Wait, just let me finish. So, well, I think you heard my question, so I won't repeat it. So I'll let you answer. Go
The
ahead.
data that I'm showing you is for medical marijuana patients. I'm sorry, I should have clarified that at the beginning. This has nothing to do with my product.
And that's not what you sell. So you're educating us here on medical marijuana.
That is correct.
I guess my question is, if your product in your non-dispensary store has so much positive result, and you don't want to be in the recreational marijuana business, but maybe you want to be in the medical marijuana business. But if you're having so much success in your non-dispensary store, then why are you on the side of wanting just more dispensaries in Collier County?
I think we're crossing. We're crossing. The woman that screamed out, it started a whole different tangent that we shouldn't have gone down. We facilitate the medical marijuana certification for both the patient and the doctor. A doctor works with us full time. There's 32,000 patients in Collier County, right? We've done 22,000 of them. All right, so that's 2/3 of the market. All right, we have the market here. I have no financial benefit if a dispensary opens up in Collier County. The only reason why I stand here is to correct ignorant statements that are being stated. That's really it. I have no motivation other than our patients who work hard to live here in Collier County deserve to have access in the county that they.
You help 22,000 patients get medical marijuana cards. They cross the county line to get it, or they go to Marco, but then they also still frequent your store because you also sell a product that helps them.
They have to see us every 7 months per state law, every 210 days. They have to see the doctor every 7 months to document their
And a lot
progress.
of them don't buy product from you because they need the medical marijuana. So they cross,
we offer CBD. Yeah, we offer CBD. Well, I can show you. Look, what the stat that's up here. Here's 3,400 patients who have gotten off of benzos. That's 2,600 roughly that have gotten off of opioids. All right. These are our patients on the My Florida Green platform that have reported that they've gotten off of opioids and gotten off of benzos. I have tons of other stats I can show you. Again, there's an 85% success ratio. Most people are complaining from sleep, right? We have an 85% success ratio of people sleeping better, lowering their anxiety, improving their quality of life. So I don't want to sit here and listen to marijuana be bastardized by all this data that people are pulling off of Google or ncbi.gov, which we've all discussed all day today, which is corrupt data, right? I'm showing you real data.
Can you summarize? Because we're well over, and I ate up some of that time. But
no problem, and I appreciate it. And look, out of the 22,000 patients, 3,000 of them are veterans. We charge veterans once and never again. We give law enforcement 50% off, right? Much respect. Thank you for your service, Mr. Collier and Mr. LaCastro. Thank you for all you guys' service. Any of you who want to come into my store and see this data, any of you want to talk in the parking lot?
Talking to us.
Anybody who wants to talk, come to our store, talk to us in the parking lot, in the hallway, and not be confrontational. I'll show you all this data. It's real. This is actual data, not some nonsense that's pulled from the internet. And again, we kind of jumped around here. I didn't get to say all the things that I wanted to, but I know the decision's already made, right? I know you guys aren't going to allow a dispensary to open up in Collier. I get it, but some of this data, some of these things are being presented are complete ignorant. They make absolutely no sense, and it's very disheartening for all the work that I put in. I've spent $1.6 million of my own money building this platform and this company, all right? And it's to change the world. It's to help these people who are suffering from debilitating conditions. So I'll leave it at that. Any of you need help, myfloridagreen.com. Click on Get Started.
Mr. Chair, your final registered speaker on this item is Chad Taylor.
Good evening, Commissioners. I sit here today and I find it ironic that, earlier this morning we used such strong words in favor of medical freedom, so much so that we returned CDC money, and thank you all for doing that. Yet we stand here today talking about a permanent ban on medical marijuana dispensaries. It just doesn't add up. So my name is Chad Taylor. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I'm the general manager at My Florida Green, and I've been a patient there for about the last 3 years. Now, it was the unconstitutional vaccine mandates that perpetuated by the CDC, that drove me to leave a 16-year career into medical marijuana. Now, the stress of my situation significantly impacted my sleep, among other things. Now, to be clear, I've been alcohol-free for nearly 8 years, and drinking again was not going to be an option for me. Now, my doctor at the time, within a quick, less than 2-minute appointment, immediately prescribed Xanax and Lexapro. Now, I quickly learned after that both of those medications have nearly 24 side effects, things I wouldn't even give to an enemy. Now, when I turned to medical marijuana and I got properly educated at My Florida Green, I have to say it was a complete game changer for me. I sleep like a baby now. My anxiety is next to zero, and I have zero desire to return to alcohol. How we can call this a gateway drug is beyond my intelligence. Now, people turn to medical marijuana when synthetic pharmaceuticals have failed them. We have to understand that. Or worse yet, makes their condition worse. Now, I've personally seen the relief on hundreds of patients myself. Now, respectfully, I'd like to ask the commissioners to imagine a scenario where the tables are turned. Imagine a loved one who's suffering from a debilitating condition, and the only relief they get is from medical marijuana. Now, maybe they suffer from a sleeplessness because of trauma. Maybe it's they shake uncontrollably from Parkinson's, or they have horrible side effects from chemotherapy. Or maybe they have chronic pain from a devastating injury. Okay? Now imagine that I tell your loved one they can drive an extra 40 miles or 40 minutes to their dispensary to get the relief that they need. It's just a minor inconvenience. Doesn't feel so good, does it? Now, that's exactly what we're doing to tens of thousands of patients right here in Naples. Now, despite the misconceptions that are spread about medical marijuana, deliveries, they are not within 24 hours, I can promise you that. Now, by creating these extra barriers, this is what's going to happen. People are going to self-medicate. They're going to do it with alcohol. They're going to do it with pills. And then worse yet, they're going to turn to street drugs, which are filled with fentanyl. None of those roads lead to good places. Now, in the U.S. alone, 140,000 deaths occur per year due to alcohol. Over 68,000 deaths occur per year due to opioids. Over 110,000 deaths occur per year due to fentanyl overdoses. 0 people have ever died from a marijuana overdose, ever in the history of mankind. Now, in the middle of an opioid epidemic and a fentanyl crisis, you have to ask ourselves, do you want that kind of blood on your hands? Now, an expression we live by in the Marine Corps is semper fidelis. That means always faithful. And I can promise you, standing here right now, I will always, as a general manager of My Florida Green and as a Marine, I will always stay faithful to our patients right here in Naples. Thank you for your time, and I really hope that you can reconsider getting access to our patients.
A question I have for you, the
Yes, sir.
success that you've gotten over anxiety and sleep and things like that, is that 100% from things that you're buying at Florida Green, or you're having to cross county lines or go to Marco as well?
So to give you a little context, I live a very holistic lifestyle. And again, I did leave a 16-year career over the vaccine mandates because of that. I'm 45 years old. I can do more pull-ups than I could do at 18 years old in the Marine Corps boot camp. Okay, so that's just a little context on my health and how I manage my health. And absolutely, I can tell you, I did not go into Xanax or Lexapro to relieve my condition. I turned to medical marijuana, and I got properly educated on it. And absolutely, it 100% helps me sleep. It brings down my anxiety significantly, and it helps me live a more quality life.
So in your particular case, you're using product at Florida Green, but then you're also having to cross either the county line or go to Marco, correct?
I do, and it's more than inconvenient, quite frankly.
Why don't you have it delivered?
Delivery, it takes more than 24 hours. And also, if you're a working person, typically you get about a 12-hour window. So I can't do that. I have 2 kids. One of them has autism. I'm a very busy guy. And that's just not something I can do. I literally have to drive when I need my product.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. I just want to say, one of the downsides to the proposition of this ban, and it's been mentioned here several times, continuing the ban, we've had a de facto ban. We have never voted, this commission has never voted to ban the dispensaries, nor have we been able to secure the votes to allow the dispensaries. So we've been in a de facto ban, and that's where I'm hanging with regard to this circumstance. One of the downsides to the ban is there will be, people will self-medicate. There will be an increase in illegal use of consumption of marijuana, and we have a terrible issue going on in our community with fentanyl being laced with these street drugs. What is the percentage chance of fentanyl ending up in a product that is manufactured? And I know you can't speak for other medical marijuana, medical cannabis facilities. At this, I'm asking him, what's the opportunity for fentanyl ending up in a product that's put forth by any of these dispensaries? Specifically, you can't really speak for the others.
Those are medical lab tested products.
Basically, it's zero.
Sounds pretty zero to me.
It is a highly controlled substance. The medical cannabis is controlled by its construction manufacturer by the state of Florida, and there is no opportunity for the other illicits to be added into it.
Here's why I just slightly disagree with that. If I'm a person, and I know people that are getting results from medical marijuana, but we're not here to argue to be doctors and decide if medical marijuana is, effective or not. But if I'm somebody that believes it's effective and I have some serious issues and it helps me in an exponential way, we're not keeping them from getting it. And I think if I have something that's a miracle drug, driving 40 minutes or less in most cases to either Marco or across the county line, I don't have to do it every day. I can get enough of a quantity to get it. And so, I've been, on record of saying we have the same amount of dispensaries in Collier County as we do Trader Joe's and Whole Foods. There's one on Marco, a dispensary on Marco, which I didn't vote for. They're a municipality, so the city council voted on it. And I spent a half a day in that dispensary getting an education on how many people travel from all over Collier County. But most of them tell me they don't have to go there very often. They get enough of a supply, and I misspoke, it's not mailed, it's delivered, because a lot of those people were older and they don't have a job, like you. So for them, it's a convenience. But I just think if I have an ailment and medical marijuana is helping me, that much, I don't know that there needs to be one on every corner. And so, I feel like we've got the one in Marco, we've got 30 plus on the other side of the line, and people drive for 2 hours, like I said, to get a $3 bottle of wine at Trader Joe's. I think if I'm taking something that solves serious pain or helps me sleep, I'll drive that far, to get, relief. And then, of course, my Florida Green provides legal options that aren't medical marijuana, like you said, Nick. And your business is booming. I mean, I've been there. So, that's my... love to hear your comment.
I completely appreciate that, Commissioner. But with all due respect, you're not folding up a wheelchair and putting it in your car.
Mm-hmm.
You're not shaking uncontrollably from Parkinson's. Mm-hmm. You're not suffering from chemotherapy, side effects.
So you need one on every corner so somebody can walk to it, or
I'm not saying how many we need. I'm saying that our patients that are suffering from debilitating conditions need access to it, and by putting up more barriers, like making debilitated people drive another 40 minutes, is unjust. And all of the conjecture we continue to hear about, all of the crime and all of the bad things are going to happen, well, that's not happening. In fact, in the Planning Commissioner meeting, those stats were shared, and crime does not go up in areas like that. That's a complete conjecture.
And that's what I want. I wasn't trying to attack you with that question. I actually wanted to hear your honest answer to that. So, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Cowell, and then Commissioner McDaniel, you're on deck.
Thank you, Chairman. I know Nick. We're not real close, but I know Nick, and I know he believes in what he does, and he, and in the products he produces, and he talks about how he helps, and the people out there with their addictions, and and I think guys like you, Nick and Chad, I think you guys have this, it's coming from your heart, and you believe in, what you're doing and the importance of it. But I think you got to understand, we have to safeguard this community to a point where it might not be you guys putting these medical marijuana dispensaries on every corner. And by statute, if we let it happen, anywhere there's a pharmacy, they can put a medical marijuana dispensary in this county in an unincorporated area. So imagine how many Walgreens and CVS's we have. So that can pop up. And it may not be great guys like you putting them up. It may be the ones that are just trying to do it because they know down the road there's a chance that Florida may get recreational marijuana. And by default, once they have their brick and mortar store, they will be the dispenser of recreation marijuana. So at that point, we have to look at the makeup of this county and what we want or don't want. And that's the important thing. It's not the fact that we want to harm anybody, that, you know, medically this can help. I get it. It does help. And there are people who have prescriptions, use it for legitimate reasons. And I think the people in the audience have to understand I understand the Farm Bill back in 2018, the loopholes with the cannabis to hemp. And the hemp allowed the Farm Bill to, you sell products made from hemp. And we do see Delta 8, which I think somebody mentioned before. Delta 8 is a synthetic altercation of Delta 9. Delta 9 is the THC. Well, it's an altered version of the hemp plant that creates THC in it. Yeah, but people can sell that because if the Farm Bill allows it. Yes, I understand that. I'm saying the people might not understand it. That, you know, it's two different animals. You know, Delta 9 is what the medical marijuana is received from, and that is under the schedule, as the federal government recognizes a Schedule I drug, which is basically a narcotic that doesn't have any medical use in their eyes. But this is what we have to protect against, and I think I get it, but I don't know who's going to be the next guy to open this brick and mortar store in our county. If it's you guys, I get it. I can trust that, you know, and you'll do what's right. But the 500 other people with the big pockets that sees Florida now as another market or sees Collier County, we lose control over that. And this is about the only tool we have to control that here. And I campaigned for a year and a half to get this position, and not once did I have anybody approach me and say, you know, Dan, when you become commissioner, I've always had a hard time getting my medical marijuana. Can you like look into this? Not once. Do people tell me we need workforce housing? Every day. People tell me we need, you know, more roads because it's traffic congestion? Every day. I never had a doctor come up to me and say, Dan, I've never had a person that my patient has a hard time getting medical marijuana in this county.
Okay, all right, Nick, okay.
You're not allowed to yell.
All right, Commissioner Colwell, Commissioner Colwell has the floor. The commissioner has the floor.
All right. What I was saying is that I think this is the only tool we really have to safeguard the unknown. And that's why I support it. And I just wanted to make sure you guys understand that.
Can I ask a quick question in regards to your statement, Commissioner?
Wait a second. Let me just bring this back to Senator. Your 3 minutes are up, so it's not a exchange back and forth if he wants to ask you something. But I would like our county manager to read the sheriff's letter so we can get that into the record. And then our break would have been at 6:20, so we're starting to get drifting a little bit at a time. I only have one commissioner lit up, Commissioner McDaniel. So let's read this short letter. We'll go to Commissioner McDaniel, and then we're going to break.
Take a vote.
Yeah, unless somebody else is lit up here. But let's get the letter in the record.
Yep. This letter dated December 15th, 2022 is a statement regarding medical marijuana dispensaries. As sheriff of Collier County, I do not support allowing medical marijuana dispensaries in Collier County. I am deeply concerned about the negative impacts that additional dispensaries could have on the safety of our community and cannot support jeopardizing our standing as the safest metropolitan county in Florida. Sincerely, Kevin J. Rambosk, Sheriff.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, so no, and I'm going to say this out loud. I'm going to support the motion for the ban. I have enormous mixed feelings with regard to both sides of the equation. I have personal friends that have benefited from the consumption of medical cannabis because of their being able to get away from prescription drugs and the terrible negativities that transpire with that. On the other side of it, I have other friends that the consumption of cannabis marijuana has led them to places unknown. Chad was correct, Commissioner LaCastro, in his comment that, you know, we're perceiving this from our perspective, our capacity of mobility and ability to get around and do what we do all day, every day. There are, and we are, and on your thought process, as was with some of my other colleagues, our other colleagues, was that, you know, we're not prohibiting people from being able to get cannabis because it can be delivered, but the delivery standards are very onerous. Chad spoke about being having a family and work, and they won't mail your cannabis to you. They won't leave it in your mailbox. You have to be standing there at the door in that 12-hour window in order to, in fact, receive it. So, but you are not incorrect in your comments with regard to the, if it is important, you'll make adjustments. People can and are making adjustments to do it. So my main reason for supporting the ban is not because I'm in support of the ban. It's because Collier County has been outside my perception of the Constitution of the state of Florida. We were relegated to do one of two things: either allow them. They won't be on every corner because there is statutory regulations with regard to where they can and can't be. But we are not allowed to limit the amount of them, numbers-wise, or ban them. We had to do one of those two things, and we never did either of those, which was why I started last year to bring forward the ordinance to allow them again. But I want this county to be in conformity with the statute and the Constitution. So
Commissioner
that's why
Hall.
I'm supporting it.
So I make a motion to ban the ordinance, or to approve the ordinance banning the medical marijuana dispensaries.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
And Commissioner McDaniel, did you make the actual motion? Or, I mean, it sounded like you were sort of making one.
No, I was support. I said.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hall, it's second by Commissioner Saunders. All in favor of enacting an ordinance banning the establishment or location of medical marijuana treatment center dispensaries, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we'll take a break. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started.
you have a live
minute
mic.
early, but I know we got everybody here. So we are moving to 10B.
10B. Item 10B is a recommendation to direct staff to prepare, undergo the public process, and bring to the board a proposed amendment to the Land Development Code to allow guest houses in the urban Golden Gate Estates to be rented to anyone. This item is sponsored by Commissioner McDaniel.
Sir.
There I am. This is pretty simple. I've talked about this for a long time, and having supply and demand is one of the short answers to housing affordability. We have a land development code in Golden Gate. We were successful in amending that. I think in 2019, we trifurcated the Golden Gate master plan into 3. 951 is the division line because that's a visible landmark. West of 951 is the urban estates, then the Golden Gate City, the 4 square miles, and then east of 951, Collier Boulevard, is rural estates. So the suggestion is to bring forward, amend the LDC or the GMP and the LDC to allow for legally renting of guest houses in the urban only estates, with no limitations on how they can do what they can do, except for I would propose, when the ordinance ultimately comes forward, that we allow for that limitation to be on homesteaded properties. One of the issues we have with short-term rentals is lack of accountability of anybody, a landlord or such, to be able to manage the actions of the tenants. We have a far greater infrastructure on the west side of 951, and so the increase in density can be managed better and legally allowing them. Currently, you can build, for those who don't know, currently you can build guest houses in Golden Gate Estates. There are limitations, size, shape, and such, but you're not legally allowed to rent them. So this thought was to enhance the marketplace, add more units into the marketplace, and allow for homesteaded properties to be able to have that as a legal use.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, most of the urban estates is in District 3, my district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think what this proposal would do would have the potential of changing the character of a lot of neighborhoods, such as Logan Woods, where I live, but also the Oaks development.
And I own, by the way, in Logan Woods.
And so I think this is not a well-thought-out proposal, because you're going to wind up with Airbnbs on a whole lot of these estates lots, and I just think that that's just the wrong approach. Now, if you want to provide some backup for this as to what the impacts would be prior to bringing back an ordinance, then that may be something for us to talk about. But just to put on the agenda an ordinance which will basically change the character of a large number of neighborhoods is, I think, just the wrong way to go.
Well, what would you propose would be the good way to go?
To ignore the issue and move on. I don't think we should do this.
Let me just throw something out here in between both of you. Is there any appetite for having the staff take a look at this and bring us back something that maybe is a little bit cleaner and doesn't allow for so many loopholes? Because I had the same concerns. Or do you think that it's not worth the juice isn't worth the squeeze?
I would say if we put this on the agenda, we're alerting the whole world that we're about to change the way people have lived in this community for a long time on these large lots, and I think that's the wrong signal to send. If Commissioner McDaniel wants to generate some information and then distribute it to us, fine. We can always do that, but to have this on the agenda, I think, would be a sending the wrong signal.
And if I may, I'm not looking to send a wrong signal, Commissioner Saunders. I know for a fact the one thing I do not know is how many guest houses currently exist in Golden Gate in the urban area at all. But I do know for a fact that people are renting them and not doing it within the guise of our code. A lot of them are being rented and not doing it within the guise of our code. And so my thoughts were, we have a housing issue, affordable housing issue. This provides for a mechanism for people, homeowners, homesteaded properties, to legally do it. And carrying this through an actual ordinance will generate that data, generate that information, alert the community that we're making the proposition to, and get feedback from the community. But ignoring the issue is, I don't think it's a, I don't think it's a.
Commissioner Hall, you have a comment?
Yes, I agree. You know, something that's affordable to the workforce is needed. I'm not all about creating something that's just another Airbnb opportunity. That doesn't meet our need in a community, and at the same time, allowing a property owner to create something that they could have some income come on a long-term basis to meet both needs. I'm not opposed. I see both sides. I want to create some supply to help the demand for workforce housing. I hate to call it affordable housing. It's essential workforce housing. I would love to see people that, are teachers in our work. We beat that horse a lot, but.
We're not done with beating it yet.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying. For people that are looking for a someplace to live that's not way out in Lee County, or that serve our community in a great capacity. I don't know if you can, I'm no lawyer. I don't know if you can stipulate whether you can not Airbnb it and you can long-term rent it, or if you have to rent it to, 3 or 4 people max. I don't know what those rules are, but I'm not opposed to the conversation.
We have public speakers. I know that
Chair,
Mr. Trachtenberg, right?
we do. We have Mr. Trachtenberg here from the AHAC. He's here in his official capacity.
And Commissioner Saunders is lit up, but if we hear from speaker first, maybe we'll see. Go ahead, Joe.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Joe Trachtenberg. I'm the chairman of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. I was pleased and intrigued when this item appeared on the agenda.
investigation, further community involvement, and further discussion. I want our board to make and do solution-based decisions with regard to the affordable housing. I don't want to sit around and listen to Joe talk about the deficits of what we have going on. And this is an action. This is in my idea, ADUs are a solution-based rationale for us to get to where we're going. So carrying it, I'd be happy to make the motion to move this forward to our AHAC committee and have further study done, and then recommendation come back to us at a later date.
Besides AMI, could length of time be looked at? So we might be able to eliminate the Airbnb issue that, you know, somebody could be in that guest house, has to be for 6 months or more. I'm just spitballing here, but, you know, to try to figure out a way to make sure that we're not creating something that has a ton of loopholes and it doesn't really do what we want to do. I know Commissioner Caldwell's lit up, and but can somebody give me a quick answer to that? I mean, that's something.
No, that's certainly, no, that's a great idea, because it'll be part of the stipulation. that
Okay,
we'll talk
let's go in order here. Let me go to Commissioner Caldwell, and then Commissioner Saunders, you're on deck.
You don't have to apologize to me, because 6 of the streets do fall in my district also.
Oh, sorry about that.
West of I-75. But,
Just saying.
no, I think the way it is here, we need to bring this before, you know, Commissioner Hall taking it to the committee and getting some more. Believe me, I am the biggest proponent of personal property rights of people that own their own properties and own their own houses.
Right.
You know, and this is something, program they want to enter into, and it's something they want to participate in. Who am I to stop them? Okay. But I think we need to have, for this to work and be part of that force multiplier to tackle our workforce housing, you know, issue, because it's not going to be a one fix all. We got to come at this with multiple sides. I mean, we're going to attack from all different angles. And if this is part of that, and if it can be, give a little extra inventory somewhere down the road, and the property owners are happy with that, I think we do need to come up with a language that does work and that we can look at and dissect and go from there. So I would support us.
Commissioner Saunders, then Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner McDaniel, no offense is ever taken, so that you don't need to apologize or anything for that. I don't think we need to vote on this. I think Commissioner Hall understands that this is an issue to bring back, and let's let it go through that process.
Commissioner Hall?
I just have a question for Mr. French. Jamie, you mentioned yesterday that you would have to, if we did something, that you would have to hire it out because you just didn't have the capability. Is that this item?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. For the record, I'm Jamie French, your Department Head for Growth Management and Community Development. Currently, right now, we're running about 18, perhaps 19 tasks from the Board of County Commissioners. And so the staff we utilize, as you know, our group now supports the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and we're so glad to have you there. But the bottom line is the same staff that does these studies are the same staffs that serve your community and your customers. And so we balance that time the best we can. And often we do use a third party. In this particular case, this one would require, because there's a great deal of questions as far as limitations on use, how we would title these properties. It would take a great deal of coordination with, of course, our partner at the county attorney, Mr. Klatzkow's office, and we're going to need his help with this one for sure. But it's going to take some outside resources to give us a hand on this one. And so, you know, Deputy County Manager Finn was contacted even this morning by the property appraiser, and it calls into question, there's already case law, or apparently there's a legal opinion out there with regards to perhaps jeopardizing your homestead exemption if you were to do something like this. And we don't need, that's new to us. So that's just something else. We've not reached out to the other constitutionals to find out where they would be on this. We do think that it would address a great deal of demand, or at least the question of demand and how to address it perhaps throughout the community. But it's something that we're going to need some help with for sure.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, and I think it would be prudent for us to, I'll go ahead and make a motion to, as opposed to moving this forward to an ordinance, but for Commissioner Hall to take this to the AHAC and have it looked into and studied and then brought back to us at a later date.
Second.
I mean, the data collected, I wasn't done. Thank you for the second. Don't be look, I don't do that while you're going on.
I do take offense sometimes to what you say.
The data collected from this is going to be immeasurable for us. as we're going along. I mean, there was a proposition at one time to allow for guest houses to be constructed in all of Golden Gate Estates. And I flinched on that because of the lack of infrastructure that we have in eastern Collier County east of 951. But we're making enormous investments now in the grid system and infrastructure east of 951 as well. So this can be something that we could actually implement and see how many units come online, what the positives and negatives in fact are. So I'm done.
I second it, but I think we got to really make sure that we're not passing something that's creating something that could be a good thing, but then it opens up a whole bunch of loopholes that become really bad things that we're avoiding now. And now all of a sudden, like you said, whether it's Airbnb or other things. Commissioner Saunders, are you about to chime in here?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we don't really need to have a motion on this. Commissioner
Right.
Hall has the authority to take things to the AHAC that he thinks should be brought there, and I think he understands we'd like for him to do that. So I don't think we need to
So can we avoid the motion and just task Commissioner Hall and AHAC to bring this back? What do we have to do? Because it's on part of the agenda, we actually have to vote on it.
Mr. Chair, it's your call. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I don't think we need to vote on it unless my colleagues have a issue with it. I think we defer it to Commissioner Hall, AHAC, and then bring it back. Is that still legal? Okay. Well,
fine.
Anybody have an issue? Okay, let's move to 10C.
Chair, is there any interest in the board of taking the Tiger Tail item so that we can let our Marco Island folks head on back to the island?
Get back to their Valentine's Day late dinner.
Wine time.
I have no objection. I think because I think the only people that are in the room, I could be wrong, but the bulk of the people in the room are for Tiger Tail. So I think that's a smart move. Let's go ahead and move to that.
And I don't think this is going to be a long issue. We'll move right back to the 10s after that.
Okay.
Item
11D. 11D, right?
Yep. Item 11D is a recommendation to approve a one-time expenditure of tourist development tax, Fund 195, funding in the amount of $921,400 for 85,000 cubic yards of dredged sand itemized in change orders number 1 and change order number 2 to the City of Marco Island's contract with Marine and Construction for the 2022 Tiger Tail Lagoon Sand Island Ecosystem Restoration Project. Authorize the chair to execute a tourist development tax funding agreement. Authorize the necessary budget amendment and make a finding that this expenditure promotes tourism. Mr. Andrew Miller, your manager of Coastal Zone Management, is here to answer questions.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yeah, only this one, there was a change from what I read or what I remembered I read before in the price per unit or the tonnage yardage with this proposition. I had 80,000 tons in my head, and this request is for 85.
Mr. Chair, Andy Miller, Coastal Zone Manager for the record. The initial request was for, I believe, 60,000 yards, and that we took to the CAC. And at the TDC, there was a recommendation put to add the additional 25,000 from a different change order. So the total is 85,000.
My bad memory.
Yeah. I'll just make a couple of comments here. I mean, I'm very involved in this one. I mean, it says all districts, but obviously this is smack dab in District 1. But really, we've had a partnership with the folks at Hideaway Beach. You know, you got senior leadership here from the Marco Island. You got the Marco City Manager and City Council leadership. Water knows no boundary. So when when water sort of crosses across city lines and then it comes into the county, I mean, Tiger Tail Lagoon is as a county park. It's our property. We have significant issues in there that probably should have been dealt with long ago, and we're trying to catch up. Unless anybody has an objection, I make a motion that we approve for this money. The TDC had no problem with it. I believe they voted unanimously for it. And the numbers did creep up, and I caught that as well. But some of it, correct me if I'm wrong, is we have an active work site going on out there right now, and I think more is being learned as we look at the damage and how much sand it would take, and even the dollar figure went up a bit, but I dug into that just for the sake of argument here and brevity, and I was convinced that all the right things were happening, and this is an investment in something that we need to do that repairs and restores that area. So I make a motion. Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I did have speakers. They may want to talk you out of it.
Okay.
Eric Breckmans.
Okay.
Mike McNeese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike McNeese, Mark Ron, City Manager. I definitely do not want to talk you out of this. I want to say thank you on behalf of the city. And I will point out one thing. I think this title probably carried forward from an earlier version, and the Tourist Development Council actually specifically requested that this not be considered a one-time funding issue. I think their thinking was, this one stands alone. It is what it is. If there is some future request, they didn't want to preemptively say there could never be another. We certainly don't have one in mind, but so I would only call out this issue of whether one time is intended. But
yeah, I mean, when that was brought to my attention, then I spoke with, I believe, city manager, maybe, or county manager, maybe a couple of other folks. And so I don't know if it's just semantics. We want to make sure we get it right. But I look at this as, you know, this can come forward as many times, but each time it stands on its own. We're not making an approval now that every 12 months we give $921,000 for this project. So I don't know what the exact verbiage is. It did appear that the verbiage did change a little bit, so that brought a little bit of ambiguity into the process. So I would just say we're approving this as a standalone, and if down the road, so I don't know if, you know, I think the one-time thing is sort of what confuses folks. Ms. Patterson, what's your read?
My understanding was that the one time appeared in the TDC executive summary as well, or at least the version that I read. But I think what we are trying to do here by saying the one time is that, yeah, this project stands alone.
Right.
It remains to be seen the benefits to Tiger Tail Lagoon, and it does not preclude them from coming forward on a separate request, but it sets no precedent for any request in the future.
Absolutely.
Precedent, that's the word.
Okay.
And we thank you very much.
Okay.
Your last registered speaker is Linda Colombo.
Briefly, I just want to thank you on behalf of the Friends of Tiger Tail Beach. We've been working since 2019, as the other stakeholders have, on this, and thank you for letting it come to fruition. Thank you.
All the thanks are done. All the words are tight, and it's approved unanimously. Okay.
Okay.
Happy Valentine's Day.
That brings us back to the 10s. We're at 10C. This is a recommendation that the board consider waiving the requirement of payment of future impact fees by Rural Neighborhoods, Inc., the developer of the Golden Gate Golf Course Affordable Housing Project, with the Impact Fee Trust Fund being made whole by general funds or another county funding source. This item is sponsored by Commissioner Saunders, and he did make a comment at the beginning of the meeting pertaining to this, so we're going to have a little discussion and then decide what we're doing.
Commissioner Saunders?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I met with the clerk, Ms. Kenzel, and she has pointed out a couple legal issues here that may make this type of a proposal not even permissible. But I wanted to have a little bit of a discussion, and then I'm going to continue it. I want the board to know that we have our workforce housing project out at the Golden Gate Golf Course. Mr. Kirk is here, who may want to comment on that. There's been a very substantial change in circumstances because of the fairly lengthy delay in getting this project moving. And I will tell you that a substantial part of the delay, quite frankly, and I'm not criticizing anybody or pointing any fingers, but the county is responsible for a fair amount of that delay. I think we got some bad engineering advice early on in the project that set us back probably about a year. And then other things developed. We have arsenic on the site. Now, we knew there was arsenic out there, but we weren't, I don't think, privy to or didn't realize how much it was going to take in terms of remediation and then monitoring, so that's an additional expense. But interest costs have gone up, construction costs have gone up, labor costs have gone up. Everything has kind of changed from where we first approved this. And I wanted the board to begin to kind of think of the things that we may be able to do to help facilitate from a financial standpoint, making sure that this project can move forward. I don't think it's a whole lot, but Mr. Kirk, I don't know if you want to make any comments at this point. No need to, unless you have something that you want to add. So I just wanted to get the board kind of thinking in those terms, whether it's impact fee, deferrals, or something of that nature, I think remains to be seen. But that's why I wanted to have this discussion.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, just as a comment, I had in my notes, and I spoke with the clerk as well, because we eventually, there will be, if I'm not mistaken, there will be ad valorem dollars generated from the surficial portion of this development. And one of the suggestions that I made was maybe a TIF of some sort out of those additional ad valorem dollars, and part of that money being fenced off to offset that expense of the impact fee. So,
Commissioner Hall.
So if we defer the fees, it's a deferral period for what, 10 years?
Apparently, does not help from a financial standpoint. It has to be substantially longer than 10 years. And I think staff is looking into some alternatives there.
So my thoughts are just trying to get creative. If we can defer them, and did you say a TIF? So that's
tax increment funding.
okay. So you take a TIF and you just nip it down over those 10 years. What, if you get it paid down 20%, 40%, and then you take the balance, and then we could look at it again to defer it again, just to let the cash flows or the TIF or whatever you want to call it pay it off eventually. That's okay.
Commissioners, we'll meet with Mr. Kirk and look at his needs as far as the way his financing's structured and how the impact fees play into that. We've been working on this issue for a while, knowing that each project is different, but many projects encounter some difficulties with that 10-year threshold. We're very aware of that and are working on what our options are that help keep these projects moving, but also don't impact the impact fee trust funds or come and bring the legality of these into question.
I guess then, Mr. Chairman, I get the sense that the board is willing to entertain at least some recommendations from the manager in reference to the financial structure of this project. And assuming that to be the case, I would ask that this just be continued for a couple weeks, have staff come back to us with some ideas after meeting with Mr. Kirk.
And we'll meet with the clerk as well to address her concerns.
Then I'll make that motion to continue this for 2 weeks.
I would second that, but Commissioner McDaniel lit up.
And my comment was, we made adjustments to our affordable housing criterion hold period and extended that out for rentals and ownership to 30 years. Maybe we need to make some adjustments. And where does the 10-year threshold, is it generated by the state of Florida or by us?
Outside legal counsel.
You get to a point where you defer something and it's no longer of value.
Right.
So at that point in time, your general fund has to make up for the impact fee trust fund.
Well,
so 10 years was considered to be about as long as you can go.
And so the thought process was by creating a TIF, we wouldn't necessarily have to have a deferral. We could have it could run synonymous with the property as long as the ad valorem was generated. So we maybe along with that make some adjustments to our own ordinance with regard to the deferral period.
We'll look at all of those options as well as how we best meet the needs of the developer. And also Mr. Trachtenberg is here again as the chair of the AHAC. I believe he has some brief comments that he'd like to make before we close this one out.
It looks like Mr. Kirk also wants.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Kirk.
The manager's correct. They've been working very creatively with us for the past several months trying to find a solution. So we're very grateful for that. I think I would just put the perspective of the 10-year impact fee deferral in this sense. When you have lenders who are potentially making you loans for potentially, in this case, 35 or 40-year amortization, having a debt payment come due, be it a deferred impact fee at 10 years, causes them to want to underwrite that very differently than knowing that it's postponed. Because the target audience for this project is generally from 50% of median to 140% of median, those units that are 120% of AMI to 140% of AMI would be those units, a small number of the units paying ad valorem taxes. So given the charitable nature of the project, largely the ad valorem taxes of this project would be exempt. And so the TIF will not probably provide that great of income. But again, I think there's creative solutions to this that we've been working with the manager to do so and with Commissioner Saunders. Thank you.
For the record, Joe Trachtenberg, Chairman of AHAC. I won't repeat what Steve said on the impact fee deferral program that's currently in place. We receive a comment, at least at every meeting, that it's out of step with what reality is in terms of how lenders are operating. So we do appreciate the opportunity at AHAC to go back and take a look at that. I do want to share just very briefly one piece of information regarding impact fees, because it's something that just happened in the last couple of weeks. And I know that you're not guided by what other counties in Florida are doing, but Saratoga County just adopted an ordinance to help promote workforce and affordable housing, where they are tying impact fees into the AMI rental rates for the various apartments. So the lower the rates, the lower the impact fees. The higher rate, you go up to 120, and your impact fees are maybe 2/3 what they were. You start moving down the food chain at lower AMIs, and the impact fees are declining accordingly. And I think what this demonstrates is more and more places in Florida are recognizing that workforce and affordable housing can't be done on its own. It needs ad valorem contributions. It needs general fund contributions. It needs input from you gentlemen in order to actually make this work. And we're actually seeing some of that happen as Steve's costs continue to rise on this project, as interest rates continue to rise. And I think there have been some favorable grants that have been helpful. So please keep that in mind. It is a future subject. Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, if there's no objection, I mean, there was a motion and a second, but I think this is another one that we're going to push to another meeting, right? Next meeting, let the staff, any objections, any comment? Okay, let's move to 10D.
Item 10D is a recommendation to direct staff to bring back an amendment to the Golden Gate Golf Course Mixed Use Planned Unit Development Ordinance number 2022-13 to reduce the setbacks and greenway to allow for the construction of a state veterans nursing home. This item is being brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're getting very close to sending $30 million to the state for our contribution to the next veterans nursing home. Also sending to the state a legal description of the property and taking care of getting a deed for that portion of the property. The property is 13.5 acres. On both sides, the east and west side of the property, there is a 100-foot buffer. Now, that 100-foot buffer is required as a policy under our growth management plan dealing with conversion of golf courses. And Mr. Klatzkal, correct me if I make a misstatement here. So what this proposal is to relax that 100-foot buffer on both sides so that if the footprint of the building needs to go into that buffer a little bit, that 100 feet on each side, we can say to the Department of Veterans Affairs that we have flexibility to make sure that the building pad actually fits in that lot. And so the request is that we direct staff to come back with the process to relax that setback from 100 feet to as low as 25 feet. I don't think we would need to go that low, but that would be a starting point, and have staff come back with that so we can make sure that the building fits in this lot. So that's the proposal, Mr. Chairman.
I support doing that, and I think I heard some concern when this was on the agenda from some people that are worried about precedent. I think this is a very, very unique parcel of land that we're trying to do very unique things with, and I think this is a perfect example where, as a commission, we really need to be dynamic, so we don't miss out on the three amazing things that this lot can hold. Doesn't mean we're setting precedent, doesn't mean we're going to reduce setbacks for every single thing in the future, and this is going to be looked at as precedent. There's so much uniqueness into this one that I think us being flexible and dynamic is the way to go. I see Commissioner McDaniel. Sir?
Well, I absolutely, Commissioner Saunders, I've been with you 110% in support of the Veterans Nursing Home. But we also have another agenda item coming up with regard to a potential Burt Harris Act that on another golf course conversion on the alleged 100-foot setback deviation that hasn't been requested yet, nor have we requested this. And so my concern with doing this on our piece of property, it even though it's for the greater good and it's for the Veterans Nursing Home and with being very dynamic and such, it opens up that Pandora's box.
Well, I mean, only if we let it. open it up. But Commissioner Saunders.
I was going to say, that's a very good point, and I had a fairly lengthy conversation with the county attorney to make sure that this project is distinguishable from just about anything else. So we have a state and federal partnership on a veterans nursing home, which is different than any other type of project that would come forward, but I would defer to the county attorney because he has indicated, I believe, that he is pretty confident that this would not create that Burt Harris problem in terms of this being a precedent.
Yeah, I concur. This is a very unique situation. I mean, between the state-federal partnerships we're getting for this veterans home, it will not be precedent for anything. I will tell you that I think you have the right to do that anyway. Part of 12A will talk about that. We constantly reduce buffers in PUDs. It's just something we do. Buffers and setbacks, the board has historically always adjusted. I don't see what the difference is on this one. But
well, my concern had to do with the actual golf course conversion and the language within it that delineates the minimum 100-foot setback. And we haven't got the final plan from the VA with regard to where the veterans nursing home is going to be. Certainly, the discussion can be made about the uniqueness of this when that site plan comes back to us, and the board has that discretion to do it then. I just was concerned about going forward with it now and then having somebody else come in.
yeah, I think the concern here is we want to make sure that we can fit the building on the property. And if it requires reducing the setbacks a bit, that'll be a board decision.
At the time that they come forward.
Yes.
But doing it now?
Doing it now, an LDC process takes months and months and months and months. So I would suggest you start it now to give yourself that flexibility. So when the time comes and the state says, these are the plans and this is what we need, we can act.
I assume we have no public speakers on this one? Okay. Commissioner Saunders?
Just for Commissioner McDaniel, in terms of giving you a little bit of comfort there, and a rationale for doing this now is that, as I said, we're going to be working with the Department of Veterans Affairs at the state level and the state legislature over the next 45 to 60 days. This is imminent. This is not something that's going to happen 6 months from now or 8 months from now. Then in November of this year, we'll be in the federal funding process. And then next year, we'll be in the ready to begin the design and that sort of thing. But we have to get our funding in place and our property in place over the next 45 to 60 days. And that's why this is important to move this forward as quickly as possible. We just don't have time to see what is going to be needed. We need to be proactive on this.
Okay. So Commissioner Saunders, have you made a motion?
Yes, I would make a motion to direct staff to begin the process of reducing that setback for this specific project.
I second it.
Third.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. 10E.
Item 10E is a recommendation that the board clarify that the county will be solely responsible for any costs associated with soil testing and any arsenic remediation of the Golden Gate Golf Course. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Again, timing is of the essence here. This will be something that will be a very small issue, but it will certainly be beneficial for the workforce housing project. There is some cost that's being incurred by the developer there in terms of remediation of arsenic. We have the same problem with the golf course, and we have the same thing with the veterans nursing home, and the same thing with the Big Shots facility. My thoughts are that the county purchased this property. We had some environmental work done. We knew there was arsenic on there. I don't think the county was aware of the extent of the arsenic and the process we would have to go through to remediate it and then to monitor it over the years. We are the property owner. If these projects just disappeared because of whatever reason, we'd still have to remediate this property as the owner. And so I'd like to be able to send a message to all of our lessees on all of the parcels that we're dealing with, and as well as the veterans parcel that will be actually a deed, not a lease, that we understand we have arsenic. We're doing everything we can from the county's perspective to remediate that and then to monitor it, but we are responsible for it. It's not going to be a big number, but it will be something that's important, I think, to all of our lessees as well as to the Department of Veterans Affairs on the property we're deeding to them. So that's the proposal. I don't know if the manager has some estimates or guesstimates at this point as to what the total cost of this would be.
Not at this time. Now, we know that some of the costs, we have the magnitude of some of the costs incurred, say, by the affordable housing portion for the soil, for the testing, but the remediation plans have to do with the soil management plans, and that is going to be forthcoming. So we'll have a better idea as we move forward with this magnitude. I can look at Mr. Kirk, but I believe the number that was called out for the affordable housing testing portion was about $80,000 to date.
So here's what I didn't like about, and then I'll go to Commissioner McDaniel, Commissioner Hall. Here's what I didn't like about 10E. I just thought we were taking too big of a bite of the apple. First off, nobody here is an expert in soil remediation. I've done a bit of it on some military bases. I bet you have in some areas, but you can't tell it from the naked eye. What I didn't like about it is I just didn't know why we maybe aren't voting on just being responsible for the initial cost for testing, and then when the tests come back, we have a better idea of what we're saying yes to. But to say, we will have, and it's not, whenever we say the county will be responsible, it's not the county, it's taxpayers, will be solely responsible for any costs for testing and remediation, and we haven't even tested yet. I just thought it was sort of a big bite of the apple, and my initial thought was to split it and take responsibility for testing, see what those numbers are. I understand, like you say, we own the property, and I'm not trying to send the wrong signal to to the folks that have projects on that property. But if it comes back and it's a really big number, first of all, I don't think we're in jeopardy of losing any of those projects if we say, hey, we're looking for some help because we thought that the number would be a lot lower. I mean, like I said, I'm just spitballing here, but initially my thought was, why would we say yes to testing and remediation all in one bite? Thoughts? I got Commissioner McDaniel, Commissioner Hall lit up here. So your thoughts on that, or just whatever you have to say?
You want to address his question first, Commissioner Saunders?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer the question as to what the total cost would be for remediation, because I think we do have a bit of a handle on the testing. But remediation is going to be different for each parcel. So, for example, our golf course parcel that there's no one living on the golf course, so the remediation is very simple. There won't be very much of it. It's mostly just testing. The Veterans Nursing Home, people will be living on that property, and so remediation, the standards are higher, so remediation will be more expensive. Same is true for the rental project, the workforce housing project. The Big Shots facility, part of the pad where people will be having, dining and relaxing, that standard's a little higher than for the golf course. So those are really the parcels that will need some remediation. I don't think it's going to be a whole lot, quite frankly, in terms of an expense.
What's the negative then in approving that the county take responsibility for testing, and then we find out what comes back with the testing? Or, I'm not trying to artificially drag this out. I mean, if the answer is, hey, we need to jump on this, we're the property owner. Like I said, I want to just hear a good answer, because my initial thought was, why don't we just take responsibility for a testing and then come back and see what the results of those tests are?
The reason I brought all these up rather quickly is because we do have to jump.
Speed. Okay.
And I'll just use Mr. Kirk's project as an example. He's in the process of putting all the pieces together, and really I think he's probably got about 4, 5, 6 months to make everything come together. And so I think we need to send a message to the folks that are providing the capital for that project, the philanthropic organizations.
Yeah, we've got it.
That we're moving along, and we understand that we have to do a little bit more to make these projects work. That's why I brought it back. A 2-week continuance isn't going to make any difference, but I would like, and part of it was I just want to have this dialogue and make sure that the commission understood we have to be proactive on these. I think this is a fairly simple one. I would recommend making this commitment because, quite frankly, we own the property. And
Commissioner Hall?
I still have a comment. I defer to him because you jumped and asked a question, and it was to him, so I still have a comment. And the comment that is, I don't want to do this twice. But there was a contract for purchase on this thing. There was an environmental study done on this thing with recommendations on an environmental study. And every piece of I have bought old gas stations in my life with underground storage tanks. And the food chain of ownership goes back to forever. And somehow we ended up owning this piece of property contractually, and there's no obligation from any of the previous owners or any of the previous actions. And I am saying it out loud. I'm sorry for pointing at you. I did it again. I don't want to do it twice. I would like to ensure that if we ever buy another piece of property again, that the contractual arrangements that we enter into protect our taxpayers, our government, and we're not having, because I concur with Commissioner Saunders, I'm going to support the motion, but someone dropped the ball on a contractual basis, legal parameters, exposure from previous owners, and so on, and we have to assume that obligation in order to fulfill our obligations and commitments that we have for the utilization of this piece.
No, that's what I don't like about it. Commissioner Hall.
So, if everybody went away, then yes, we would have the obligation to do it. But everybody's not gone away. And we've brought great value to each of these projects with the property. So I don't see anything wrong with splitting per each project, whatever portion is deemed their portion. I thought Commissioner Kowal had an amazing idea yesterday. He said, why don't we take the dirt that we have to remediate for the arsenic and do a dirt swap with the Vanderbilt Road extension? There's nobody living out there. I said that to Ms. Scott, and she said, there were some things that she had to check out because of wells and stuff, but.
No.
Yeah.
No. When you remediate, I mean.
You don't want to move arsenic.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Our court reporter.
What do you throw it in the dump?
Yeah. I mean, there have been road projects and litigation from contaminated subsurface structure materials used that were not appropriately tested. So though it's an okay idea, no. There's very specific remediation rules that have to be complied with. So just do it and do it properly and go on. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was.
Hey, he threw me under the bus.
I thought it was a good idea.
Well, okay, do I have a motion? Commissioner Saunders?
Well, I hate to make a motion that's going to cause some concern on the part of the commission members, because I know you wanted to split this out in some way. I think that this is wild guess, but I think the total remediation expense is going to be somewhere north of $1 million. And so it's not a huge number. It could be more, it could be less. If you'd want us to continue it and then come back with some better estimates, but
is there a negative to just approving, taking responsibility for the testing, and then bringing back those results so that we would say, wow, it was under $1 million, or, oh my gosh, it was $5 million? Because, I've been blindsided in my previous life with remediation that we all sort of guessed was going to be something cheap, and it's not cheap. And it's not just testing it and removing it, it's also taking it away and putting it somewhere, and that's the thing that costs a lot.
Well, just so you know, the testing and everything has been going on for months now. So this is not something that's completely unknown to what the problem is. Everyone knows kind of what the problem is, and some dirt needs to be moved around.
Commissioners, how about this? A couple of options for you. I think the clerk may have some comments that she wants to make, but the testing, it seems like everybody is comfortable with. You could also set an up to amount, and if we come back with some number that's triple or quadruple that, or a number that's significantly lower, we'll report back either way. But if there's a threshold that you're comfortable with, if you're saying if you want to set the threshold at up to $1 million, that keeps this moving. It provides some reasonable assurances to our partners, and it gives us a chance to revisit it as well. We can come back and revisit it once we have an idea of one. It's going to help us understand more. But right now we've just gotten the soil management plans for the big shots piece.
Good, Commissioner Saunders.
Here's perhaps a proposal. We can kind of break this up. We're going to have to do this for the Veterans Nursing Home. I don't think there's any question about that. We're not going to be able to tell the state, well, we're giving you a piece of property, oh, by the way.
Oh, but by the way.
So we have to, I think, send a message that we're going to take care of all of the sampling and remediation on the Veterans Nursing Home. I think we could make the same argument with the golf course because we're ultimately going to own that golf course. And the remediation on the golf course is going to be very simple because no one's living there. So maybe we can break this down into to component pieces here. We make that commitment on the Veterans Nursing Home because we absolutely have to. I think I'd like to make that commitment for the workforce housing because they're going to need some financial assistance, and that gives them a little piece of financial assistance. Then maybe on the rest of it, we just come back later and
do those two
I'd support that.
I could buy into that.
All right, so
Commissioner Cowell's lit up, though. Let me see, but I like that idea.
the clerk has some.
Okay. Can I just go to Commissioner Cowell, and then Crystal will go to you?
Chairman, it's kind of on the same lines.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, it
No,
was.
I'm just kidding.
Like the VA, I think we own that because of that
Yeah.
property is, we're dedicating that property to this agreement with the feds and the state. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure it's livable for these veterans. But, and on the same lines, because I didn't want to just say blanketly we're going to do all these things just right off the bat, because then we're held to doing them regardless. If Big Shot's pulls out and the next guy comes in and he's willing to share the cost with us,
Absolutely.
I think that's a benefit. So I don't want it to be just across the board. Specifically with the people right now we're working with, we'll work it case by case, but I think that's the best way to go with it.
Ms. Kenzel?
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Crystal Kenzel, Clerk of Courts. And I had the individual conversations with you earlier. My biggest concern about the affordable housing element is that you do already have an agreement. And in that part of that agreement, they took the property at risk as is pretty far into it in 2020. We just got this all on Wednesday. If we could wait a couple weeks and give me time to work with the attorney on that housing one, because you did an invitation to negotiate, it very clearly indicated there that you were not going to subsidize those projects. And it also, as I said, in their original contract, had some taking the property as is language. So we need to look at the timing on when they committed to the at-risk versus the awareness perhaps of the arsenic problem, and look at that. And I would like to get comfortable with that element of it, and because I wasn't since Wednesday. So if we could just put that one off till the 28th, I'd appreciate it, and I'll work with the county attorney and Ms. Patterson to finish on the timing schedule and outline of the contract originally and the timeline of when all of these things occurred.
Sure.
All right, so then I would then make a motion that we make that commitment on the Veterans Nursing Home site, so we're clear on that, and continue the issue on the other parcels for 2 weeks, so we can get more information about the cost, and so the clerk can have some conversation with the county attorney and we determine whether there are any legal impediments to doing that. So.
Second. Any comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. With the stipulations of the changes that I think everybody
Understood. We'll be back in 2 weeks.
10F.
10F is a recommendation to direct staff to, at the appropriate time, reduce the leased area of the Golden Gate Golf Course to correspond with the actual area used by Rural Neighborhoods, Inc., the Golden Gate Golf Course Housing Project Developer, and CC BSG Naples LLC, Big Shots, the Golden Gate Golf Course Entertainment Complex Developer. This is being brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
And Commissioners, on both of these parcels, there is property that we are going to be leasing to Big Shots. There's property we're going to be leasing to the workforce housing development. And they're included in those parcels is property that they don't need for this specific project. So all we would do is adjust the legal descriptions to coincide with the dimensions and description of the property that's actually needed for those specific projects. The balance of that project would be just part of the Collier County Greenway. And part of the problem in not doing this is that you have private entities that would be legally responsible for anything that happens on that property, and this is property they don't want and don't need. So that's the reason for this.
I'd support that. Commissioner Hall.
I understand it very well, but what about in the lease language of a fee for common area maintenance? Everybody has to participate for the part that they don't have to take care of. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I understand.
So common area maintenance, you have a part here, a part here, a part here, a part here, and you got a little part in the middle that the county takes care of maintenance-wise, but all of the parts and pieces pay a fee as the common area for the maintenance.
The areas that I'm talking about are areas that are not at all needed for the projects, those two projects. And so it's not a question of common area where they're using it.
Gotcha.
They don't want it. It's not part of their project.
I understand that.
Okay. Commissioner Saunders, you made a motion to approve?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to direct staff.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 11B is a recommendation to award invitation to bid number 22-8020ST, Bridge Replacement Bridge Package D, One Bridge, Immokalee Road project to Thomas Marine Construction, Inc. in the amount of $3,132,005.95 and authorize the chairman to sign the attached agreement related to project 66066 11 bridge replacements east of State Road 29. Mr. Jay Ahmad is here. He's your Transportation Engineering Director, and he is here to answer questions or make a presentation if you'd like.
Anybody need a presentation? Motion to approve?
Wait, let me do it.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Second.
I'm asking for a motion to go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Sorry about that.
No, you don't.
Item 11C
Affects
is a
us all.
recommendation to approve agreement number 21-7862, professional design and related services for airport road widening to Kissinger, Campo and Associates Corporation in the amount of $1,900,000 and authorize the chairman to sign the attached agreement. Mr. J. Ahmad again is here to answer questions or present if you'd like.
Commissioner Hall, this is your district.
I make a motion to approve.
A second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Good job, Jay.
Amazing reports.
Worth waiting from since 9 o'clock.
Item 12, this is formerly item 16K8 has moved to item 12A. This is a recommendation to, 1, direct staff to provide written notice of a Burt Harris claim received in connection with the Riviera Golf Course conversion application to owners of real property contiguous to the owner's property pursuant to Florida statute section 70.001 Parens 4, Parens A, known as the Burt J. Harris Jr. Private Property Rights Protection Act. 2, direct the county manager to negotiate a settlement of the Burt Harris claim, which may include a pre-suit mediation conference, and return to the board for consideration of the settlement. 3, direct staff to issue a written statement of allowable uses identifying the allowable uses to which the subject property may be put pursuant to Florida statute section 70.001 Parens 5 Parens A. And 4, direct staff to prepare an LDC amendment of section 5.05.15 conversion of golf courses to minimize future litigation in connection with the golf course conversion process. I'll turn this over to the county attorney.
I've put on the overhead the notice of claim we received on February 3rd from Mr. Ivanovich's firm. That starts a domino process, getting this notice. If you can put on the next item, please. At this point in time, we've been served with the notice of the Burt Harris Act. You can the definition of what causes the damage is set forth. It's a, boy, I wish I could see that from here.
You want me to read it?
No, it's inordinately burdening an existing use of property, or it's taking care of a vested right. And once you've got that claim, if you can scroll down, you've got a number of statutory obligations. If you can scroll down, Troy.
Can you show him how to run his screen, Troy?
The,
I do, I only have control, he doesn't.
yeah, the first obligation is that within 90 days of receiving this, that we give notice to the surrounding property owners that there is a claim. The second one is that we get into a settlement discussions. It's required. Now, the settlement discussions, if you scroll down, could be that we're not going to do anything. All right? That'll come to the board. So the county manager would be working with my office to see if we can come up with some sort of settlement to bring to the board, or the recommendation would be we do nothing. This isn't a matter of discretion. This is just stuff we have to do. Now, I will tell you this has no bearing on the merits of the claim itself. Whether or not you believe the claim has merit, the claim doesn't have merit, you still now, on these 90 days, have to go through this process, which we'll be going through. The last thing I'm asking the board to do, and this ties into the 10D discussion, is direct staff to bring back an LDC amendment, and it's really about the 100-foot buffer that we put in, to give the board the discretion on a case-by-case basis to reduce it. You do this for everything else, whether it's side yard setbacks or front yard setbacks or what have you. The board has constantly been asked by developers to even waive the setbacks, to zero setbacks. I don't know why we can do that for everything except for a golf course. I think we have that right to do it anyway within the LDC, but I've got 2 claims now of people saying that they can't develop their property because of this 100-foot buffer. And what I'd like them to do is to come to the board, okay, on a rezoning, and then ask the board. Now, if the board says no, and we're not going to reduce it, okay, maybe then they have a Bert Harris claim. But right now, they're just filing the claims without asking. And I find that to be troublesome, and it's getting to be expensive.
I mean, we always have that option, so we have to make it clear to them that they're skipping a step and jumping to the finish line when we haven't had a chance to.
I'd like to work with
our flexibility, or am I missing something?
No, I'd like to work. Ms. Bosie and I both agreed that you have that right now, okay? But the LDC amendment, I'd like to make it crystal clear that the board has the ability to reduce the buffers on a case-by-case
What are
basis.
you going to say, Commissioner McDaniel? You're lit up. Yeah.
I'll come in.
Okay.
Well, I'll.
No, I
I'll
got
lay
you.
it back up.
Okay. Mr. Bosie?
Mike Bosie, zoning director. What I wanted to point out, and what I think, and I've opined, that the board does have that flexibility, and I highlighted as part of the Greenway, the code in 50515, and I'll highlight where I think I need to put more clarity towards the discretion that the board has. And it says the Greenway shall be contiguous to existing residential properties surrounding the golf course and generally located around the perimeter of the proposed development. And then it says the board may approve an alternative design that was vetted at the stakeholder outreach meeting as provided for in LDC 50515C.3. And I think that gives the board discretion. I think what we need is more clarity that gives you discretion not only for when it was presented at the stakeholder outreach meetings, but during the actual rezoning of the process where the actual regulations would be imposed. Because your intent to convert process is just a program dialogue between the developer and the golf course and the individual residents within that golf course. It's not until the zoning action that you really set the regulations towards where there's any due or there could be any claims that could be made. So I'll work with the county attorney's office to provide more clarity within the LDC as to the discretion that the board has in terms of approving alternative designs.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, and this is where I'm going to support the item and bring it forward, but I've got concerns. We have somebody that's alleging a lawsuit for a property rights act and they haven't submitted a site plan yet. And my county attorney, our county attorney, is making recommendations that we adjust the LDC. There's a lot of people watching this right now. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of golf courses that have underlying zoning and property rights, and we're making moves to make an adjustment in an LDC that may not be enough of a preemptive strike. I mean, there are adherences to the underlying zoning that are effectuated on every single one of these golf courses, and every single one of them is different. And I understand the rationale that we did when we implemented the golf course conversion ordinance. It was to try to offer residents that were impacted by landowners who had underlying zoning rights some protection, or some thought that there was going to be a sufficient amount of green space still left behind their homes. Now, the Golden Gate Golf Course, that was a whole nother scenario. That one, you know, those properties, that golf course had a 99-year deed restriction that got overturned in the court system. The Riviera Golf Course didn't have that. It has development rights that travel with that property, and I'm concerned that no matter what we do, the application of those development rights are going to be impacted, and we're going to be exposed no matter what we do in trying to make an amendment on a case. But we have that right. You said it in the preamble that we have that right. Developers come to us and ask to adjust side yard setbacks all of the time. And so the illusion, if you will, of a golf course conversion ordinance really maybe wasn't the path for us to travel.
Well, no, the point of the golf course ordinance was that we wanted the developer to sit down with the residents and try to work something out. That was the basic gist of it. And to have it an extra, it's really a super NIM process.
He was born a father to a born on a Christmas day when the New York Times said God is dead.
Because there are some golf courses that are very, very wide, and you can do the 100 yards, and then like Riviera, everything's shoved in there, and it's much less of a space that they have to work with. I'm just saying that the intent was there for the board to always adjust the setback. It's just that the ordinance language needs to be tweaked to make it crystal clear that you do have that right, and it ends these claims.
And that's the reason for the amendment, to give it clarity.
Clarity, absolute clarity, yes. Now, if the board doesn't want to do that when the amendment is brought forward, that's fine. You can say no, we're going to keep the 100 feet.
Well, in my concern is making a, relatively speaking, unknown adjustment to an ordinance that we adopted for the golf course conversion when every single one's going to be different. There are other golf courses that are going to come at us that are going to convert to a different use. And we can't, on a preemptive strike, make that kind of, I mean, these guys are making they're making a representation of a loss or a taking, and they haven't even submitted a site development plan.
As I said, I am not commenting on the merits of this claim.
Right, you did.
Okay. What I'm saying, though, is if we clean up the LDC, I won't have to deal with another one of these again. It'll have to come to the board and go through the hearing process, like they do for everything else.
We are going to have to do with it again, because when this board makes a decision, I'm just going through this with my brain. Right now, the setback's 100 feet. These people think that they have a taking that's being put upon them because of that 100 foot. And so we revise it to be able to adjust on a case-by-case basis. But I don't want to point, there are underlying zoning and property rights that travel with that property.
Yes, but these are all rezones. Okay, none of these golf courses are zoned residential. They're all zoned golf course. All right, so they're coming in here for a rezone. Board has an awful lot of discretion in the rezone.
Is that a correct statement?
That is an absolute correct statement. The golf course is zoned golf course, so they are more than entitled to utilize their property as it is currently zoned. What they are saying is, your golf course conversion suggests that you have, not suggest, requires that you have to have a 100-foot buffer. Because of that, there's been a diminution of their value, but we've never had, but the intent to convert process doesn't require anything. It requires conversation, as the county attorney stated. It's only during the rezoning towards where any of those regulations get applied and the claim would become more valid, so to speak.
So they don't have vested density rights that were included in those open spaces now zoned as golf courses. So why did we have to have a golf course conversion ordinance in the first place?
Most of your golf courses were designed that the golf courses were the open space. And so if you had 100 acres, 4 units per acre, that was 400 units they put in, and they put a golf course around it. It's a selling amenity. It was also stormwater, right? But at this point in time, your land values are just going up and up and up and up. And they're just going to trying to convert them.
Can we hear? I have 2 other commissioners lit up, so I mean,
I guess I come to the question because it was my understanding that the Riviera Golf Course had underlying density rights that travel with it.
They do.
You just got done saying it's own golf course, and if they have
own golf course, they have to come in for a rezone.
Correct.
Which is discretionary for the board.
So why have the
board could say no unless they demonstrate that it's financially infeasible for them to run the golf course. The board can say no.
So if we on the other side, if we did not have the golf course conversion ordinance, we wouldn't have a taking effectuated at all. There would be no side yard setbacks. It would be case by case, bring to us the underlying zoning or the underlying densities that they have, and then we make those decisions on a case by case basis, just by
The primary intent of the golf course conversion was to start a conversation with the residences along the golf course and the developer who wanted to redevelop the golf course, with the hope that they'd be able to amicably resolve the issue.
And now the burden, that hasn't worked out so well, and we created an ordinance that's put the county in a position of a taking and exposed the county for a Burt Harris Act because of an ordinance we imposed upon a property owner.
And Mike and I would both argue that, no, you have that discretion built in the ordinance. We just want to make it clear.
Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you. I'm just trying to, I understand you kind of answered when they don't have a site plan, and you're not arguing that, and the legality or whatever their attorney did by sending this letter or not. But I'm trying to wrap my head around this. If this is what we already have the ability, because from what Mr. Bosey's saying is that if it's a golf course, it's a golf course. And when it comes to rezoning, then it's going to be a case by case thing. And then it should come to us. They shouldn't even get to this point unless they have a site plan, or by sending a letter and saying they're going to sue us.
They don't want to go through their process, okay? What they want to do is they want to be able to sue the county for Burt Harris, all right, not go through the rehearing process, and then resolve the issue through settlement. That's what this is about.
Commissioner Hall?
Well, number one, the guy has no rights, so the Burt Harris thing is baloney. But we have to go through this process. So I think what the county attorney is saying is right now we have an absolute 100-foot buffer, and we have the discretion to lower that at any time. But the language is not clear that we have the right to do that, and we just want to make the language clear that we have the right to change the buffer. Because this guy's saying, I could, if the buffer wasn't there, I could put 356 units. But now that the buffer's there, I'm getting robbed. I can only put 242 units. So we just want to eliminate that chance down the road that that's what's going to happen. And I think that's what, if that's not right, then
That's absolutely correct.
Commissioner Saunders?
Just a quick question for the county attorney. We adopted that ordinance a couple of years ago now?
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
longer?
been
2017.
2017. Okay, so, yeah, oh, wow, almost 6 years ago. Time flies. If there was a Burt Harris claim because of the adoption of that ordinance, wouldn't property owners have had to file a claim within a certain period of time of adopting of that ordinance?
As I've said, I am not opining as to whether this claim is legitimate or not.
Okay.
Okay. I'm saying that because they filed this claim, we now have these statutory obligations we have to.
No, I understand, but I'm just asking you a question.
To avoid this kind of, in my opinion, nonsense happening again,
Understood. I'm just asking you a question that maybe is irrelevant, but,
It's not irrelevant. We'll be arguing that should this come to court.
okay.
I mean, you're absolutely right, I think.
Okay, nobody's lit up. So,
I'll make a motion for
We
approval.
have
of-
speakers on this item.
Oh, we do?
okay.
Your first speaker on this item is Zach Lombardo, followed by Tricia Campbell. Your first speaker is Tricia Campbell, followed by William Cannon.
Who's running the board? Isn't he not telling you got speakers?
I'm freezing, so I'll.
You want my jacket?
No, that's all right. Hi, I'm Tricia Campbell, President, Riviera Golf Estates Homeowners Association, an over 55 community of 692 lots, including over 300 homes that directly abut the Riviera Golf Club. This is the property which is the subject of today's agenda item. You all have received an email from our attorney, our association attorney. I hope you have. If you didn't, I have copies. And also county attorney and also county manager received copy. Okay. But for the record, I would like to make a couple of brief main points on this. This so-called notice letter from the attorney for LA, Minnesota, the golf course owners, is both premature and woefully deficient. There is no basis for Bert Harrod notice to the county at this time. There is no vested right to develop a residential PUD for 346 homes on this property, which is required for a valid notice under the Burt Harris Act. This land is zoned golf course and has been since 1969, as far as we have researched, and it's still a golf course today. No application for rezoning has been filed with the county, therefore no decision has been made by the county of any purpose of rezoning. The application information, the appraisal information includes that the attorney's letter does not demonstrate an actual loss in value by anything the county has done. It wrongfully assumes that 346 homes may be approved by the county sometime in the future for a development on this property. This is just the owner's hope without any reviews of a zoning application by county staff, the planning commission, or the board. And those of you who know the property probably recognize that this hope is but a far stretch of the imagination. The county already dealt with this 4 years ago in response to LA, Minnesota's suit alleging a taking of the property by adoption of the LDC amendment in 2017. The county's motion is to dismiss properly noted that it is premature with no application has been filed nor has any county action been taken. Nothing has changed since then. Still no rezoning application has been filed and no county reviews or decisions have been made. Therefore, as our attorney has stated in her letter to the board, there is no response required from the board to a premature notice letter, and we respectfully request that no action be adopted. No mediation is needed, no settlement is necessary or appropriate at this time, and finally, no changes to the LDC are needed regarding golf course rezoning requirements. As noted by two of the commissioners back in 2017, the LDC required for the golf course conversion application creates a good and fair balance between the rights of the golf course owner and those abutters who are your constituents and taxpaying citizens of this county. Many other speakers could no longer stay at this late hour, and which underscores why this item should be at least continued to another meeting. Thank you. Any questions?
Your next speaker is William Cannon. He'll be followed by Scott. Can you help me with your last name? Soderstrom. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Bill Cannon, In March of 2017, I stood right here to discuss the Land Development Code, the Burt Harris Act, and Attorney Vovanovich. Today, almost 6 years later, I stand here again to discuss the Land Development Code, the Burt Harris Act, and Attorney Vovanovich. In 2017, my comments were addressed to having the Board of County Commissioners approve the golf course conversion modifications to LDC to ensure that my property rights to open space views on the golf course under the Harris Act were considered in development. Today, I'm here to question the request of Attorney Ivanovich using the Harris Act to award his client property rights without a formal rezoning. Central to this request is the claim that the imposition of a greenway prevents his client from fully developing his land due to the constraint that the width of the greenway cannot be waived. I find this statement hard to reconcile with Attorney Ivanovich's statement during the 3/28/22 stakeholder outreach meeting for this golf course conversion. In response to a question as to how the greenway 100-foot width can be changed to a lesser standard, he stated, and I quote, "The county has said we can propose an alternate greenway for consideration. We presented it to you, and it is vetted, and does not mean we have to agree. And then we present it to ultimately to the County Planning Commission and then to the Board of County Commissioners. The board may reject it." I have a second subject I want to talk about. The fact that Riviera Golf Course is the drainage route for the entire community. There are over 40 pairs of storm drains in the roads surrounding the golf course. The rain discharged from the front of our 690 homes goes to the roads. The roads all drain to the golf course swales and eventually to drainage easements, which everybody calls lakes, and an exit weir. The rainwater from the backs of our houses also drains to the golf course. The perimeter of the golf course is in excess of 6 miles, all of which collects the backyard drainage from our homes. The greenway, which can function as part of a stormwater management system, appears to be necessary to continue the stormwater routing from the roads and backyards out of the community to the new lakes being built that are stated to be replacement drainage paths. The third subject has to do with the cost estimate over $20 million for the rezoned golf course. First, we are not dealing with what I would call virgin land. It is not a rectangular parcel with a extensive road access that can be just wiped clean and start all over again. RG River Golf Course is 4 parcels, 2 of which are not accessible for development, and the majority of the remaining 2 parcels require extensive modification and elimination of existing drainage easements to gain access. A more accurate estimate may have been gained by considering sales such as Evergreen Golf Course, which is almost directly comparable to the Riviera Golf Course, and that 3 of the 4 parcels are not accessible for development and was sold for only $720,000 in 2021.
Sir, can you?
Do you have any questions? I can. You've had some comments, and my time is up, I'm sure. There seems to be some confusion as to what this is all about. Mr. Bossi is correct. There is a portion of the Land Development Code allows you to make a decision to waive the width of the greenway.
I don't think we feel confused. We just have different options, and we're just trying to weigh the best one.
Yeah,
I would say. But thank you. I think we have one more comment.
Your final speaker is Scott Soderstrom.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
My name is Scott Soderstrom. I'm a resident of Riviera Golf. More importantly, I'm a licensed Florida civil engineer and a retired civil engineer for the U.S. Navy Civil Engineer Corps. So I think I have a little bit of expertise on this. Facts for you guys to consider. Riviera is a designated FEMA floodplain and flood zone. 2, Riviera Golf Course is the drainage basin and the flood basin for the Riviera Golf Estates neighborhood and 11 other connecting communities. 3, currently, there are both an open and unresolved non-compliance notice from South Florida Water Management District and a county non-compliance matter still open regarding the drainage system on Riviera Golf Course property. Number 4, recognition of these existing drainage problems have not been included in the documents before the board. And lastly, with these big issues that are still outstanding, I have to conclude as an engineer that the Burt Harris notice is definitely premature. Thank you.
That was your final speaker, sir.
Anybody got a comment here? All right. I agree with that last speaker. Commissioner Cole?
No, this is in my district, and I just want to reinsure that what we're doing here today is there's no decisions going to be happening in reference to what's going to happen with your situation at Riviera. I think it's just purely our county attorney just wants to get the clarity and the teeth to put some, I guess, procedural things that we can use to our benefit when these things arise to us, and just to make it a lot easier and streamlined. That forces these developers to go through the proper channels and the proper steps before we even get to this. So I think this is pretty much all we're really going to make a decision on today. So.
Yeah. I did have one quick question. You're going to make a motion, I'll second it.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the attorneys.
And I'll second it and the question is, Commissioner Saunders or the county attorney, what is the statutory timeline for Burt Harris Act?
I think that they're past it, all right? And I believe that the ordinance that was passed is grandfathered. However, having said that, we still have the notice of claim to deal with.
Yeah, well, that part, that's the reason we're passing your request. I just wanted to know what that statutory timeline was. You're not quite sure what that amount
It's
is?
generally when the owner knows of it. Here, the owner's known of it for years and years and years.
Okay. It's not a 1 or a 2 or a 3-year time frame or anything statutorily.
No, it is statutory. I don't have this. I don't have the number.
Okay, we don't have to. I don't want to belabor. You can tell me later.
Is that a motion to approve? And I believe I heard a second.
Yep. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 13A is a recommendation to appoint 2 commissioners as regular members, 3 commissioners as alternate members, and ratification of appointed citizen member and alternate citizen member for a 1-year period on the Value Adjustment Board.
Hello again, Commissioners. I spoke to each of you earlier. We need 2 of you to volunteer, please, and the other 3 become alternates for the value adjustment process. I also did want to put on the record some things that will be happening because of the legislature changing some of the property values based on Ian, where if you were vacant out of your property for 30 days after Ian, you have the ability to go back and lay claim to a reduction in your property taxes for last year. That deadline will be in March. Right now, the property appraiser, as of last week, had over 1,600 applications to do that. The first bite at the apple, so to speak, is the property appraiser. He does his assessment, makes a decision. If someone objects to that decision, those will come forward to the Value Adjustment Board, as does the regular property tax disputes, goes to the magistrate with the value adjustment. So we need a decision here to put 2 volunteer positions. Commissioner Solis was on it previously. Right now, Commissioner Saunders, you are still on here, but we would like 1 more person at least, and then the other 3 become alternates.
Wait a second, I'm lit up. You can't go
I'm
first.
sorry.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I make a motion for the new guys.
Well, what I was trying to say is because we kind of did him wrong in the MOP when we kind of ganged up and got him
Amen.
vice chair. So I'm willing to be one of the people guys think.
And Commissioner Hall, I make a motion for both of them.
And I'll just say, remember when we had this conversation about how we wanted to sort of tighten and not make these Supreme Court nominations. So if Commissioner Saunders is the only one sitting up here that has already served, I think definitely he's one of the three alternates. He's no longer a primary. So if we've got Commissioner Colwell as a primary,
Willing to be a primary.
okay, so anybody else like to nominate themselves as a primary?
Actually, Commissioner Saunders was remaining, so he had that opportunity if he wants to remain.
Yeah.
No or yes?
Oh, okay, if you want to.
How long have you done it?
We'd hate to have the other guys
Not
fight
long
over
enough.
who doesn't have to do it, but
Yeah. No. Have you just done it for a year?
No, I've done it for a bunch of years.
I mean, I'd really like, I just
Good
say
at
that,
it. Either way.
I'd like everybody to sort of, get a taste of these different committees. I don't want to say that Commissioner Saunders can't do it, but if nobody else chimes in.
experience balanced with a new person might help out in the whole process for
Oh, you don't think Commissioner Colwell is smart enough to be
No,
able
I
to be a
believe
new
he can,
person?
absolutely.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so I've got Commissioner Colwell as a nominee. Commissioner Saunders, you're willing to stay on, and then the three of us will
Delighted
be
to.
the alternates? Okay.
Commissioner Kowal.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you so much.
That brings us to item 15A, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
You have heard them all.
Okay.
Right. We,
We're going to skip 15B.
Yep.
We're going to do that next time. Those
Yep.
were just sort of
we're gonna,
updates.
with your concurrence, we're moving item 15B1, which were staff updates. We'll move those to the next agenda.
Okay.
Nothing time sensitive. That brings us to item 15C, staff and commission general communications. I think we've said enough today. We'll move over to the county attorney.
I lit up just because I wanted to let the commission know that there was a letter intent or interest for the Naples Cinematique, Inc., a possible letter to purchase the Dell's property for their project. But this was the CRA, had heard their presentation, and I just wanted to bring it before you guys that there is a letter of intent and to get the process, to vet if it's even something we want to do or if it's, if they even have the ability to do it or not. So, but it was brought up, and I would figure I would introduce it at this point on record, so.
Does it require any action, or it's just an informative? I think we all got that letter, right? I remember reading it. It didn't seem like there was there an action item?
The action would be that the county manager will come back to you with an executive summary outlining the process, and then the board will decide whether or not you want to go through with that process.
Okay.
I mean, we purchased that property for a reason. The board may choose to keep it.
Mr. Chair, if I might, there is a CRA board member here. I know this isn't an agenda item. Do you want to hear from him? Mr. Gutierrez.
Good evening, Commissioners. I think your patience far outweighs your position on a day like today, but thank you for allowing me to speak for a moment. Maurice Gutierrez, Vice Chair, Bayshore Gateway CRA. We were given the unsolicited offer, and it meets some good criteria, but what we did not see it at the time, and I feel that was why the advisory board didn't act on it, is financials. As they say, show me the money. We've tried twice to develop the 17 acres. Twice it failed due to financing. So I am cautious about saying if you proceed with the process, it opens it up to a 30-day RFP, at which time any idea can be presented, and then staff, CRA staff as well as county staff would have to vet, go through, and evaluate every proposal. That is time-consuming. The reason I am suggesting maybe now is not the right time to vet this is because we've got this park on the 17 acres we want finished. Don't let shiny objects take the focus away. Let's focus on what we've been working on all these years, and the Dell's property will come, but we have not evaluated the costs or asked the county to give us a true real estate valuation, so we don't even know if the offer that is on the table is within those parameters, and I think it's moving a little quick. So I just share some information so decisions that can be made with enough information that would benefit the public. This is an interesting project, and it does meet some criteria, but again, it seemed as if it was not funded at all. And I'm a little concerned about chasing rabbits because we've been down those holes before, and don't want to use the county's time or CRA staff's time, because I think it's better for the community to focus on the park.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Well, the question is, when we receive, are we obligated in an unsolicited offer for a piece of government land to pursue that exploration?
I think that the prudent answer to that would be the county manager will come back to an executive summary, lay everything out, and then you can decide whether or not you want to proceed.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner Cowell? Because I was under the understanding we were obligated to at least take it to a step to be able to flip the coin to determine whether or not it's financially viable and worthwhile.
Yeah, I just asked staff at some point, I'm like, how do we introduce this? They're interested. There was a lot of positive feedback. I advised the CRA their last meeting just last week that I would bring it up after they had their meeting in December when they presented it to the CRA, and it had a positive feedback. Naples Daily News ran with the story, had a very positive feedback. And I was trying to just get an idea what the next step was, if this was truly. And I know you had a quorum that night a week ago at the CRA, and nobody objected to me bringing this before the board tonight. So this is the first, you sent me a email about a few hours ago. Every few hours ago seems to be, I can't even remember a few hours ago, but, and I kind of explained myself that this is not, this is just an infinite stage to get the county to look at it and then take whatever procedures they have to do to properly vet, these individuals and whatever. But, the thing with the 17 acres on Bayshore, that's on the 28th. It's going to be an up or down, I think.
Not today.
It's not today, and it's having its day on the 28th of this month. So, that might be all behind us in 2 weeks. Let's keep moving forward, because my opinion is if, we own property, this property is not doing the taxpayers any good with the county owning it. It takes it off the books. If we have a private investor out there that's willing to put in a project and put his own money in and purchase it and start putting tax dollars back into the community, and it's something the community likes, I think it's something worth looking at. And that's just where I think we're at today. So
I like it.
Yep. Agree. Okay. What else? What's next?
Nothing. I have nothing. So I was looking at the county attorney, see if he has anything, and then we'll.
Attorney?
Just to thank you for 12A, nothing else.
Okay.
Then it's to you guys.
Amy?
Crystal's.
Okay.
And I apologize, Commissioners. On 10F, just the question, it said at the appropriate time you'll bring those back. So you did that, but the official lease changes will come back to this board, correct? Okay, that's what I understood. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, do you have anything? No. Okay. I'm going to actually start my comments before I'm calling the others. So obviously everybody in here has no significant other, or you're about to go home and not have one, just so you know. So these are the people that have no lives on the county staff. Thanks for hanging in. We've talked about some really hard topics today. We gave everybody their say. Citizens were concerned that we were locking down the podium, and I think we proved just the opposite. So I want to thank my colleagues for just really great questions. We did a deep dive into some tough issues, whether it was David Lawrence Center or some of the other things. We had a lot of people in the room, and it was just very professional across the board. And so just appreciate everybody's patience and discretion and hard work. Commissioner Cowell.
Thank God my wife works harder than I do, because she's probably still working tonight. So, but when another long one for the record books.
Mm-hmm. Hope she's home when you get there. Commissioner Saunders.
I don't have anything to add other than thank staff for their endurance today.
Yeah. Commissioner Hall.
I'll just echo the staff. I appreciate all your help. You've been so helpful to me, and you've made this transition really easy, and just bless your heart for being here.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, I have a couple of things. I've been asked to have a discussion with you tonight. We have a circumstance going on with panhandlers. People that are standing on our corners, they're begging, they're blocking signs that panhandling. Yeah, people that are standing on our sidewalks, and I'm getting a lot of complaints. And the argument is, the discussion is I'd like to bring in the sheriff, have a discussion about our ordinances and what we need to do with regard to our ordinances to allow our sheriff to better help regulate. I understand we have an ordinance, we have certain regulations, rules, and things that the sheriff can do, but there are certain things that the sheriff can't do. So my question is, would you entertain bringing this back at a future meeting and having a discussion with our sheriff to clarify the law? The comments that came to me were the sheriff was, they get a lot of calls about it, but they can't do anything about it. And then we get a lot of calls about it as commissioners, but the sheriff isn't doing anything about it, and they're going like this, and it's happening. So I think it would be wise for us to have that discussion. If you're good with that, we'll do that.
I think it was about a year and a half ago, we did have that discussion. We added a little bit of teeth and meat, but we also knew there was a lot of ambiguity in there. So
well, maybe we can clear some of that up a little bit.
We work with the sheriff's attorneys to get you that ordinance, and
Right.
at that time, it was thought with the sheriff and us, that's about as far as you can go with it, but I think it's a worthy discussion.
Yeah. One of the things I hear is exactly what Commissioner McDaniel says, is that we know that there's an ordinance, but these people call the sheriff's office and they're told by somebody on the other end of the phone, can't do anything. So it might be I think it is wise to bring them back.
I might have missed it because this was a long agenda. Did we have an RFP going out for our lobbyist in Washington, D.C.? Are we thinking about changing our lobbyist in Washington, D.C.?
John Mullins, your Director of Communications, Government and Public Affairs. Procurement has been working up that paperwork now. It will go out this year, yes.
Okay. Are we dissatisfied with our lobbyist in D.C., or are we just procedurally putting it
We're
out?
just at the end of the contract and the optional one-year extension, so it has to go back out.
It does have to go back out, so it's just an obligatory thing, because I hadn't heard any discontent. I rely heavily on Commissioner Saunders' expertise with regard to this, and I heard through the grapevine that it was coming online. Burn ban. It's past time.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Rodriguez, your Deputy County Manager. The memo's prepared. It's ready to go. Dan Summers, in coordination with the State Emergency Office of the State of Florida, as well as the Department of Forestry and the local fire districts, are waiting for the fire index to reach a certain threshold, and then that decision will be made, and we'll keep you apprised. Sooner than later.
Yes. I would like to, when we address this, I would like to address the ordinance and allow for the county manager to enact it as soon as those numbers are hit. I understand that there's very specific thresholds that have to be attained by our fire departments and the state and the emergency services operation and so on and so forth. But I recall one of the times that we had to wait for a board action, and we waited 3 weeks, and fires lit up, and I don't want that to happen. So I want to amend the ordinance so that when those thresholds are met, that this is enacted. And I'm not in what?
I believe we did exactly that, and I believe that the county manager has that authority now.
Okay, well, good, because I'm not a proponent of bans, but this is a ban that works. It actually helps our community. The people that are out burning their yard waste and things have been the issue. So sooner than later on that. Any news on the discussion about EMS and fire? The conversation we had with. You want to give us a quick update on that?
Absolutely. So a couple of meetings ago, the board gave the nod to Commissioner McDaniel and me to open up some conversations about, I'll call it enhanced cooperation, because the word consolidation always comes with such negative feelings. I have had a meeting prior to that, we'd had a meeting with all of the fire chiefs and EMS to talk about ways we could improve protocols, some of the 911 dispatch, and they're working also on the COPCN ordinance. Since that time, I've met with several of the fire chiefs, obviously to talk about the concern that might have been caused by, again, the mentioning of consolidation. Provided some reassurance that this is not going to be just a, push forward despite what anybody thinks. Consolidation is a complicated matter involving, even simplistically, if we all agreed, it involves multiple groups, insurance, retirements, tax rates, all sorts of complicated things. So it really baby steps here. We did agree. We all believe that greater cooperation, enhanced cooperation is key. We have some really good ideas amongst ourselves of how to bring that about. They asked for a couple weeks to work on some documents they already had in work and bring them to us, and we can kick this conversation off with what we think will be wins for the community to show we can work together and could advance ultimately that consolidation conversation as appropriate.
Well, just as a note to the board and my colleagues here, there was a little concern about my showing up with our county manager and then the fire chief not showing up with one of their board members. So I withdrew from the initial conversations just so that everybody felt comfortable. I will engage when we move to that next step and the discussions go forward. There was a letter of interest on our sports park from a group. Have we had any updates on that?
We reached out again after our last conversation with the board because we had had a number of opening conversations, fact-finding, getting to know each other, taking this conversation then over to the money people on their side. They had intended to get back because we don't have a number or an offer. We have an idea. Mr. Finn did reach out to those folks again. They indicated that they'd had a change in their financial group and they needed a little bit more time to organize that information and are going to be back in touch. But as of today, we have not received an offer.
Okay. Well, and there again, there's a perfect example of a non-binding letter of intent tying this up or expending funds. We're not expending any funds right now. We aren't even making an executive decision, and and certainly if they don't come to the table with actual value for us to make a determination, we don't have to pursue it. Last but not least, and this has to do with our interlocal agreement with the city. How's that progressing?
We're doing fine. We're having regular meetings with them anyway regarding the beach. Both the beach inertia, I was going to say Trinity's Beach berm, but I won't call it Trinity's Beach berm. With the beach berm, also spoke with Mr. Boudishwar. We intended to get together last week, but he had some events come up, so we're going to calendar now to get that conversation moving again.
Okay.
There's no bad, more just Hurricane Ian delays.
Very good. And again, happy Valentine's to everybody. Sorry I didn't bring any roses.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, good luck doing damage control when you get home to your Valentine. We're adjourned.